Hello, good morning and welcome. Welcome back to sunny Spain and Barcelona. I'm Rico Full and you're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the magnificent Montjuïc Olympic Ground where cricket is taking the area by storm. We've got 3 days left of Group B action. At the end of those 3 days we will know which two teams from this group will join the likes of Barcelona Shaheen and Hero Sabadell in the final on the Sunday, the 11th of December. Everything to play for here when we're starting off with two big teams. Big teams here in Catalonia is Gracia taking on Revel Sporting, and both of these teams know they have every chance to make it through into that final. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Barcelona, and the action starts right here, right now. Hello and welcome to the middle at this beautiful, magnificent Montjuïc Olympic Ground where we've got 4 very good matches coming up for you today. It's match day 27, and first up we've got Revel Sporting taking on Gracia. This is going to be a humdinger of a match. Two teams that have been in very good form lately. Revel, we know that they are a team that have only lost once, and that was to the Ali Young Stars, but since then they keep on getting those results. Probably not batting as well as we expect them to, but still they're getting the results, and that's what counts. And they will know that if they can pick up 2 victories here against Gracia, then they have every opportunity to finish top of the group when they take on the team at the top at the moment, the unbeaten Catalonia Tigers. Gracia, they're a team where things didn't start too well for them. We were a little bit surprised that they lost their first 3 matches, but then since then they've come back strong. They're on a winning streak now of 6 in a row, and they'll be looking to get the double over Revel, and really by doing so they'll end up just 1 point behind them at the end of these fixtures, to have every opportunity perhaps themselves to be challenging the Catalonia Tigers. The two teams, we know they're going to do battle. We know that the news from the coin toss is that Gracia, they have won the toss, and I was a little bit surprised to see the new look from Hero Mahey, by the way. He's now gone blonde, but I was quite surprised to see him deciding that they would have a bowl first. Let's talk about the Gracia side. I mean, one thing that we've noticed about them is that their batting is very strong. Hero Mahey himself has been in very good form. And then I think whenever they need from either somebody like Vibha Yadav or Kuldeep Lal steps up and gets the runs on the board. And then, of course, they also got the Italian export. They've got Simranjit Singh. He's starting to come good with the bat, but his fielding has been extraordinary. He's taken some great catches. Then somebody like Trulachan Singh with the ball will be a handful. Revel, on the other hand, the batting hasn't quite clicked. The captain, Ishan Patel, has been carrying them a lot off the way, but he'll be happy to know that somebody like Karan Datta is finding form, and I think opening with Karan Datta seems to be working for them. Chayat Patel, he's coming in a little bit lower down in the order. He's clicking. One man, though, who's gone off the ball a little bit is Manish Manwani, the left-hander. He'll be hoping that he can come good for this one. With the ball, it's all about the spin, really, for Revel. Manwani, the seamer, has bowled well early on, but then from the 3rd over onwards, we have 4 overs of spin. That'll be Ishan Patel himself, the captain, and also Gurung, the little maestro, Gurung Mavanchi. He's been very good as well. 18 wickets to his name already. But maybe this is going to be a battle of the spin against the battle of the man who's batting really well, Hero Mahey, the captain of Gracia. It's going to be a fantastic match. I know you're all looking forward to it. And one other man who's really looking forward to this is Mr. Maxwell. Let's join him in the commentary box and he'll tell you a little bit more about these two teams. Vinny, the news from the middle here is that Gracia have won the toss and they are going to have a ball first.
Rico showing some of his form as a bowler. He was a very good bowler, Rico Full, actually. And probably still is. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Bienvenidos. España, welcome to Spain. And have a look at the ground here before we get to what's coming up this morning. But I love this Olympic district. It's got a lot of history. Obviously, the 1992 Olympics were held here. That's the aquatic centre you're seeing come into the screen there. You've got the strange mobile tower thing, which looks like it's from another planet. Anyway, let's have a look at the first match of the day. 4 matches a day, of course, starting with match 105. And it was Grathia that won the toss, selected to bowl first. So Ravel Sporting batting first. Normally they don't mind that. Does seem to be a bit of a trend to bowl first game of the day. And the dew is in, I can tell you that. The dew this morning is pretty intense. Actually, I think it's the most dew we've had. Some days it's here, some days it's not. So it's a bit wet, to be honest, even though there was no overnight rain. And you can see the Patels, 4 of them in the top 6 for Ravel Sporting. But Manish Manwani, after a strong start, he's actually playing worse now. He's not as injured. It's a strange one, but he's just a little bit off the boil. Spin is so important for Ravel Sporting. Normally, I look at the battle between their spinners and the opposition bats as the deciding factor in a lot of their matches. Grathia, of course, very good team. They're representing Spain in the ECL in just a couple of months. They're 4-run favourites according to Bat versus Ball Wall. You see both those teams, and they're scoring a lot more runs than they're conceding. So I think this is a real kind of battle of the Titans to an extent. Okay, apart from the Catalunya Tigers, who are undefeated, and these two teams are second and third at the moment on the ladder, and both fighting for that double chance and potentially even top spot. This is what happened yesterday. Catalunya Tigers put away the Warriors a couple of times. Similar kinds of games as well. Catalunya Tigers brought a really strong top 6 to that battle, and the Warriors, it's like they only really able to bring Prince to a gunfight. He came up with 76, but it wasn't enough. You see the whole rest of the team and extras just 41 runs. Yasser Ali half century in that as well. So the Warriors certainly gave the Tigers a scare early in that chase, but once Prince went, pretty much that was all she wrote. Similar story in the second game. Catalunya Tigers 155. This time Prince makes it to 49. And the Warriors just need to find a bit of support with the Prince at the top of the order. Mustaz Rickbar was outstanding in that game, 80 off 31. And Wazir Mabas, well, he got into the wickets in the second innings. He took 2 for 16. So the Tigers, they went from 10-0 to 12-0 yesterday. They've opened up a bit of a gap, but both of these teams can gain some ground today. But then the other thing is Ravel Sporting and Grathia. If they split the points here, I think the Tigers will be happy with that result. I think it'll almost sew up that top spot. Let's have a look at what happened. Well, this is in the afternoon session. Ravel Sporting, who you will see this morning, and they had a pretty workmanlike effort against the Ada Tigers, 120 to 58. Isham Patel impressed with 42, and I felt like he was going to make more, actually. Just missed a straight one. I was impressed with Harpreet Singh as well for Ravel Sporting, the left armour, and I think that he was a pretty good addition, and he also made a few runs down there for the Ada Tigers. It wasn't really a different story in the last game, although they did bat first. I like that. They got to 80. Again, no one passing 20. And I think Umar Mohammed, disappointing that he couldn't really put something together, but he wasn't the only one. Ravel Sporting, they chased down the runs with 8 balls to spare, thanks to Kish Patel with a nice contribution. So this is how the table looks. You can see what I'm saying. Both these two teams will play their 11th and 12th matches this morning. So Ravel Sporting, if they can win both, then they're still putting the pressure on the Tigers. If they drop 1 or 2, I think the Tigers will be pretty happy with that result, because just the Catalunya Tigers I'm talking about, obviously, I think that'll probably sew up their automatic qualification, even with a couple of games to go. But there's plenty to play for, even with a bit of a gap between 5th and 6th, which is where the cutoff is. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th teams will play on Saturday, and the 2nd and 3rd teams will get the double chance. So Ravel Sporting and Grassy at the moment, they're in that zone where they would get the double chance. Again, they've got the Ali Youngstown and Ripoll Warriors. That looks like will make up that playoff day on Saturday, but we don't really know yet. Well, nice to see the players out there in the middle, and you can see the weather conditions today in Barcelona. If you've just joined us, it's a pretty clear morning. Again, the sun's just come up around about half an hour ago. The maximum temperature is estimated to be 15 degrees, currently about 7 degrees. Yeah, the thing this morning is overnight, a fair bit of dew. Look at the buildings there to the kind of left of screen and some of the mountains in the background as well. It's a beautiful view. If it's your first time joining us here on the European Cricket Network, you picked a good day to come, because this ground is a real lovely place to play cricket. It's where Olympic baseball was played back in 1992. It's been re-turfed with AstroTurf. And I just think it offers a lot. And one thing is that it doesn't have a permanent cricket pitch, which means it's a slightly improvised solution. But I think it's played pretty well. I think it's given us plenty of entertainment. I think with the rubber AstroTurf underneath, actually there's a bit more bounce in this pitch than we saw when we were here last time on ECN. That was early in 2021. Almost ready for a start, and Kuldeep is not keeping for you Kuldeep fans out there. He is in the field this morning, which means we'll probably see him bowling a bit for Grathia, but it's going to be Vibor Yadav to start us off. Here's the first ball of the day, and it's a little cut and very well fielded. I mean, at this time of the morning, that is not an easy stop at all. And that's what you want. You want to have guys from the start that are willing to throw themselves around in these conditions. Again, Grathia did choose to field, so it's their option. Can't be easy fielding conditions, but I think maybe they feel the outfield might be a bit slower, which is probably true. Yeah, I've played a lot of cricket in the UK. We've also seen him play for Kings 11 in Italy this year. Edged and just away from the keeper. That was a valiant effort from Cheryl Chowan, but he was just slightly wrong-footed. To be honest, it was quite a long way away from him in the end. And you can see it was a good dive. Again, I like that intent. You can actually see when the ball goes over the turf, a little bit of the water spraying around, which shows you that it is pretty damp. So that new ball certainly will be a bit soaked after that. Yeah, it was just a bit unlucky. It was probably straight to a first slip or a first and a half slip. Chowan, who has the gloves normally when Kuldeep isn't keeping, yeah, wasn't able to make the ground. And really, I don't think there's too many wicketkeepers in the world that would have reached that one. Good morning to everyone in the live chat as well. Hopefully you're well. You can see that Marnus is in there. Hello to Luke as well. Hello to Mahmood. Great to see you watching. I think you're watching from Bangladesh. Yadav angles this one in. Yeah, so the batters out there at the moment, Ishan Patel, who's off the mark with that boundary. Got Karan Dutta out there. That seems to be working for them. With the order of Raval Sporting, it's an interesting one. They were batting Manwani at 3. He was so good early in the tournament. It's just been a bit off the boil. We may see Chet Patel at 3. I've got a few options, really. But it really also probably depends when they lose a wicket. But yeah, high-quality matchup to start the day. Clipped away by Karan Dutta. He's off the mark. Karan scored a very good century last year on ECN at the start of the year. Again, probably wasn't as consistent as he would have liked, but yeah, he scored 103 against the Bangladesh Kings. And that was a fantastic innings. I mean, he's a guy, he averages about 35 at a strike rate of 188, so they're pretty good numbers. Again, I don't think we've really seen the best of him so far in this series. This is a drive. It'll be a one bounce up down to Simranjit Singh. Now, there's a guy, you keep your eyes on him because his fielding skills are outstanding. He's a guy we have seen playing for Italy in the ECC, the T10 International Tournament. We see him playing for Kings 11 in Italy, and that's one of the things I quite like about what European Cricket Network cricket has done. It's brought people together. So we saw Kuldeep and Vibor playing for Kings 11. Now we're seeing Simran playing for Grathia. This one bites back in to the batter who he doesn't want to fire a cross-bat shot. It's the end of the over. And at the end of the first over of the day, Raval Sporting, after being sent in 7 without loss. Let's have a look at some of the top performers. And we mentioned Patel and how he's been very good for Raval Sporting, even though I think he's got 1 or 2 more big innings in him. Manwani is second now, but he's kind of fallen off the cliff a bit in the last few games. Karan Dutta makes up their top 3 run scorers. Mayavachi, well, he just keeps performing, doesn't he, here in Barcelona in ECS cricket. 18 wickets. He's been a machine. Ishan Patel with 10, Rizwan with 9. For Grathia, Hiramahe leads their run scoring, and closely followed by Vibor Yadav and Kuldeep Lal. So he's got lots of weapons. And Mahe, as well as Kumar and Yadav, make up the top 3 bowlers. There are plenty of key players to watch. There's one man I'm sure you all want to watch today as well, sporting that magnificent Christmas beard. It is Decembeard with Rico Full. Good morning, Rico.
Ho, ho, ho. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, buenos dias. And I'm fine if we don't talk football. Let's just not talk football today. But look,
I wasn't going to bring it up.
Congratulations to Morocco. They played it to their plan, didn't they? Worked perfectly. And Spain, well, what can you say? It's another disappointment for them. I mean, possession, but it's not all about possession. It's about putting it in the net, and they just couldn't do it,
it was like 700 passes to 200 at one point. This is Trilojan Singh. He's a pretty good bowler. He's bowling the second over. That one angles away past the outside edge. So you can see Raval Sporting kind of caught napping with the bat this morning, although they've had some good bowling to deal with. Yeah, the football, Spain losing to Morocco. So I know, well, geographically, I mean, there's a bit of a rivalry, put it that way.
Yeah.
Found out there's a fair few Moroccans in Barcelona because I did head out for dinner last
There's
night.
a lot of Moroccans in Spain, full stop. I know that back in Torrieca. This one's in the air, and it's a chance, and it's been taken. And that's a big wicket to get. Ishan Patel edges. Well, Ishan Patel, he's normally in that zone taking the catches, but this time, well, he's not taking the catch, he's giving it, and that's really well taken. And it's Amal Rathod. And Rathod, he's been informed this morning. We saw him earlier on make a brilliant stop, but this time, he's not stopping it, he's catching it. First wicket.
Loving that enthusiasm, and you can see the depth of Gracia there, because often you see some teams kind of hiding people in that position, even though I think it's quite an important position. For that reason, it becomes your de facto slip in this form of the game. And yeah, Rathod took it easily. Again, probably not the best shot from Ishan Patel. Trilochan, what he does swing the ball away from the right-hander, and that's what takes it into an outside edge. And then see Patel kind of shapes to cover drive, which is where he knows he probably should have put that ball to hit with the swing. So really good start for Gracia, and the tight bowling pays some dividends with the wicket of the captain, Ishan Patel.
Yeah, it's really good bowling. I mean, Trilochan Singh, I mean, for as long as I've been watching Gracia, he's always been there or thereabout. He's a very good economic bowler, and the thing is, he teases batters outside that off stump. He draws Ishan into that false shot, gets the edge, gets the wicket. Massive wicket, because as you know, Ishan Patel has sort of been he's been the man that's been keeping and holding the batting together for Raval Sporting. And he's at the equation here now, so Gracia really feel that can try and restrict Raval here to a score around about the 90 mark, which well, they'll fancy themselves knocking off. So good wicket to get early. But they have gone with Kishit Patel to come in at 3. This worked for them yesterday.
Yeah. No, not out. But, yeah, Kish is a guy, I like to see him up in the top 3. I think he can do some damage. I mean, they've got a few options, Raval Sporting. It's not very clear who should bat where. But that's a sign, you know, they have a consistent kind of a top 5 or 6. I remember Trilochan Singh, though, he took a hat-trick last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And it was a really good hat-trick. I remember that. But, yeah, your thoughts echo mine. I think he's a really reliable performer. I'm not so sure he'll be going around the wicket with the way he moves the ball. I just think that he'd be more likely to swing the ball down the line if he stayed the other side. Otherwise, it's just going to angle in. Well, could be a chance. Well, that might have been out, you know. They might get one now on the misfield, but they won't. Let's have a look at this one, because I got a feeling this was a chance to run out Kanandata.
Yeah, I think if this hits, this would have been out. And I think they make the wise choice not to try and take the overthrows to Simranjit Singh as well. Yeah, I think that was pretty close. He was struggling to get the back across the line. Yeah, Kish Patel yesterday, 29 of 19. It was a match-winning innings really, and he got player of the match as well when Raval beat the Tigers by 5 wickets. So he's been looking to continue in that form.
It's well bowled. That one doesn't really swing. That's why I think the batter plays inside it. Kish Patel. Yeah, so last night I have a bit of a tradition with our tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who is European cricket royalty. I'm lucky to even, be able to go out with him one-on-one and call him a friend. He managed the Netherlands to victories over England, once or twice. Very big stalwart. Of course, we're really lucky to have him on board. So we had our dinner that we always go out for a steak dinner once a tournament. So we decided we'd go out last night, but. Yeah, we headed out just after Spain lost to Morocco as we get to the end of the over here, 7 for 1. And, well, that looks like a maiden for Trilochan Singh. Well, the maidens come out early. What a good over that is. That one snuck up on me, but Trilochan, you're giving nothing away. So have a look at this table. And at the end of Friday's matches, the top team goes straight through to Sunday, which is like the last day of the season. The next 4 best teams get to play on Saturday for 1 spot on Sunday. So you can see that these 2 teams in 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Raval Sporting, I think, the only team that's likely to be able to overhaul the Catalunya Tigers, because they still have to play them. But yeah, if Gracia can take 1 or 2 games off them here, I think Catalunya Tigers will be pretty happy. And I think that'll sew up top spot for them. Yeah, so we went into the city. We caught the train, caught the metro, just after the final whistle, actually. This is Yadav who's in again, but this is another outside edge, so we haven't hit too many in the middle of that so far, Raval. Yeah, so I just couldn't believe how many Moroccans there were, and they were singing. I'm telling you, this train was loud. And, let's say they were in the minority, but they were making a lot of noise, and I couldn't understand a word they were saying.
It was a huge victory for them, huge victory. But look, well deserved, you have to say. And in all sports, you've got to have a plan, and they executed it well. And, it just goes to show, it reminds me of what's happening in cricket at the moment. Look at the teams at the moment, the likes of Japan, Saudi Arabia, and now Morocco. Look at the teams and the performances that they've had. Nobody would have thought it sort of like 10 years ago. And I think that's where European cricket is heading. And you know what? That was proved last year with Barcelona winning the Euros, if you like, the European champions of the Champions League, we'd call it, of cricket. They were the victors in Karma. And then, well, Netherlands winning the European Cricket Championship, just a matter of weeks ago. So it just goes to show sport is changing, and the teams that were once probably the whipping boys or the underdogs, well, they're coming out fighting. So good. Well done to Morocco. Wish them all the best. And also, well done to Portugal. Yeah,
Portugal had a good win, didn't they? This is the boundary. Finally, something going for Ravel Sporting. And maybe is this innings that Karandata can really turn it on. He's certainly one guy that isn't worried about the bowling going up a notch. He can definitely handle himself.
Yeah, he can. And sometimes, Vinny, I think that when good batters that are not in form come up against good bowlers, and they've got to be on the button, they perform better. Maybe this is just a challenge that something like Karandata needs.
Yeah, good observation. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with this one. Just digs out a Yorker. So yeah, I mean it's a disappointment. I think I was a bit disappointed. I've got to be honest. I got to say I love watching football in Spain with the Spanish commentary, and I'm trying to improve my Spanish, but I'm not getting too much of it. It sounds like a horse race where the horses have all had about 50 Red Bulls before the race. It's crazy. Excuse off the pad, but no run. So, look it up if you're not sure. But it would have been nice maybe if Spain stayed in, because we are in Spain, to obviously have some more games involving Spain, but it wasn't to be. Portugal were pretty impressive, although I was already at dinner by that. Come to food chat later, but I'm not ready to discuss it. Let's just say a lot was eaten. Yeah,
I don't think I'll see Roger Finer would have been very happy with the result yesterday. Roger, well, look, it doesn't always go to plan, I suppose, but look, that maybe we can have myself and you, a consolation little drink, Spain are out. This is outside the leg sticks, it can't be out. But that's the way it goes. Like I say, I mean, everybody's talking about Brazil. Brazil are on fire, but is this going to be a year of the underdogs?
Maybe.
A lot of people say it's coming home. A lot of the Brits will be saying, nah, it's going to be England this year for sure. Well, let's wait and see.
Surprise. So, yeah. Well, I said I was kind of supporting Australia, England and Spain. Two of them are out over the last couple of days.
Look at that middle stump out the ground.
It's Stonehenge.
A wicket maiden. That was sensational.
Dominoes. Have you ever seen what they can do with dominoes?
Oh, yeah, I love it.
You know when they can set up thousands and thousands of dominoes?
I love it. I love watching it.
Mesmerising.
But, I love watching it when it goes to plan, but I love watching it when it doesn't, when something like a spider or something comes knocks them over, and when they turn up in the morning.
That is actually funny.
It's already been done, and you think, and it's been captured on the cameras. I think that's brilliant.
That's true, yeah. Here's Trillichan. He's the man that produced the maiden. I ain't going to run here either. So 7 consecutive balls without any runs. And so Karandata, I think sooner or later you got to bite the bullet here and counter-attack, fight fire with fire. I know Trillichan's bowling well, but against a team like Granthia, you can't afford to sit on your hands for too long.
But both batters have missed out on deliveries on the leg side, and disappointingly, they've managed to hit the pads. They've not even got the wide. That'll disappoint them. Haven't been able to put away the bad delivery.
Yeah, he goes for it and he gets it. Good batting. Good batting by Data. It's brave batting, but it's necessary. Maximo, the first 6 of the day.
Yeah, this is a good shot, isn't it? You're absolutely right, Vinny. I think he was under pressure to come up with a big shot. I mean, the Trillichan especially was joining up the dots. Well, that's the first runs that have come off. He's bowling. And he comes in forms of a Maximo top shot, 6 runs. Trillichan, though, will have a reply.
Goes for it again, but this time it's higher than it is long. It's Simran, doesn't drop too many catches, and he doesn't drop this one. So 6 and out for Karandata. And Simran, well, you better warm those hands, buddy, because there's no easy catches at this time of the morning. And Data, look, I'm not going to criticise. I mean, he knew the time had come. He had to take on Trillichan. Gets away with one, doesn't get away with the second one. And once again, it's good reward for the fielding team, keeping it tight And the fielding's been pretty good in these conditions this morning. 20 for 2.
Yeah, no matter what the conditions, this man is not going to drop it. We saw him take 3 sensational catches the last time we saw Gracia when they were taking on Fate. And as soon as that goes up in the air, you might as well write it in the book. He's out. And Cameron Data 6 and out. He had to go big. And I said that Trilichan will have a reply, and he does. Picks up his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, it's good reward for Trilichan as well. He's bowled very well this morning. It's a mixture of good bowling, but also I just think the batters have missed out on a few balls that maybe were able to be scored off. There's some balls that maybe clipped away off leg stump, not really timing it. A few clunking into the pad. New batter here is Chet Patel, though. So if it's not your day, get out the way. Sometimes what I think in these innings. And so yeah, the run rate at the moment for Raval Sporting, not even run a ball pace. Trilichan is heating up this ground on a chilly Wednesday morning. Oh, and he's knocked over Chet Patel first ball. Trilichan is on a heater. He's on a hat-trick, and he is loving the morning air. How about that 2 in 2? And Chet Patel goes very first ball.
Oh, this is a boogie, oogie, woogie. Kookaburra fireball. Kitna swere maza aa gaya ki nahi. Shabash bowling. Zabardasti bowling. What a ball. What a Yorker. Knocks him over, and then, well, he's off like a Bizaway aeroplane. And he's doing his celebrations. This is an absolute beaut. First ball to bowl to a new batter right up there. Yeah, he's off. Chakde Vatte style. Sensational bowling.
And Manwani's coming in a little bit lower than we've seen him, left-hander. These are the hat tricks this year, plenty of them. I'm going to throw in one. How about Nick Craig up from Dresden for Berlin CC? But right now, we have 40 hat tricks. Can we make it 41 here? And Manwani can be a bit suspect early. We know that. What Manwani will come out? I mentioned that he hit all his runs, or most of his runs, when he was batting fiercely and like he wasn't scared to get out. Then he kind of went to his shell, and then lately when he has been more attacking, he has been getting out. So I don't know where his head's at. Gets a nice welcome from Coolhunt. But, yeah, Manish is...
this is all mind games. Look at that.
Yeah.
I like it. It's
the thing is, Manish was playing for Gracia at the recent T10. So, I mean, these guys know each other really well. And so was Ishan Patel. So you've got a fair bit of crossover between these two teams. I don't like the round the wicket here. I think you got more chance of getting this hat trick if you swing it down the line. So now you're basically hoping for bowled or caught. Here we go. It's happy. Trilichan Singh on a hat trick. You see it angles in. I've had one bit of advice for Trilichan, if you're watching this back, is if you're swinging the ball right to left, don't go around the wicket when you're trying to take wickets. Stay over the wicket. Get the ball kind of outside off stump, swinging back or straightening down the line, and that's a more stump-to-stump line.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you think of the delivery that did to Chet Patel, the same delivery to a left-hander would be spicy. Well, a little bit of masala early in the morning from Trilichan Singh. He is happy. Well, he wasn't happy when he was hit for 6, but then he came back and he knocked out 2 of the Raval batters. He's still got a ball to go.
Knocked away for no run into the 4th over. Trilichan finishes with 3 for 7. He has been gold this morning. And it's 21 for 3 after 4 overs.
Yeah, superb bowling from Trilichan Singh. And you got to say that looking at Raval here, they've been cagey. That's the word I'd use. I mean, they knew they're up against a fight. They know Gracia pretty well. Maybe they've given Gracia just a little bit too much respect. We haven't seen them running well. They haven't really fancied taking the singles. They've missed out on the few loose deliveries that have been out there. So they just haven't been on song. They've allowed Gracia to dominate. And Gracia now are sitting exactly where they want to be here. And the game for, it's going to be Vinod Kumar to bowl this one. He's be looking just to keep this on the start. Last time he bowled, he got a little bit of stick, but he did pick up a wicket. And he was a little bit fired up, wasn't he, against some of his fielders. And we saw that when he was in the field as well. But anyway, here's another day. And let's see if he can get it right. He's going to be bowling to the left-hander. In fact, we've got 2 left-handers out there again. They're in a similar position to what they were in yesterday when wickets went earlier. When Wani came out to bat with Kish Patel, put a good partnership together. And I was wondering then whether you would send a right-hander in instead. But they decide not to.
Oh, dab from Manwani, which can be risky, but he gets 4 on this occasion. It's kind of it's a tentative shot. it's hard to control. If you know Kumar's on with the ball now, but you can see that you're not very in control of where this goes. So you're taking your chances. See, it's basically a thick edge and it almost goes to hand. But Manish gets away with this one.
Yeah, we saw him doing this when he started his little blip in form. He was out for a duck when he tried to play a couple of those shots, missed out, and then ended up getting bowled. I think he played on. So, well, it's worked out in his favour, only just. Manwani, you've got to say that after these two, Oli Unit Patel is the last of the recognised batters, so they need some partnership here. Shot.
Yeah, pulled away and fielded somehow by Rathod. Rathod's been in the action. Yeah, well, Manwani, he's one guy, though, if he gets going, he can score boundaries in clumps, and that's really exactly what they need right now. So let's see if it's his day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a square leg umpire, taking a bit of evasive action there. Shout out to the umpires, umpire Safian and Jamil Khan. Nice looking shot. Will be fielded. The batters will take one. They're just sort of bowled in by another man who's been superb in the field. Karandeep Singh for Gracia during this series. Hasn't had too much to do. I mean, occasionally we've seen him with a bat and occasionally he's had a bowl, but in the field, he's been awesome. Well, this one that's the problem you see when Manwani has this mindset to be dabbing. Once again, almost plays his on. It wasn't quite there for the shot. So he gets a little lucky with that one. Yeah, you see he's looking just to dab this one away. Could quite easily have put it onto stump. It's too close, and the ball's coming into him as well.
Yeah, had a couple of moments that looked a bit shaky, but I mean, still, there's half of this innings to go. The back foot, I don't get a run here. So this is where I normally don't call games even at the 5 over mark, no matter what's happening. I mean, we saw Pakai Care score 100 for none in 5 overs in Group A and lose the game. You can see a second 5 overs looks very different to the first 5 overs, and obviously Raval Sporting, pretty good defending team. Pitched up, and Kish Patel, I mean, his guy's attacking, but just have a look at how he's been going. 2 off 10, now 3 off 11. But this is where someone's just got to take a breath and say, look, halfway point, it does feel like you're at the top of the mountain now, it's all downhill. You've got to try and get some momentum going. So it's 29 for 5. 29 for 3, I should say, after 5. I want to welcome everyone into the cube. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico 4. Hopefully you're having a great day. A bit rugged up here at the moment. Makes sense, but at the moment, I tell you who's hot, not cold, is Gracia. That's a really good first 5 overs from them.
Great 5 overs from them. So what do you expect? They've been on song. Remember their team, they're on a winning streak at the moment, 6 on the spin, and looking good. And when you look at their lineup, I mean, you just think they are a team that you would expect to play well. Raval, though, I mean, you could say the same about them, but the batting's just not clicking.
Yeah.
Top order's not clicking.
I think they're rude that they didn't hit their straps at the start, Gracia, because they're probably out of the running for that top spot. They only had 1 point from their first 4 matches. That was a washout point that looked like a game that was very winnable when they scored 150 against the Ali Young Stars, but then the rain set in. So, look, when it comes down to it, I just think they will feel confident if they play their best cricket, then they can continue to win. And we've already seen that, come the business end, anything can happen. We certainly saw here at Sabadell in Group A hit that finals day with some momentum. And even without Shafat Ali Saeed, their best player through the tournament, they were able to band together. So it's really interesting few days of cricket coming up to finish the year. Kuldeep Lal is going to bowl over number 6. And again, we know that he is a very, very good player with national team experience. And this is just bunted back. Well, this one, is it out? It must be out, yeah. I thought originally it might be a bump ball. But, well, obviously not. He just dabs this down. And, well, Kish Patel in the end, that's a disastrous innings. He uses up 2 full overs. He only has 3 to show for it. Kuldeep gets a wicket immediately. And a shocking start to the 6th over for Raval Sporting, 23. Yeah, you can see there, it was actually well short of him. And Kuldeep does the rest, 29 for 4.
Yeah, once again, I said they've been a little bit cagey, and that sums it up. Rather than go through with the shot, see, he stops it. I don't know why he stops it. He should have carried on with it, but that's the way he's been, and you can see that from the scorebook, if you like, and he's used up what's at the 12th delivery that's bowled to him, and he gets only 3. Just haven't been positive. They've been cagey. It's almost like they've been a little bit scared of Gracia. They know what Gracia can do. They know that they're a good team, and as you said, they know them pretty well. Players know each other well, so... Well, it's another wicket to go. He's used up a lot of deliveries. But one man who wasn't using up too many yesterday came out, played a very positive innings. He made 18 of 8 deliveries in that victory against the Ida Tigers. Well, this is Unat Patel. Well, he's certainly feeling a little chilly. He's got his jacket on. So can he get something going here with Manwani? It's very important that he does.
Yeah, they need someone to fire, don't they? Unat Patel, again, it's a recognised batter. Kuldeep. Oh, perfect. And this is what Kuldeep did for the Spanish national team when we saw him in ECC 21. You know, he's just very good at hitting that block hole. That was his role. Okay, he's not the quickest bowler. He can move it around a little bit. And just that shot with Kish Patel, I think what it is, whenever there's a new bowler on, you're not quite sure about the pace that's going to come through. I mean, that's why normally in longer form cricket you talk about getting your eye and kind of getting used to the pace of a bowler and getting your timing right. And when he tries to make something out of this, can't get too much out of it. So I think it was just a case that he misjudged the pace and he stops the shot because he kind of knows if he goes through with the shot, he's either going to miss it or hit it straight up in the air. So he kind of tries to almost bail out of it, but he still, just kind of bunts it back to the bowler. Good work by Kuldeep. Yeah, they're on fire this morning, Rathia. Again, that's what Kuldeep does. I mean, there, he misses his spot slightly, but he misses it full. So still, that's quite a difficult ball to elevate out of the ground. So, yeah, this is what I haven't seen enough of from some other teams. And if you are watching this, and you're trying to bowl to death, sometimes you don't need too many tricks if you've got good accuracy. And I certainly think there's some bowlers, I think Adam Razak's one in Belgium that just continues to hit the block hole. And that's something you can practice. You know, you don't need a batter even to practice. You can just put a kind of marker down, just keep trying to hit that spot. Yeah. Kuldeep's very good at it.
He started very well, Kuldeep. He hasn't been at his best with the ball, I have to say. I mean, that's probably why I think early on they were keeping him behind the stumps. He wasn't producing, and Hero Mahey said, well, I think your best work is behind the stumps. But they wanted him and needed him as a bowler because there's a few times that Trilochan hasn't played. And he just bowled a little bit too short for me, and batters have been able to get him away. But today, you saw from the very first ball he bowled, it was pitched up Yorker length, and you just had the feeling. You know, I've said this before, I think there are times that when you, as bowlers, when you have that ball, when the first ball comes out, you just say, yeah, it's going to be a good day. There's other days when it doesn't go anywhere where you want it, you think, I'm going to be up against it today. And I think Kuldeep Lal got the first one on the money. He gets a wicket, and a very good spell from him. His first over only goes just for 4, but he gets a good wicket as well.
Especially when your team's got the upper hand, what you're doing is working. You don't really have to change it. You can just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
So I want to say hello to Maya. Hopefully you're well. And I want to say hello to Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands. I want to say hello to Sandori, everybody else. And I also want to do a special thank you to everyone that had sent me a message. I know it was my 2000th game a couple of days ago. I've got a bunch of messages I want to get back to on my social media, but it's been a bit hectic, so I haven't been able to yet. Last week of the season, just tying up a few loose ends and also planning for next year. But I want to say a special blanket thank you to everyone for your support. Anyway, here's Paramveer Singh. He's coming on. He goes upstairs on Manwani first up and a dot ball. So I'm going to go best case scenario, worst case scenario here after 6 overs. Best case scenario is they somehow get going, maybe magical over, 15 and over average, they get 93. Even that, looking a bit light. Worst case scenario, it ain't pretty. Maybe there's some in the 50s or about 60. Oh, maybe less, because Manwani swings all around this one, and it's a wicket for Paramveer Singh. And once again, Manwani, first real shot in anger, but he comes up with fresh air, and right now, Raval are reeling. It's 33 for 5.
Yeah, Paramveer, Ricky knocks him over, Jagadev at the start, and that sums it up for me. If you watched the ball before, short ball, well, earlier in the series, say last week, Manish Manwani was sending that downtown Barcelona. He misses it, and then when he gets one pitched up, another one that you'd expect him to use his feet and hit down the ground, totally swings around it, his stumps gets knocked over. Look, he's gone for power, taking his eye off the ball, and the ball crashing into leg stick. And the bowler's just doing what the captain's asking him to do, just get the ball up there and take wickets. I mean, the captain is so happy the way things are going. I mean, Hero Mahey has been right up there as one of the leading wicket takers with us. He's not even called upon himself yet.
Thing is, Hero Mahey is a leg spinner. I mean, if you can't feel your fingers, it's hard to bowl leg spin. So I think at this time of the morning, the conditions aren't really suiting him. It's probably a slippery ball with the dew factor. So that really just shows how versatile team like this are. And it reminds me of something like in Austria in the ECC, Arsene Yusuf was taking a bunch of wickets. But, you know, sometimes teams matched up well against spinners and you wouldn't bowl. This is a short ball, which is hit back down the wicket. Numan Ali is back into the side for Ravel Sporting this morning. Yeah, so, I mean, here obviously is the captain. He could bowl if he wanted. It's not a case that he he's unavailable. But I just think the pace has been working, the kind of medium pace, and so you stick with what's working until there's a reason to change. In the air, this will be gone as well, and Unat Patel's going to have to go. I talked about worst case scenario 50s. I'm a little bit worried about this innings because right now Raval Sporting, it's a procession of batters. It's 34 for 6 now in the 7th over.
Paramveer picked up his second, not a good shot, not using his feet. Unat Patel, and you can see what the intent was. The intent was good. The execution, not so good. And Raval, they are in all sorts of problems here now. And we're going to start to see, well, players come out that we haven't seen too much of. But maybe in there somewhere is somebody that can get something going for them. I mean, just having a look at, you got Rizwan maybe somebody like Gopi come out there and just hit a few. But you're absolutely right that they need something. And at the moment, the way things are going here, well, you can't see them getting to the 60.
Yeah. Even readjusting my best case scenarios now, to be honest. Look, it's one of those games where just nothing works and they can happen. But yeah, it's a frustrating one for Raval Sporting, who are really hoping to perform well and maybe put some pressure on the team above them. But Grathia, the ECL representatives, and they're showing it. This one gets him right in the breadbasket.
Yes.
Rizwan's out there now, and he knows about it.
Jacket or no jacket, first thing in the morning when it's chilly like there's a lot of dew and dampness around, that one's going to hurt. So he's worn that one upstairs right into the body.
You ever seen like rugby players before the game in the huddle? They'll all give themselves a little bit of like punches, like little, this is that equivalent. So, all right, I'm ready. That's a cider. Similar kind of ball this time. Rizwan will get off the mark. It's also the end of the 7th over. And Raval still at 5 and over pace. So a tough morning so far, turning out to be a good toss to win for Grathia to send in the Raval Sporting side. Let's have a look at the Crickathon question of the week. In fact, it's the last question of the week this year. And it's to do with setting your field. How will you use data for analysing the field setup and drive changes during the match? If you are interested in data engineering, computer software engineering, those kinds of things, sports science, you can go to crickathon.com. The most creative answers in the frame for interviews and internships with HCL Software, company that employs over 280,000 people around the world. Here's Kuldeep, who is starting over number 8. Yeah, so it doesn't matter where you're watching from. You can get involved in the Crickathon because I know they've got employees that live and work all around the world. We've met quite a few of them on our adventures this year, and they're big supporters of the ECC. And we certainly hope to foster that partnership in 2023 and beyond. Anyway, Kuldeep's back. He's the Yorker machine at the moment. This one turns into a low full toss, but again, that's the thing. That full toss that's low is probably a harder put away than a ball that bounces a metre before the bat that you can drive through and drive up. So, yeah, these two, they're trying hard, but really not kind of recognised bats at the crease. We'll see here, this is pretty close to knocking out the stump. That's the little cutter, little fast off spinner from Kuldeep.
Yeah, it's a grunted, slower cutter from Kuldeep Lal. He bowls it very well. And you said it when he was bowling his first over. This is more like the Kuldeep Lal that we're used to seeing. And you're absolutely right. This is Kuldeep at his best. He's got his variations right. He's got his length right. And he's just making it very difficult for the batters to get any runs. Just 6 runs, 1 wicket. Get a feeling another wicket's coming here.
Not a bad shot, actually. Simran's there, guarding the boundary. Hey, I just noticed, I mean, we talked about the kind of blonde craze. Here, Mahe, what's happened to his hair? There he is on the camera. It was kind of orangey, copper top. Now he's got the... He looks like Roxette. You remember that?
He looks like Bart Simpson to me. Forget about Roxette.
This is going to be a potential run out. It's missed, would have been out by a mile. All right, don't worry about that. Go back to Hira. Have a look at the style of Hira.
Well, he was the one who got cooked. His head got cooked by that man there doing the bowling, Kuldeep Lal.
Yeah, he's the only one that hasn't done it because he was the one dishing it out.
Kuldeep Lal's the hairdresser, and he did some of the boys' heads. And, well, the captain, Hira Mahe, was left sat with the foil on his head, and he started steaming because he burnt his head. So he was rustic. Well, rustic has gone to, well, I suppose you could call him golden now, like the likes of Yadav and also Simranjit. Simranjit has gone a bit grey, actually.
Yeah.
So
here is one's fresh.
Whatever product Cool Dip is using, well, it's probably, you know, when you get those samples come through to trial, well, he's trialed them. Well, Cool Dip, don't use them again. So,
8 overs down 39 for 6. Terrible innings, really. The best overs 8. And there's that maiden in there. There's 2 run over in there. It ain't really what Rebel Sporting were hoping for. The beauty of this game, though, is things can change pretty quickly. Yeah. Maya was just saying last year Cool Deep was a blondie, wasn't he? And yeah, true, but he's been dishing it out. Paramveer bowls the 9th. Starts with a pitched up ball. Again, the other thing to consider, and this is one reason I think that teams do like to bowl first if there's a bit of dew. I think, okay, yeah, bowling with a wet ball is not fun, but trying to hit it isn't fun either because it's definitely heavier and it's harder to hit further.
Correct.
You see shots like that, they just don't come off the bat as much. It's just, yeah, it just doesn't travel as far. This will travel though, because this is over at the leg side. It's what they need. Maximo! Well, Rizwan, he came out, he was hit, and now he's doing the hitting, and a badly needed 6 runs for Ravel Sporting.
yeah, good shot. I mean, it's what we were saying earlier, there were loose deliveries early on that weren't capitalised on. Well, this one was loose, and he did capitalise on it, hits it for 6, and that's what they weren't able to do early on, the batters at the tall order. But good shot from Rizwan. Certainly will give them, well, a little bit of enthusiasm as they look to get at least past the 50 here.
Yeah, nice to see a bit of fight. Again, bangs it in and hit away. He's a different kind of bowler, Paramveer. He's more one that'll bang it into the pitch and force you to probably either play a flat bat shot or try and pull. So you look at how Kuldeep's bowling. Kuldeep's pretty much trying to hit the block hole. You know what he's trying to do. You still got to hit it. Yeah. Paramveer's one that he will kind of bowl the ball into the surface and hope that you misjudge the bounce. He's not pitching too many up. Exhibit 8, this one. And Simran comes around, takes the catch. Well, it works perfectly. And once again, Simran with a little kiss to the fans. And he's got a few of them out there. Another Goldilocks and another good moment. Hey, Paramveer's bowled well. It gets different strategy, but it's working. We know the ball's a bit heavier this morning with the dew. It's harder to hit further. That one doesn't go out of the ground. It goes straight into the safe hands of Simran. And look, are they brothers there? Hira and Simran?
Well, it's a good catch. And I'm loving this from Simranjit. I mean, we've seen this from him in Italy. He's a lovely guy, he really is. Takes a great catch, and he knows that the camera is, and he's sending us a little bit of love as well. And look, here we go.
Right.
Where's the banner? Put the banner up. We want a boundary.
So, yeah, this is Gaurang Mayavanshi. He's coming out at number 9. And what we realised is he's now played, I think, 45 matches, and he's never hit a boundary. He's never hit a boundary, Gaurang. He's got, I'm going to say 11 career runs now, because I think he got 1 and got run out yesterday. Yeah, he's got 61 wickets, but he has 0 boundaries. So come on, I'm all about Gaurang here.
You know he's going to swing wildly the first ball,
Well,
which
maybe.
he's got to really. I mean, look at this. What's there? 8 balls to go in the innings.
I don't think he will swing wildly the first ball. He's got 8 balls to go.
I want him to swing wildly, get an edge, because this might be a short one. Swing wildly, get an edge. Nobody behind on the fine leg boundary.
Never seen him bat for this long, to be honest, potentially.
Go for it, swing.
He's not a bad bat, by the way. It's just he's not really an out-and-out hitter. I mean, he's got a decent technique. I've seen him batting in the nets.
He's not a bad bat because he's never batted long enough to be a bad bat. We've never
He's
seen him bat.
not like a useless tail ender. I just think in this form of the game, there's better hitting options. But yeah, my campaign, I started 2 days ago, hashtag get Gaurang a boundary after 2 years. So he's not on strike right now. Rizwan has hit a boundary. And he wants another one. This is a miss hit, and it's a fortunate one because it won't even reach to Simran. Doesn't know where it is. Gaurang takes it on, and they end up going to the keeper, but the keeper's backing up the throw. So
They could still run.
They're going to get a 3 here. That's really good running. Well, the pressure of the 2 brings a 3rd. And that was one of those cases where the keeper actually backed up the bowler.
Where was he going, the keeper? John?
I can tell you what he was doing.
I mean, he doesn't stay behind the stumps where Simi throws.
No, but he assumes Simi's going to throw to the bowler. So you see, he goes, okay, I'm going to back up the bowler. And then he realises late, uh-oh.
He does a bit of the Ali shuffle there.
Yeah.
Well, Johan doing the Ali shuffle. That is the end of the over as well. So where they get to? They get the 50 with that 3, so that's good. 51 for 7.
Well, Marnus is a fan. He thinks it's time to rename the Gracia team the Gracia Rock Set Tribute Act. Yeah, I think that's pretty spot on with my comparison. Anyway, they get 3, which means Rizwan's on strike. This is one that won't really go too far.
Here we go. Boundary alert. Come on, the little maestro. Give it some welly. We want to see a boundary.
61 wickets on ECN, 0 boundaries. Now's the time. Does he get funky? Maybe. I mean, there haven't been too many boundaries in this innings. That's the cold, hard truth.
Must have been 2 6s.
Yeah.
And what, maybe?
2 6s and 2 4s.
2 4s, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look, he gets funky. He misses out on it. I don't think there's any bad on this. Well, he tries to do the old scoop. This is it. Let's see what the umpire signals say. I'm sure that's just going to be bias, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the thinking. The keeper was unsighted, so that's what he's saying. I didn't see it. The bowler's saying, well, I saw it go past you. But, yeah. Korang has also played for Gracia in the past. So obviously, yeah, I know him pretty well. Goes for it, Rizwan. Simran's going to clean this one up again. Make that 3. They say things happen in 3s. And, well, he's got the look to reference an old rock set song. And Simran, once again, he's solid as a rock there. And then Hira comes out to give him a little low-key 5. And I'm going to talk my best case scenario, worst case scenario is at the 6 over mark. And I think this is kind of down the bottom end, isn't it? As Raval Sporting losing 8th wicket. Rizwan goes. He hit one out of the middle, but unfortunately couldn't get that one out of the ground. 53 for 8.
Yeah, no hay dos sin tres. And Simranjit Singh, well, like he did the last time we saw him, picking up 3 catches. These ones, a little bit more straightforward, but still, I'll tell you something, you know what? It's not easy catching out there this morning. It is wet, it is cold, the ball is slippery, but Simranjit makes no mistakes. And a wicket for Vinod Kumar. He gets in the act as well. He'll be looking to pick up 1 or 2 more, I think, in this one. Go short, not the ball I would have bowled. Gives the opportunity for the batter to get a boundary, a welcome boundary.
Yeah, Gopi Warak comes out and gets a boundary first ball. So maybe they will get that 60. We'll have to see. He has dug in. Yeah, probably not the ball I would have bowled to the new batter. I would have gone full and straight, but yeah, Kumar finds out the hard way. Nice shot by Warak. Coming out number 10. Paul Gorang at the other end. Well, my campaign was get him a boundary. He just has to watch one. 2 to come in the innings. Down the leg side, it'll be wide. And Gorang's going to get run out. And so, bit unlucky for little maestro. I think they look at each other with 2 to come, and they think, all right, we know somebody's going to be out. And Gorang said, well, you've hit a boundary. I've never hit a boundary, so I'll try and head back. He doesn't quite get there. So it will be the 9th wicket. Yeah, that's an issue as well, because it means if they lose a wicket now, it's all over. It's 58 for 9, including the wide.
Yeah, Raval, their record is just the 1 defeat so far, and that was to the LA Young Stars. And we knew that meant that if they could continue winning, that when they come up against the Catalonia Tigers, well, they had the opportunity maybe, if they could pick up 2 victories, it's going to be their last matches, that they could finish top. And now, well, the way this is going, and looking at the batting Gracia got, I mean, but I'm not going to write them off, though, because you know what they're like. They are the team that can defend anything.
They might try to. I wouldn't, though, because otherwise you'll be all out if you get run out. Look, yeah, the thing is as well, there's every chance these 2 teams could meet each other in that 2 versus 3 match, which is on Saturday, and there's a lot that can still happen. But there's a very good chance these teams will meet each other on playoff day. So I think they both want to send a signal right now. It's Gracia sending that signal. Last ball, swung and missed at. And so Ranveer can't advance the score. Raval Sporting, after being sent in match number 105, they've only managed 59 runs, an easy target, you'd think, of 60 for Gracia. Yeah, Raval just couldn't get it going, but give credit where it's due. I think the bowling, particularly the fielding early on in difficult conditions, set the tone for Gracia.
Yeah, well, it was a question of 3s, wasn't it? 3 for Trilochan, he was superb. 3 also for Paramveer, he was superb. And 3 also for Simranjit Singh with the catching. And Gracia, well, they just showed just what a force they are and what form they're in at the moment. Raval just couldn't get anything going. That one went for 6, but this one, the very next ball, was a catch. Karen Dada was the first to go.
And he wouldn't be the last, unfortunately. You saw Trilochan absolutely on fire. It was a frosty morning, but he was heating up the ground. He was on a hat-trick after that one. Manish survived an early scare or two. They needed him to perform. And Kish, after batting for what seemed like an eternity, he just misjudged the first ball from Kuldeep, popped back a simple return catch. Manwani went, and then when the wheels were really off for Ravel Sporting, then there's no real lack of intent throughout these middle and late overs, but Grathia were just ruthless in the field. Again, I don't think I can really remember a drop catch. Well, we saw the rock set look like Hiramahe even cracking a smile, and why not? Because this team were doing really, really well here. Simran again guarding that long on boundary, such a good pickup, even for his fielding alone. He can also contribute with the bat, and even can bowl if necessary. There's got a lot of options. That one he didn't know too much about. And one man that avoided the blonde dye job, Vinod Kumar, went out there and bowled the 10th over. Yeah, love hearts and all fuzzy stuff. Gorang, well, the hashtag Get Gorang a Boundary campaign continues to be fruitless. He got run out and sacrificed himself, and it was really to no avail as Ravel Sporting only managed 59. Well, what I will say is that if they do defend this, it'll be a new record because the previous best defence is 60. You can see there that Rizwan, he got hit in the guts first ball, but ended up top scoring with 14 off 11. Apart from that, Dutta made 13. But apart from that, all single digits, and a real miserly innings as well. Just the one wide in 10 overs and 2 byes for a total of 3 extras. So the avoidable is looking pretty good for Gracia as well. 3 for 7, including a maiden. Trillichan was outstanding early on, but really all the bowlers did a job. Also going to say Kuldeep executed his skills very well. Paramveer with 3 wickets, slightly different approach, but having a look at that, all the bowlers very economical. Some in incredible form this morning in their ability to keep the score down. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes. When we do, we'll watch Grathia coming out to hit 60 runs to gain some ground on Ravel Sporting. Until then, hope you're having a great day so far. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the ECN. I'll be back with Rico Full just after the break. We'll see you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hola, muy buenos días y bienvenido de FanCode European Cricket Series aquí in Barcelona, Montjuic. Hello and welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Barcelona at this magnificent Montjuic Olympic Stadium. Well, it's the baseball Olympic ground, all part of the Olympic setup here. And you can see quite often we see that the Olympic Stadium in the background, and also the iconic Telefonica Tower. Well, it's built an Olympic performance from Gracia in the field. He restricted a very good and strong Raval Sporting side to just 59 to 60 required for victory. And it will be Vibha Yadav and Kuldeep Lal, the openers. Yadav will be facing the first delivery. And, well, these two being paired back together. So let's see how that works. I mean, one of these two have been opening up with the likes of Hero Mahey, but not this time. Well, this short delivery work to be done by the fielder. Goes for the foot and manages just to stop it. That's Chayat Patel. So doing all the work out there. And 2 runs straight away from Yadav. Well, Yadav, we know he's got a fancy hairstyle, courtesy of Kuldeep Lal, who's batting with, but he's got some fancy shoes as well. Quite dashing. With those pumps on his feet. Bit of orange and yellow going on there. Well, gives the bowler a target, I suppose. Manwani. This time goes outside the off. Got ball. Got a slip in place. I'm liking the field here from Ishan Patel, the captain. I think he knows that there's only one way to win this match, and that's to get wickets and get them quickly. So an attacking field's been set. You can see even the players out on the offside are sort of a few metres in from the circle. So it's all about trying to take the chances if they come. And well, that one's pretty close. Keeper, Mr. Patel, having to dive forward to take this one, so this maybe just dies on him a little. You see there, it's a good take. May want to just take a step further up. Manwani wants to get a breakthrough here, wants to get the wicket. With the bat, runs have dried up for him. Can he perform with the ball? Firmly hit and too well hit. And that's the risk, I suppose, you take when people are in close. Mr. Maximo chases after that one. Good boy, Maxi, good boy. Have a treat. Yeah, well hit. And just wide off the fielder this time. That was Unat Kumar Patel. But well struck, positive. And this is what I think Raval were lacking. They just didn't have the positive feel about the batting. Nice shot in the air. Okay, he gets lucky. That was absolutely thumped. A great effort from the fielder. And yeah, it's going to sting a bit. That's Karan Datta. Hits it on the up and hits through the ball. And you see, I mean, all right, he does give a chance, but if you're positive, if you bat assertively, okay, you get the odd break or so, but you don't get yourself in a rut. And I think that's where Ravel's batting is at the moment. Half a chance, gets put down. Yadav. Lal strokes this in the offside. Well stopped by the man at point. And that will also be the end of the over. So not a bad one. Keeps the score to just 7. But, once again, 7 would be enough. You can see that they need basically a run a ball and get them to victory. I don't think Gracia are looking to take it that deep. I'm going to have a look at some of the lowest totals defended. And well, 50 would be the top, would take the top spot at the moment. It's held by the Prague Tigers. And well, a little bit of wildlife action for you as well. We do give you a bit of everything. And well, that little pigeon is deciding to sit in the sunshine and give itself a little bath. And a little bit of grooming going on there. Fine time to welcome back into our cube, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Thanks very much. Great to be back. And so, yeah, Gracia, just one boundary that first over. That's enough to get them ahead of where they need to be. Yeah, no one's ever defended a score in the 50s. I reckon on another day, Ravel's put in a time to team that could do it with their bowling. But yeah, I just don't think it'll be this time, as this is short as down the leg side. It gets whacked for 4. That was not a great start for Ranveer. And Yadav, well, he looks in the mood to finish this quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to defend it if you're going to bowl there, not to these attacking batters. That's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side, been smashed away. And we're probably not going to stop the golden ball count going up either. It stands to 41 at the moment. So the young Ranveer seeing on to bowl, but just got to get his line right. Better delivery, but a good shot. It gets through the gap, and this one will go all the way to the boundary. A nice shot. So we know that Yadav is a very good, competent batter. He's very quick to latch onto the short ball and pump it away. And this time, well, he just places that beautifully out on the offside. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, putting on a show here. I think when it comes down to it, I think these are their openers here. I think they've mucked around a little bit. They've tried a few different things. But for me, I think you go these 2 and Mahe at 3, based on everything we've seen. And we are getting into the business end here now. You've got to realise that. And just ask some teams that, you know, had some good moments during the series, like Pac O'Care and like Pac Moncada. Where are they now? They're out of the tournament. And so this is now, I think, where you've had it, 10 games already. You're looking at the weekend and saying, right, this is our plan. Everyone's had a bit of a go. And yeah, for me, it'll be these 2 and then Mahe at 3. And you've got obviously plenty of options after that. Probably, you've got Vinod Kumar there. You've got Simran there. You've got even players like Rathod, I think is pretty useful with the bat. But yeah, I think getting that top 3 right is probably the most important part, because if everything goes to plan, they're the 2 or 3 that you want to get through the whole innings. Yeah. I mean, you should plan for perfection first, and have some kind of backup plans if it doesn't go that way. Oh, this one goes straight through Kuldeep. He almost gets knocked over for a duck.
He's so unlucky, the bowler here, Singh. I mean, this one, if it holds its line, it's hitting the stumps. But it moves, it swings in, it swings into the right-hander, swings away and misses the stump. So close. Yeah. So close indeed.
Super close. Kuldeep can deal with a swinging ball there. Yeah. Actually, the seam, I think, takes it back past the stumps. Now it gets completely wrong. It's a free hit. So when you 0 off, well, this is what I don't like about the no ball off pitch rule as well. So Kuldeep, that counts as a dot ball for him. There's no way he could reach that. But anyway, what he will like is the next ball coming up is a free hit.
Yeah, what happens, I mean, he tries to do something different here.
Was this
Ranveer Singh, and you can see it comes out all wrong because he was then looking at his finger.
Was that a no ball for off the pitch? Maybe it was, but I think he might have knocked the stumps over when he that's why it went that way. I think he actually knocks the bails off, because I saw the umpire fixing up the stumps.
Well, there you go. That's why he was looking at his finger.
Yeah, and free hit. Thank you very much. I'll take it. Kuldeep goes large, Maximo. That's how you get off the mark. And after 2 overs, Gracia 23 without loss.
Yeah, boom, shaka, lagya, shaba, shaba. And Kulit Lal gets his first scoring runs. And he comes in forms of a Maximo. This is the way the tables look. So look, doing the double over Ravel won't topple him, but it puts them right behind him, doesn't it?
The thing is, Gracia, they're not going to get to first. So they are just all about consolidating in that second or third. Of course, second would be better if they could do that, in case rain intervenes, and there could be a bit of rain around potentially. But yeah, the 2 versus 3 was the new 1 versus 2 really on Saturday, because 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the 4 teams playing off. So the top 2 ranked teams get the double chance. So that's what it's all about. Going to try Ishan Patel. And the thing is, yeah, Ravel Sporting, they've got the spin to choke in the middle of an innings, but in this case, it's really negligible pressure on Gracia. Here's Ishan, good bowler. This is where you're almost playing for the next game, you know, where these 2 teams will meet again. I'm sure that Ravel Sporting, they'll be planning to put on a much better performance. But you know, if you can get in the batter's head here, if you get Yadav, for example, then he won't be comfortable facing you again. You see, Ishan, what I really like about him, he's a spinner that actually spins the ball. He's not just up there bowling darts. He's genuinely trying to rip that ball out of the fingers, and he does get a lot of purchase. You see, when it bounces, it deviates left to right quite significantly.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Yadav will use his feet to come out to this one if it's tossed up. It's a quicker one. Kicks it away. They'll take the single. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, though, also, you know, when you look at Raval, if you, out of all the teams, they're the one team that you can watch and you know exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah,
you know exactly what. So you know that normally you're going to get these 4 overs of spin. So you could get yourself technically or tactically set for it. And I think these 2 guys will know it. I mean, I saw when Yadav was on strike, Kulip was talking to him and saying, hey, look, it's almost like, hey, we talked about this. You know what you should be doing. Yeah,
true. And the thing is, I get you can use your feet to the off spinner, because if you miss it, you've got your pads as a kind of second line of defence. But he is spinning it a lot. So, yeah, if you don't get to the pitch of it, it can be a bit awkward to judge. And he does it this time, and he absolutely bangs it. That's a really pure straight hit from Yadav. Maximo. Well, you said he'd go walkabout. He did, and he gets this one right out of the screws.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, these 2 batters, we know, look, if you're a slogger, if you don't use your feet, you're going to be in trouble with the spin. And whether it's Ishan or whether it's Gurung. But if you use your feet, well, you're going to get to the pitch of that and bang it straight over the top. Because also, don't forget, he's bowling in the power play. It's over number 3, only 2 men back.
Could have had as many outfielders as you like on that one. That was not going to be caught by anyone. And then the quicker one's blocked out. Look, despite the 6, Patel only goes for 8 in the over, so not the worst. Good battle. Maybe we'll see those 2 tussling later on today as well. But at the end of this power play, Gracia cruising in this chase. They're over the halfway point now. 31 without loss after 3.
Yeah, that's sensible there from Vibhu Yadav as well. He just hit the big 6 down the ground. They know that the rate they need, I mean, now it's gone down to 4 and over. So there's no point hitting a big 6 and then going for the same shot again and getting it wrong and getting out. I mean, you don't achieve anything. You're just letting yourself down. I think he's decided here, both these batters should have decided here, look, you know, we can bat, take our time, defend the good balls, take the singles, hit the bad balls, and still win this match pretty comfortably. That's what they're looking to do. But the little maestro, Yavanshi, he's got different ideas. 18 wickets in this series so far. He's looking to pick up 1 or 2 more. Can he get Ravel back into this match?
He's a wicket-taking machine, 18 in the series, and pretty much right on the money first up. But yeah, the difference is, you know, when you have to attack a bowler and when you can just sit back on him and pick up the runs fairly easily. Right now, you know, I think it's almost about the batters getting some information about what they might have to face a little bit later on.
Yeah.
More National Geographic work. I've got to say, that's been a real feature of this series. It's been a really good spot to see the birds and the dogs, obviously. It's halfway up the mountain. Still waiting for something that's not a bird or a dog, though. I think we had a little dinosaur, actually, earlier, which they were shooting, little toy dinosaur. Yadav looking confident now, isn't he? His footwork's going. It's a confident, you know, back foot punch. So, yeah, when batters are in and their feet are moving, they're rarely just kind of flicking from the crease. They're making definite movements forward or back.
So is that the challenge that you put the spring production to Elvira? Find me something that's not a bird or a dog.
Like a frog or something. Oh, this one doesn't bounce. Good, he thinks it's hilarious. And yeah, again, it's short enough to pull, but I think the line and the lack of bounce made it pretty tough. Probably could hit that over cover and adjust it to the lack of bounce. Similar kind of ball this time. Gould is a bit more circumspect, works the way for one. There's always a battle going on in a game, though, isn't there? And so this result in this one seems beyond doubt, but Kurumaya is certainly a competitor, regardless of the situation.
It's going to be a wide. Yep, you can see Yadav starting to come down and then decides, hang on, nah, I don't need to do anything with this one, leave it alone. So he'll take the wide. But he was looking to come down and just have a look at the field set. So maybe he's looking to sort of go inside out on it. See if he can get it going towards the extra cover. He just whacks this straight in the gap. And then this one does go all the way. The umpire just looking for confirmation from the fielders. And gets the confirmation. It's hit flat back. And just have a look. It's just got to get past that line. And it does comfortably. Yeah.
I do like the little rubber sand pellets scattering when you see the bounce. It reminds me of the French Open about it. You see that exact kind of impact point. Things flying around. This is a good shot as well. And hits with the spin. So, I mean, again, not the worst over from Mayavanchi, but he concedes 11. And after 4, Gracia, 42 without loss.
Yeah, going along very, very easily indeed. And a good shot because Yadav there, he knows the fielder's back. He doesn't try to elevate. He just knows if he hits it hard and flat, it's going to be bouncing before the fielder. And that is Chait Patel. Very competent catcher. Looks like they're going to stay with the spin of Ishan Patel.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6 is where they normally go. Yeah, so, I mean, I know that news from the toss in the next game is that Raval elected to bat first again. So they're not spooked by the fact that they kind of got rolled in that innings, which I like that. If that's your tactics, then you can back yourself to play better. Wonder if we'll see any batting order changes. I think just in general as well, conditions will be better for the batters and the bowlers. I think the heavy ball's hard to hit first up in the morning, but also it's harder to catch. It's slippery conditions for the fielders.
The other thing to take into account is remember the outcome of these matches is technically not important, right? You've already said
I suppose
what's likely to happen.
I suppose that's an animal. Human's an animal.
We've seen humans, though. We've seen the humans walking the dogs. Elvira doesn't count, but we like that shot.
Oh.
That's not a bad shot either, but it should get stopped. But can you see, I mean, I wonder if we got a shot of this ball when it's coming across. It still goes to show the amount of water, the amount of dew that's still on the pitch. I mean, this is, well, there you go.
Okay,
a bit more.
All right.
I like it. Well,
so
he's got some music going on there, I'm sure.
We're now on Jogger Watch.
Yeah, I like it. Well, answer the music. But going back to what I'm saying, the reason I think Raval done the right thing, bat first, because if that's your issue, the only way you're going to iron it out is to do more of it. And that's basically what I think Ishan Patel is saying. Say, hey guys, we're coming up to crunch matches on Saturday. We're not batting well, so every opportunity that I get to put us in so we can bat, we do it. And if you're batting first, you bat without pressure.
That's their plan A as well, is to defend scores. So, I mean, the first step to that is making scores. So, he's just got to draw a line under this one and start again. This is a quicker full toss. Kuldeep not really getting out of second gear here, but doesn't need to. Moves into double figures. Yadav's been the real aggressor so far. He's got the cowboy hat on. And he's not afraid to giddy up so far as he's made his way to 32 off 17. So sticking with the spin. Again, I like this battle. Ishan Patel versus Viboy Yadav played together in the Gracia team earlier in the year. And Patel will field this one. Yeah, they played together in the Kartama ECT 10, which was on the weekend during ECC, and they were the winning team, weren't they?
They were. Ishan in that side actually was the top wicket taker, 22 wickets.
Yeah, so Yadav would have had a good look at him from another perspective. I think he's going after this one. All right, he's happy to just play the ball on its merits. I guess that's smart batting. Move up to 45 now. I want to say hello to Julian Dawson, to Wayne, to Eason in the chat as well. I see a few crowns in there. Again, something that we probably be a bit more of a focus on next year, but you will still get the benefit of your crown changing colour. Ultimately, it'll end up gold if you stay with us long enough. Anyway, last ball of the 5th, and Patel certainly doesn't disgrace himself. He ends up only conceding 12. Half of those are in one shot. And at the halfway point, or the halfway point of the allotted overs at least, it's 46 without loss. And just a reminder that there's more cricket coming up, and these two teams will get a crack at each other again. Ravel Sporting and Gracia going head-to-head in match 106. Ravel Sporting, like we're saying, they've decided to bat first. And, yeah, I mean, yeah, new game. And we were talking the other day a little bit about one of the ideas someone floated was, what if you did it like a test match if you had 2 innings? I think this game kind of shows why it's not a great idea, because I like the fact that, you know what?
Start again.
Yep. Yeah. Gracia have outplayed Raval, but Raval have the right to reply in match number 106. It's starting around about 45 minutes time. It looks like we're heading for a bit of an early finish here, but again, a bit of pride at stake here. So obviously, you know, neither of these guys want to get out to Patel or Mayavanshi. So let's see if they can finish it this over. My guess is Gorang might just keep the game alive a bit longer. Well, this would have been out actually. Slight misjudgment from Guldeep, and that mustn't have missed by much.
Yeah, you could hear from around the ground. Marta there. Have a go. Hit him. Well, they try it, but they don't. I think it would have been interesting. Would have been a photo finish. I think Guldeep may have just made it. He is pretty quick.
I think he was out. But doesn't matter now. Hello to Ian Johns as well. Hopefully you're well this morning. Punched away. But yeah, at Gorang I like this. We always talk about the battle between bat versus ball, even in a game where the result's known. But like I say, these players feeling each other out in this innings. Yeah, Love goes back, doesn't really time it, but he will get a single. Yeah, so these two teams, I'm going to give you a scenario. Obviously, they're playing today. What's today? Wednesday. They're playing in the second game today. Let's say they finish second and third. Well, they might play a third time on Saturday if they finish 2 and 3. And then they might play a fourth time on Saturday as well if they meet again in the qualifying final as the top 2 teams in Group B, that, apart from the top team that on the ladder, which would be Catalunya Tigers. So, I mean, potentially they could meet 4 times this week in the space of about 4 days. So, you know, these guys, that's why I think here, there's no cowboy stuff really from these two. They're really trying to get a sense of these bowlers. This will just be 1, and so Gorang with a good over there. I think only 3 off that one, if I'm not mistaken. The score at the end of 6 is 49 without loss. So just 11 to win now as we head into the 7th over.
Yeah, so the spinners been deployed and dealt with pretty well, so they weren't able to get the breakthrough. Just have a look at the bowling things there. Yeah, I mean, look, all very respectable. You can't really, only Ranveer was a little bit expensive. Be interesting what they go with here. Looks like it's going to be Numan Ali. You've got a choice, I think, Numan Ali. One guy that I don't think Ishan Patel has gone to too many times has been Gopi. And Gopi Warwick, I think he's bowled really well when he's been called upon, but they sort of seem to be holding him back, like when they need him, like to come in and bowl a really good 9th over or something. But he's somebody that's been, for me, underutilised.
And Ali coming in now then. Yeah, but you're probably right there. I don't know whether he's carrying a slight injury or something like that. I mean, like Gracia, they'll have a lot of options they can use. Ali's one of those. I liked the emergence of a couple of players we hadn't seen too much of, like Numan and Lane Aberdeen as well for Ravel Sporting. Here's Gorang. We'll horn this in, but just a single. So 50 comes up, and yeah, we thought it might be over really quickly. It looks like it'll be over quite quickly, but yeah, Gracia haven't lost a wicket yet. I would have thought, probably makes sense to put these two out there. They have tinkered with the batting a bit. I still wish I'd seen a bit more of Simran in the top 3. This is just flicked away, and it's a very good catch by Gaurav Mayavanshi. Little maestro with the consolation wicket. The 50 partnership came up, but Yadav goes the next ball, just kind of drop kicks that one away. And Gaurang's had some interesting moments in that position. He's looking pretty much straight into the sun, but he takes an excellent diving catch coming forward. Yeah,
that's nice and good also for, I think, Numan Ali. He's somebody, he's a workhorse, isn't he? He's always trying something for his side. And Gaurang, well, he had a few issues with the catching the other day, and picked up a slight injury as well, but that's a very good catch. He's got a lot of ground to make up and takes it nicely. And as we know, The ball is still a bit wet. There's still a fair bit of dew on this surface. The sun is making its way up and will start to burn it away pretty quickly. But for the moment, it's still quite wet. So that is a very good catch. And I like the way that he takes it and cushions the ball from hitting the deck too hard, or his arms, I should say. So it does a little bit of rock and roll as well. Does a little maestro. But a good innings from Vibayadov, 34 of 22. And it will be Vinod Kumar that comes out to join Kuldeep Lal. So Hiro Mahey just keeping himself back at the moment.
Yeah.
Think about the single and decide against it.
Unnecessary foot fielding from Karan Datta. Yeah, so this is where the rubber hits the road. Raval Sporting, they've impressed us throughout this series, particularly in the early stages. But now we're at the business end, and they need to make sure that this is a blip, not a trend, this game against Grathia. Slow ball, pretty good one from Numa.
Oh, this is a wild throw.
Nothing to lose, so I'm just going to give it a proper throw. Again, with those, actually, you're better off throwing it hard than soft, because the backup fielder is normally coming in from the boundary. So you actually want it to get to them quicker.
Yeah.
So it prevents any chance of an overthrow. But yeah, this game kind of meandering it to a conclusion. Certainly making the most of the camera time out there, Grathia. I thought maybe we would have had a bit more urgency, but I guess they've earned the right. This will be one to Kuldeep. He's just playing a bit of an anchor role here, and it takes us to the end of the 7th over. The score's 52 for 1. Don't forget that Grathia are one of 2 teams in Spain. Of course, Spain's the only team with 2 teams in the ECL, which is coming up on the 27th of February. So haven't worked out exactly how many weeks away this is, but I think it's about maybe 12 weeks away. I'm going to have a guess, maybe less. So they're in Group E. They'll be meeting up with Roma CC, the champions of the Italian summer, United from Romania, as well as Zagreb Sokol, who made the final in Croatia in the ECS this year, and Star CC, who we haven't seen except for in the last ECL, where they didn't win a game, but they won the eliminator to go ahead in the tournament. And they won that in a golden ball against Helsinki Titans. Well, there we go. It's a day where dogs are wearing sweaters. That says it all. This one clunks into the pad of Kuldeep. Can we get that dog sweater again?
Yeah, forget the catwalk. This is the dog walk.
Yeah, I'm liking it.
Yeah, I'm liking it. A bit of fashion. Yeah, it is a bit nippy. So, yeah, fair dues. He's decided he'll put the jacket on this morning when he goes out for his walk.
All I need, I mean, it's pity dogs don't have kind of the dexterity to like hold a little espresso or something in the morning, because that's what I'm thinking. You got a nice little sleeveless sweater number, rocking up to a cafe. Here's Rizwan. This is chopped into the ground. Again, no run. Well, closer than I thought it would have got. 7 off 16. I mean, hard to believe you could get close even from here. Probably need a maiden. I guess Rizwan's third of the way there. Rizwan top scored for Raval Sporting in the first innings. It's great for him, but it's probably a bit concerning considering who they got batting above him. Don't know if this clicks the pad or not. Umpire doesn't signal, he says. Must have flicked the pad. Don't know if that's news to Vinod Kumar or not. So, yeah, must have taken a little something on the way through. That one has to be a wide. Now, I was hoping we'd get a slightly extended coffee break here, Rico. It's been pretty painstaking. But credit to Raval Sporting, though. They haven't dropped their standards at all. They haven't given it up. I think they realise that this might be the first of many tussles with Grathia, so they don't want to kind of drop their guard.
No, not at all. But what it does underline, so you see this one, it's been hit fairly firmly, but once again, Ishan Patel will keep it just to a single. But what it does underline is that, once again, Raval, if they can, and this is what the captain would be saying to his side, because they, as he said, they are going to have another bat first. If they can get to a 90-plus score, well, teams will struggle because in general, they never seem to bowl badly. Even here,
yeah,
with no Gracia, with no pressure at all, just haven't been able to to get going. And all right, I suppose if they needed to go bigger, could they have done?
They
maybe.
could have, but that comes with risks, right? They could lose wickets. And imagine if this is Gracia batting first. Okay, they're off to a flyer now. Okay, maybe they wouldn't have been this conservative, but you've brought it back. It would force big shots, probably force wickets. Maybe you're chasing something double digits, and then you just have to bat well. As it is, that's a pretty good over from Rizwan. He only concedes 3. Yeah. And we go into a 9th over now. It's 56 for 1. 4 runs required off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, the over from Newman, who probably will bowl this one, only 3 runs came off that one. The over before from Gurang, only 3 runs from that. Ishan's over, only 4 runs from it. So you can see just how they can make them do it. I mean, just have a look at that Manhattan. I mean, they only barely got anything on that. And it's credit to Raval. I mean, they're up against it. I mean, nowhere near enough runs on the board. And when the target is 60, you're going to be up against it. But to take a team like Gracia this deep, it just goes to show that, well, another 30 runs on the board, it could have been a different outcome altogether.
Definitely. Yeah, those little buildings in the Manhattan there. I mean, if they were speed humps, I wouldn't be slowing down my vehicle too much. Be pretty confident to get over them. There we go. Is that a different dog jumper as well? Wow. One, yeah. Now we're a fashion channel. We're not just a nature channel. We're now showing the best dog sweaters in Barcelona. Well, will this be it? Maybe. Well, Gorang, probably the one time I'd like him to miss field, but he ends up stopping that. Does well with the spin. Just 3 to win now.
Yeah, good one-hand pickup. I mean, he's not tall, is he? So I was wondering if he was going to get done by the bounce, but he does really well. The one-hand pluck gets the throw in.
I knew that was going to spin funny, and it did, but he reacted well to it. Wide. I mean, 2 to win now. Yeah, so they can take a lot of positives out of this innings. I mean, if you look at this innings in isolation, Raval Sporting have matched it or even. They're probably on the balance now. They've had the better of the second half of this game. But, yeah, it's all to do with the batting. And they will be batting first in the rematch. Big swing here. So, 2 off 9 now.
2 off 9. Look, I want a big shout out to it's the national holiday in India. It's Flag Day of India. A day when the real-life superheroes of the armed forces are honoured on this day. So, yeah, and I know that it's something that's very important, very close to the heart of a lot of Indians. So, yeah, have a happy Flag Day. I hope you're having a happy Flag Day. Let's put it that way, because they're ahead of us in the time. And this will be, well, the end of this one. It's all done. It's all dusted.
Is it?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think it is.
What they're shaking hands on here? I think it's
level,
level, right?
I think it's a pre-shake.
It's a pre-shake. Well, scores are tied, so they're shaking hands and saying, well, hang on, it's not done yet, so come on, let's get back to it. Well, there you go. They were shaking hands for a moment.
This game's alive.
So, hey, Newman, it's not done yet. Here's the ball.
8 dot balls for a golden ball. Yes, I'd like to echo those sentiments to all of our Indian viewers. Happy Flag Day. All right, any score wins it now. Cool deep. Says time to put you to sleep, guys. Or does he? Wow, Gorang takes the catch, and I don't know how he sees this. Well, not often you say good game, shake hands, and then walk off alone. But that's exactly what Kuldeep's going to have to do here. He ends up going for 17. And again, that is the ultimate consolation. We get 59 for 2. There is a ball left in the 9th. But, well, I've got to say, Mayavanchi bowled well. He's fielded well, taking a couple of excellent catches.
This is a very good catch, you know, because it comes to him pretty quickly. And it's difficult because, as we know, at this time of day, the sun starts to come out. Well, I don't know. Well, Kuldeep, I don't know what he's saying here. I don't know if he's talking to himself or somebody. Well, he's talking to Simi. I'm not so. He doesn't seem to be a happy chappy. Well,
this is where I think cricket would be better if the batter going out walked off one side and the new guy comes off the other side. Because I'm like, hey, man, I'm just trying to come out and score 1 run. What are you doing to my ears here? Anyway,
well,
look, I tell you what, get a bat. That's a positive.
Newman Ali is probably glad now that he got another ball. He was giving the ball away. He thought it was all done. Yeah. He wasn't. Scores were tied. Another wicket goes. He gets his second 2 for 6. A ball to go in this one. Let's just hope he gets in the right spot and doesn't finish it with an extra.
Yeah, that's the thing. Anyway, Simran probably gets one chance to try and be the guy that hits the winning run. Here we go. 59-59. Oh, that could be gone, you know. Oh, my word.
Well,
that's so close.
This is really close. I mean, look at the reaction from the batter. That tells you. Watch when this hits and look where the batter's looking, straight at the umpire. He knows he's in trouble.
It does seem back, but for me, live I thought it was out. And I gotta say, I still think that's out. I don't see that missing. It's probably, maybe it's an umpire's call. It does seem back a lot. Okay, maybe not the whole ball hitting the leg stump. I just don't see it missing. But Simran gets lucky. As it is, probably the dot ball's more important. So, hey, we're going to the 10th over here.
10th over. Can you believe?
How do you say that, LBW?
Out.
Yeah.
Out. I think this is where sometimes a lot of people think, well, is it going to hit the middle stump? Forget the middle stump. It's just got to hit the stump. And I think I can see why the umpire doesn't give it, but I think it may have just shaved the stump on the way through. But this will be the match, and they do it. And it will be Vinod Kumar that hits the winning run. So they do it with 5 balls to go. Look, come and be honest, people out there. How many of you thought it was going to go to the last? But what that does show, once again, it highlights how good Raval are with the ball and how good they are at defending. That was the reason why they had such a good campaign last year when they won those 9 matches on the spin. It was all to do with how well they defended. Once again, defended really well, but that's why I think 30 more runs, Vinny. 30 more runs on the board changes the concept of this match.
Yeah, Raval Sporting, credit to them. I think it says a lot about their cricket team. They had a very under par score. It would have been a record if they defended it, but they never dropped their heads. It did seem like kind of the opening round of a boxing match in a way, this game, where Raval Sporting on the ropes, but obviously there's the potential these teams will meet again potentially 3 more times in this series. So they weren't giving anything away. I think that Viva Yadav's innings becomes super important, doesn't it? Because he was the one that really got them moving, and they were able to kind of get halfway pretty quickly and crawled for the second half. Look at Vinod Kumar and Simran Singh. They score 4 off 10 when you combine their scores. But let's have a look at what's coming up in match 106. And it's starting in half an hour's time. Raval Sporting winning the toss and batting first. Let's see what they do. The batting order, I think Isham Patel is a lock to stay there. Maybe they probably stick with Karan Datta. Otherwise, Chet Patel may be a shout to go up there. Even Kish Patel, but Kish Patel was a bit out of sorts. Grathia, well, they'll want to make it 2 out of 2 and continue building towards finals on Saturday. Look at the scorecard. Yadav 34 off 22. He was the main protagonist. Apart from that, no one cracking a run of ball. The other batters we saw, and pretty disciplined stuff throughout whole innings as well. 3 wides and a no ball in there from Raval Sporting. So I think both teams bowling well. One team batting average, one team batting badly, I think, in the first game. That's how I would put it. Grathia, they do get there with 5 balls to spare. We'll be back in 30 minutes with the second match of the day. Match 106 is on the way. Until then, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you just around the corner for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello once more to this Montjuic Olympic baseball ground, and that is the Olympic Stadium behind us. Well, Olympic is the word where we've seen some Olympian action from some of the players here, and the action between these two teams in the first match was absolutely exciting. Gracia and Ravel Sporting, well, the same two teams, they do it all over again. Let's join the two captains, Hira and also Ishan, and the tournament referee, my good friend, Sir Rob Kemming, for the all-important coin toss.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. We are batting first.
Welcome. So from the backdrop of the Olympic Stadium, we come here to the Olympic ground, the Montjuic Olympic baseball ground, where cricket is taking the area by storm. Ravel Sporting, one or two of their players are having a lot of difficulty, and the difficulty is that Gracia, well, not only have they got the golden heads, well, maybe after that performance in the field, they've got a few gold medals as well. They were outstanding. I think the bowling of Trilachan was spot on again. He's so reliable, isn't he? Paramjit Vir supported him very well as well. Both those bowlers picking up 3 wickets. And then, of course, 3 catches once more from Simranjit, who has been on fire at the moment. We saw that it is going to be Ravel that are going to have a bat first, but batting has been the issue. And I think the captain, Ishan Patel, is probably just going to say to his boys, look, boys, we're batting first. We haven't got any pressure. Let's just go out there and try to get the runs on the board this time. He wants a better performance from him. I know when I was talking to him, he was saying that he just needs his players just to be a little bit more brave. So it's going to be the same again. Ravel batting first, but they hopefully will get some more runs on the board. But they know what they're up against. I think Gracia, the way that they bowled in that first match was absolutely sensational. Just attacked the stumps and made it very difficult for Ravel to get anything going. Gracia themselves, they got a very strong batting lineup. So once again, they're just going to try and do the same thing again. Keep the ball up there. Let Ravel make the mistakes. Keep that score to around about the 80-90 mark and then go knock them off. So let's go back to Vinny Sandhu into the commentary cube. Vinny, the news from the middle here is that Ravel, they're going to have a bat first.
Thanks very much, Rico, and it's great to be back here in Barcelona. Ravel certainly didn't have it their own way in the first game. They were only able to gather 59 runs off their 10 overs, batting out the 10 overs, but I think it's an opportunity for redemption for them, and I think particularly their batting order. And Gracia, they certainly had their tails up. One thing that really impressed me this morning is how well they bowled and fielded despite suboptimal conditions. they fielded very well. It was damp, it was dewy, still a bit of dew on the field, but it's burning away pretty quickly now. Looking at some of the best players to watch. And Gaurang Mayavanshi, look at those points, 690. But Ishan Patel even more because he is batting as well as bowling his spin. Kuldeep Lal, Vibhu Yadav, Hiran Mahe. I think probably that is what Gracia's top 3 looks like as we head into the business end of this tournament. Simranjit Singh, his fielding's been excellent. But Trilachan Singh this morning, he was the man with 3 wickets. It really put Ravel on the back foot. So the beauty of this form of the game, I suppose, you get a bit more of an opportunity to settle the score quickly. Gracia 7-run favourites over Ravel. In the first game, they were 4-run favourites. So both these teams had winning form heading into today. Gracia, after only getting 1 win out of their first 1 point, I should say, it was a washout out of their first 4 games. They've won 7 in a row now. Here we go with Yadav to start match 106, and he starts with a ball down the leg side. It's tapped away for 4, so it's a very different start for Ravel this time. So I know that a lot of our viewers, they will have watched a fair bit of T10 cricket on ECN. They'll know that things can change very quickly in a double header. So Helix, he was asking what time's the next game. Very funny, Helix. Now I realise that was a joke because the clock was on the screen. Anyway, I say let everyone that's chatting as well. Here, Mahe, he's a new blondie. And he's gone from the copper top to the blonde now. He's had it redone and done properly. And we didn't see Hira bowling in the first game. He didn't need to. Had a lot of options. I think it would have been difficult conditions for the leg spinner as well, with a fairly wet ball and cold conditions as well. No ball called. Yeah, must have been a front foot no ball. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Let's see what we got here. Yep, sounds fair enough to me. And nothing behind the line. It's always hard to tell from this angle, but the umpire's got a good view. Free hit coming up then. Big free miss. So frustration for Kanandata. So Vibhor Yadav is a bit of a journeyman as far as the cricket goes. Played a lot of cricket in the UK. We saw him popping up for Kings 11 earlier in the year. Seen him playing for Grathia in a couple of tournaments this year. Batted very well, I think, in that chase. And he was probably the only one that had any sort of fluency in his innings. Pushing no run. So Kanandata, he's at the other end. And Karan's always kind of fits and starts in his innings this tournament, but we saw him score a century last year. He's very, very capable. Yeah, when he gets going, he's almost unstoppable. But cricket's a funny game. Things can change pretty quickly. This one's fouled onto the foot. There's one ball to go in the over. Yadav has recovered well from that first ball that went for 4. You can see it's definitely a little bit warmer than when we started this morning now, up to 10 degrees. Pretty good over in the end from Yadav. And Raval, yet another power play over where not much happens on the scoreboard. And after one, 6 for no loss. And let's just have a look at what's been happening with the scoring rates while we're here. And just have a look at that. It's quite remarkable, actually. It's over a 20-run difference between Group A and Group B on the basis of 10 overs. Now, yesterday was a little bit higher scoring, 109 per 10 overs, but overall for this tournament, 114. But it's just showing you that 102 technically is a pass score in Group B. I want to see what happens when they lock horns on Sunday. The Maximo count, again, it's been pretty consistent around the 5s, hasn't it? In Group B. 5.9 now is the average. And so, yeah, just not quite the basketball we saw in Group A. But when it comes to entertainment, well, you won't be short of it. As this man joins me in the commentary box, Rico 4, welcome back. And Rebel Sporting, not the best start, but that's still an opportunity for them to improve on their batting performance from last time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, it's time for Trilochan to come on. Happy. Well, he was happy in the first. Will he be happy in this? They bowled very well, picked up 3 wickets. And he's going to get a wicket off the very first ball he bowls. He's off again. He's doing it Bizaway, airway style. And easy catch taken by the fielder. It's not a good shot, you have to say, from Patel. And Patel, well, he's the man he got last time. Got him again. He just doesn't, he tries to place it. Doesn't really get any power in the shot. And gives a simple catch to Kulwant. So the wicket goes. Ishan, now he's going to be very, very disappointed with himself. He only made 6 in the first. And he falls 1 less than that in this one. 5 of the 3 deliveries that he's faced. But Trilochan Singh, what can you say about the man? He's just on fire at the moment. Gets the ball in the right areas. Once I said, the captain of Raval Sporting won't be happy when he looks back at the way he got out here. He doesn't try and hit it. If he tries to get the power in the shot, he's probably got a chance to clear the fielder. Goes for placement and timing, but gets it wrong. And well, he's going to be disappointed. And he'll be hoping that one of his batters can click in this one. He'd be hoping that if somebody can get to a score around 40, 45, you got a chance to get to the 90 to 100 that they probably are looking for to make a contest of this one. Kulwant Singh takes a catch. The captain departs. And Trilochan Singh gets a wicket of his first delivery. He's taken 4 in the day so far. He's on fire, and he is happy.
Yeah, big moment early. Well, this is a full toss. It's hit for 4. So, yeah, good start. Chet Patel gets number 3 position. Well, there's Andy House. Well, he's around. And he's been fielding pretty well this series. So, Trilochan, yeah, a guy that didn't concede any runs in his first over last time. This time he goes to a boundary. And Raval Sporting, yeah, okay, they lose the early wicket of Ishan Patel. But, I mean, still batters that they would expect can cover that early loss. Problem is no one fired in that last game.
In the air, and it's going to be a second, and And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's almost a repeat of what Ishan Patel does. Well, Chad Patel, I like the way he started. He gets pushed up to the number 3 position where Kish Patel's been coming in. Fires the full toss for the boundary, and then the ball outside the off, well, he just places it straight into the hands of the fielder. No mistakes. And Trilachan, well, off the 3rd ball of his spell, has taken his 2nd wicket already in this match. And that's 5 in the day for him. A simple catch for Kuldeep Lal.
Yeah, simple catch. So, yeah, everything seemingly going to hand. Chet, he looked good early, didn't he? But he goes pretty much straight away. And Raval Sporting, well, they'll be having flashbacks at the moment. 10 for 2.
मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि त्रिलोचन ने कितने परांठे सवेरे खा के आया? Well, I don't know. Well, I tell you what, there's something about these grassy boys that tells me maybe they've had a few sneaky paranthas. Well, Trilachan Patel probably yes. And 5 wickets in the day. He was outstanding in the first. Only conceded 7 runs and picked up 3 wickets. And here, well, though he's gone for a boundary, he's picked up 2 wickets already. And that's not bad, is it? Not bad at all. Absolutely brilliant bowling from him. But you have to say, I mean, all right, the bowler's getting the ball in the right areas, but the batters, the shot selection is not good. Manish Mawani, the captain, does have faith with him and sends him higher up the order before Kishit Patel. But this partnership has to click here now. Has to. Both batters we know can score big. We've seen him score big in this series. Manwani early on was good. Kawan Datta, we know he's a man with a century to his name here at this Montjuic ground. But it's time to come good. Trilachan will come round the wicket to the left-hander and gets it wrong. And it's a good stop by the travelling Chahrul Chauhan behind the stumps.
Yeah, good stop, good range. Dart at the other end, this is the problem as well. I mean, we talked about Manwani, at what point do you bat him a bit lower? Same with Karan Data. He's really not fine. Does he need to go at number 5, number 6 and just see what happens? But then he might not get a bat. Yeah. Some games, it's a real tough one. Manwani pushed this one to leg side. Yeah, Trilachan, we talked about this morning as well, considering the movement he gets. It's into the left hand. I think you'd be better off going over the wicket, trying to straighten it down the line. But yeah, Manwani, those were the kind of balls when he had a bung knee that he was just whacking over the fence.
You're right. And the other thing there is that is, he's a long way back, the fielder there. You got to take those singles. The backing up wasn't good. And Mawani wasn't prepared to go. Get some width. He's sort of on the charge a lot as well. Will they take the second here? No. I don't think Karan Datta sees it at all. He's got his back to the play when he's running to the keeper scent. But yeah, look. Just think they've got to make something happen here. Raval, they'll be very disappointed if it's another below par batting performance from them. Is not what they need going into the remaining matches and going into the group finals day on Saturday. They need some positive results. They need something positive to happen with the bat. Trilachan finishes another very good over. Just the 6 runs come off it. 2 for 6. What an over.
Yeah, what a great over that is. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Hey, I just noticed in the chat, as we look at the table, I'll just come back to the chat in a second, might as well look at the table. Grathia worked their way up to 15 points. And look, if they win this one, they go to 17. Remember, they were pretty much cost a point by the rain you felt against the Ali Young Stars. Yeah. They set 151. But it does look like, again, we're seeing the kind of the tea leaf settling, aren't we? And with that, it becomes really tough for Caledonia Tigers to lose top spot. So we may be looking at the 2 teams that will meet in that kind of qualifier 1 on Saturday, 2 versus 3, which is another reason that the Ravel Sporting will want to make sure that they can take on Grathia and do a lot better.
Yeah, well, Hiro Mahey believes that it's warm enough now to get his fingers wrapped around the kookaburra. He's going to come on the bowl, 3rd over. And it starts pretty well, just floats it up there. But once again, you see, though, this is played out. You can see a little bit, Mawani plays a shot, wants a single. Karan Datta is saying no. And I just think that is just going to put a bit of pressure on Mawani to say, well, okay, if he's not running, if I'm not getting any runs that way, and if we're not getting the scoreboard ticking, well, I'm going to have to just swing. I just get the feeling he will go for the bigger shots instead. Gets beaten here nicely by Hiro Mahey. He's bowled so well. And look, isn't he looking at the business now? The hair has gone from burnt to blonde. He's got the shades on. He's looking like a Bollywood star, Hiro Mahey. And a bit of a false shot. But They will get the single this time, well backed up by... Let's see who that is. I think Rathod. I'm on Rathod, backing up. Took some good catches in the first match early today. Yeah, he certainly is looking like the hero, not the villain. And now that he's golden, I think when it was burnt orange, he looked more like the villain.
Yeah, it was fun. Certainly been a talking point, the hairstyles. Here, we didn't see him bowling this morning, I think, because of the conditions. But now he's back, and well, this is another uppish one. But this is into the gap, and this will be 4. So that one breaks the shackles, and Data, on his 7th attempt, he gets off the mark.
Yeah, off the mark with the boundary. It was uppish. And with the field the way it is, I mean, they've sort of done away with the third person in the ring. He's more the sweeper. But that's been played. Uppish gets it through the 2 men and goes to the boundary. I wonder if Hero will make a change here. May do. So, Kuma sort of walking around a little gingerly. Remember, he is nursing an injury. This one is short, and it has to be put away, and it does. That's exactly what Data needs here at the moment, I think. A couple of loose deliveries that finds the middle of his bat can get him going. I like the way he rocks onto this and plays a good shot. 4 more runs. Back-to-back boundaries. That's the first time, I think, that we've seen in this contest between these 2 sides that Raval have managed to do that. So Data finally gets going. 20 on the board. And then he goes down the ground, and, well, this is out. I can tell. Oh, my word. Well, give me your cap, Vinny Sandhu. I'm going to eat it right now. Yeah. Simranjit Singh has dropped a catch. This is unbelievable. No kisses, no hearts. He's away from us this time because it goes down. I think this just skips out of the hands, hits him on the chest hard, and he's not able to recover. Well, I tell you what, everybody is in shock. The whole world is in shock. Simranjit Singh drops the catch. Hero Mahey can't believe it. Well, yeah, he's gutted with himself. No love coming our way this time from Simranjit.
Yeah, well, live long enough, you'll see pretty much everything. It just shows you everybody drops catches. If you sit here, it's easy to be judging. So easy from here. It's very hard to drop a catch in the commentary box, maybe unless you're Corey. But it happens to everybody. I mean, is that a sign that the tide is changing between these 2 teams?
Well, it could be. Also got 2 runs from that as well. Well, that's umpire Safwan. He's not doing a dance, folks. He's just letting us know that the power play is over. And it's 22 for 2. Well, it's all those 2s again. Well, I said yesterday, when you see those numbers in Spain, you make a wish. Well, all the Spanish that made a wish yesterday, they did not come true. Spain did get knocked out of the World Cup. So, well, I wish for something else. And maybe I got it. I'm not going to tell. Anyway, back to the action. And they're going to go with Yadav. So we're going to miss.
Yeah, Yadav decides to come back in the 4th, and this is because here Mahey bowled an over, and this is where it kind of changed from before. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Mahey, he bowls a decent over, number 10, but yeah, I don't know if I would use her in the power play. I just think that the power play set the table for the dismantling of the batting line last time when they used just pace.
Up in the air, and the fielder get to it. When anybody get to it, they should, and they do. Good catch from Rathod. He's been very good out there. He does patrol the boundary well. I think he may have been slightly distracted, perhaps, with Kuldeep Lal running towards him, but keeps his eyes focused on the ball. And Karan Datta, he does get a life from Simranjit Singh, which is very unusual when he was dropped in 7, but he's not able to make the most of it. Loses his shape here, skewers this up in the air. A good catch taken by Amol Rathod, running in, takes a catch, gets a congrats from Kuldeep Lal. And Karan Datta, once again, it's another, well, you got to say, it's another failure from him.
Yeah, it's disappointing from Datta. Just cannot get going in this series. So, yeah, 3 in the shed already. We're only just out of the power play. And, yeah, pace doing the trick again. And Rathod, I think he's fielded very well. And Rathod's a guy, because of how stacked their team is now, Gracia, we haven't seen that much of him really with the ball or with the bat, but he's a very good cricketer.
When they were struggling, when they lost those 3 on the spin, when the batting wasn't clicking at all, Rathod was the guy who was coming in around about, I think he was coming in around about 7 or 8 and scoring valuable runs for him. So he is somebody that they can rely on to come in and score runs quickly. But yeah, the way things have been, well, the last 7 matches, you could say, and that winning spell now of Gracia, they haven't needed him because the top order have been performing. Yadav, he's been part of the success. No ball called. And I'm guessing it's another foot fault here. Let's just have a look. How far does he stretch here? Well, it's hard to tell. And, well, it's being called.
He was one earlier as well. That was a tight one. But, yeah, I mean, the umpire's a split second to make the decision. And, yeah, just...
Free hit.
He thinks he's not behind the line.
And this has been hit pretty well. And Ruthord doesn't take it cleanly, but does well. Well, this one, I mean... This one was very similar to the one before. In fact, I thought he may have even gone a bit fuller on this one. Don't quite see the feet on that, but yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one for the umpires because, I mean, you're always told as an umpire when you're standing there, you don't move your head, you just sort of move your eyes to look at the line, and then you've got to get your eyes back on in front of you. So I think this is one where they'll look at and they think it's close, and what you'd say to the bowler is say, hey, you're getting a bit close, and if there's no adjustment made from the bowler, then you call it. You think that may have been what the umpire's done there. By Safwan. Yadav once more. That's it, nicely played. This is better from Manwani. What you see him do sometimes there, he sort of charges at the ball. So it's a bit of a lunge forward to try and meet the ball on the full. It doesn't look very attractive. And quite often, because he's doing that, he doesn't keep his shape. Far better when he waits for it and leans into the shot.
Yeah, you're right. Again, batting. Yeah, this is what makes cricket so interesting. I'll go to that in a second. Here's Yadav.
Goes short, goes upstairs, and he beats Unat Patel quite comfortably.
So, like, take a tennis match. So, tennis is a hitting sport. Cricket's a hitting sport. But in tennis, you can make more mistakes. So you'll go through phases again where you're hitting them well, some where you're not. Some days you're unbelievable, some days you're not so much. But it kind of, you have more chances to kind of get an average of how you're hitting them. In cricket, with that one chance, it just changes your mindset so much. And then so your bad moments, if you want to call it that, or your out of form moments seem to last a lot longer in cricket because it spans over multiple matches, days, weeks, months. That's why it's such a mental test. At the end of the fourth over, the score 25 for 3. So just over the run of ball pace, but not much over run of ball. As Yadav finishes with 1 for 9. Good figures for him.
Yeah, 25 for 3 compared to 21 for 3. So not too much of an improvement, really. I mean, the only thing that Raval have done differently this time, they swapped Chait Patel with Kish Patel. Kish Patel still to come in, so he would be the last, if you like, the recognised batters. I just think, look, what's your thought on this? So, Raval, this is now probably the 4th time, I think, the batting hasn't clicked going into this match. I mean, going with the last one when you saw the likes of, I think it was Ranveer who came out. No, it wasn't Ranveer, was it? It was Rizwan. Rizwan coming out, hitting it well, Numan Ali. Maybe it would have been just an opportunity to say, hey, you two, you're opening the batting. You're going out there, swing, get us off to a good start. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, what do you lose?
Maybe.
What do you lose?
Yeah, what you might lose if they just keep swinging and missing. And
then you pull them off.
Yeah, maybe.
You pull them off. I think they just need to try something different. He's tried different people coming in, opening with him. He's tried different people at 3. Hasn't really clicked. So maybe you're just saying to somebody who's seen the ball well, we saw Rizwan hit it well in the and Numan Ali, just say, hey, you guys go up there, just get us a start. And if you buckle down, if you're not scoring any runs, well, don't mind, I'm going to pull you off because I'm going to send, you've got to try something different.
Yeah, it is different. I mean, I suppose they're hoping that data will click. Ishan can make a big score. Probably made too many big scores in this innings, considering how good he's looked at times. But yeah, it's a tough one. Now struggling. There's the offie from Hiramahe. And now, no one realised how to chase that. It's to no avail anyway. I think it was always headed to the boundary. So Manwani, I like this shot from him though. It shows he's not too one-dimensional, trying to hit to the leg side. He just waits and uses the width there, punches into the gap for 4.
Yeah, better, because what we've seen Manwani do the last 3 innings, that sort of ball, he would have tried to dally it down to third man. When you can see where third man is there, well, that's more of a gully in catching position. Also got a backward point to him. And that's about a shot. He just rocks back and just nicely strokes it to the boundary. Good shot. And this time he goes for the little dally and he places it nicely. But that'll be a single. But see, the difference there for me is he just played a lovely shot through the offside for 4. Well, why not play the same shot again? It was very much the same delivery.
Yeah, you're right. Just a couple to go from Mahe. Again, a probable leg spinners to the to the right-hander, and off-spinners to the left-hander. This is a quicker one, so it's neither. Hey, just want to say quick hello, and I just noticed Mandrake is now an ECN super fan, which means he's on the next tier up of support. So thank you, Mandrake. It's really kind of you. And you know that we're big fans of you. We're looking forward to seeing the ECN tattoo. Can't wait for that. I think he said it's booked in for December 20 or something. Anyway, right here, it's the end of the 5th over. It's 33 for 3. And once again, I want to welcome you into the Cube on a fairly brisk morning. We started about 8 degrees. Now it's about 10 degrees. I know that Graham Dooling's in the chat. Hello to you, Graham. It's really nice to see you in the chat. And everyone else. I'm going to just keep an eye on that in a second. And you know what? It's a great chance. It's nice and early. Why don't we do the lurker call out? You ready?
We should, yeah,
so
let's do it.
if you are watching and you can't really get in the chat because you're busy, you might be working, whatever the reason, just one message, please. Can you come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us?
Let's have you.
Come at us.
Here right now.
Let us know. Let us know where you're watching from because we'd love to say hi and say a few different names in the chat, maybe just for that one message. And I want to thank you for supporting ECN Cricket. So yeah, there's a lot going on. Big thank you to Mandrake. Again, if you would like to support the channel on an ongoing basis, you can get a crown by subscribing and being on one of those tiers, and yeah, that'll kind of take shape a bit more next year. So I'm told. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone that does have a crown. And even if you don't, look, we understand everyone's situation's different, you know. So it's not. We want to keep it free for everyone that wants to watch for free. That's not an issue at all. But obviously, if you can, I mean, it starts at I think €5 a month. It's not a lot. I think it's 2 cents a game potentially. But yeah, big hello to everyone, and hope you're having a great day.
Good long. This one is going to be called wide, and the keeper Chauhan is not able to stop it either. Not the best of starts. Cool Lip in the last match started with the Yorker delivery, but this is about the swing. Just hasn't been able to contain it. Sneaks under the keeper. So valuable extras. Hey, listen, you can have. How about that on your Christmas list?
What's that?
Well, you know,
crown
subscription for.
Oh yeah, gift somebody. I know Wayne was like Santa Claus about a month ago. He just started gifting out subscriptions left, right, and centre. Again, I'll be completely honest. I still don't know exactly how everything works. I think this is just I don't know what happens here. Does he crash into the... I think he actually crashed into the umpire here. Oh.
Sufyan says, oh, yaar, mere kale maare.
Look at the left hand here. Oh, bit of elbow on elbow. Well, that's his giving out hand as well, probably. So I don't know if he'll be giving anything out now. I don't think I've seen that before on ECN. You know, there's a really famous one where one of the West Indian bowlers, I won't name him, in New Zealand. Deliberate. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. I mean, if that was in the last 20 years, that's life ban stuff.
Yeah.
You know, that's...
Definitely.
Even to hit someone and they're not watching. Oh. Manwani steps forward and he gets this into the gap. This will be 4. And just probably lucky that the mid-on was a little bit wider. Oh, there's Raja. Well, he's watching. But yeah, Manwani maybe gets a bit lucky with the placement here. But maybe he spotted the gap. He gets 4 runs.
Yeah, I think he plays a nice shot. What I like about this is that he takes him on, but he keeps his shape. That's the important thing. He doesn't lose his shape. The head doesn't fly up in the air. So he takes the risk, but he executes it well. Good shot.
Yeah, Kuldeep now pushes his long one a little bit straighter. No surprises there. They bring up the cover. So that leaves the offside open. Manwani just has a look at the leg side. He sees 3 fielders back on the boundary in a short flying leg.
Lyle wants to reply. Manwani once again comes down the wicket. And like I said, he sort of lunges himself at it. I like in that moment between the bowler and the batter. Yeah, look, we said already that these two teams and players know each other well. We know that Manwani was playing for Gracia in the EC10, and the two of them get together and just share a little smile and a joke. Back to the action here, though. And this is hit pretty well as well, and we'll go to the boundary. 4 carreras. Muy bien. Well, así es mucho mejor por Raval Sporting. Starting to play some shots, and Unet Patel, we know he doesn't like to hang around, and he hits this pretty nicely in the gap between long on and mid-wicket. I wonder if Corditt wants to get Simran a little bit wider. No, he says stay where you are for now. So a bit of fight from Raval, liking it. They're trying to get, I think, to a 90 score. They put the pressure on Gracia. He goes across the line again, but this one will be fielded by River Yadav, who's, well, he's got a really nice, dandy pair of pumps on. They're very bright now that the sun is shining.
Yeah.
We need shades just to watch him.
His matching shoe game is actually pretty strong. Manwani's got the red Dorothy-like shoes on. I've got a pair of those myself, so not a bad one. And so, Cool Deep. Last ball of his over. It's gone for 12.
Oh, this time gets it right through Manwani. Manwani, I think he's probably fortunate here he makes no contact, because I think if he does, he was off balance. This ball was probably going to just lollipop up maybe to Simranjit. Simran already has dropped the catch in this one. It didn't cost him because he dropped Data on 7, and Data then soon, well, he hoiked out to Rathod, who took him for 9. The bowling fingers there, all very tidy, and that's one thing the Grassy have done so far. Maybe Hira have been a little bit more expensive in this one and called it blind when he went for 12 in that, but still, I think under the circumstances, 6 overs in, 45 on the board, 3 wickets down. I think they're pretty happy with where they are.
This is the surprising thing for me, though, is that Trilchan Singh doesn't get a second over. He takes 2 for 6. You know, he's been really good in the first half of the innings, so I don't know why he changed that. I know they introduce Hiramahe, they push Yadav back. Look, sport for choice. Sometimes you get too many choices.
Yeah, well, this guy bowled very well in the first one, didn't he, Paramveer Singh? What I liked about Paramveer is he's able to mix it up. He doesn't mind banging in the short one as well. And he comes. He's got a shirt that is far too big for him. I reckon this was bought for Hiro Mahey to start off with. Direct hit, and this is going to be close. They're asking the question. Well, I reckon this is going to be very, very close. Hiro Mahey, the captain, he looks cool. He looks like the hero, and maybe he is going to be the hero, and not the Bollywood hero, but the hero for Gracia, the captain. I reckon he's got his man here. I think he struggles to get back.
He's looking concerned. He doesn't really get a great slide in. Oh, he's so close. That's the shot. The next frame is the shot.
I think
might as well just leave it on that.
Give us
that blow-up stuff. Remember the blow-up stuff?
Just makes it.
Remember she was doing... Elvira did some magic the other day where she blew something up. I think benefit of the doubt for me. That's the shot. You know, no point really going anywhere else. He's on the ground. There we go. Look at this.
That's nice. I like that.
I'm liking that.
Good work, Elvira.
Oh, look at this.
Doesn't Mamwani, doesn't he get lucky that he holds the bat that way around? Because I reckon the little bit of scoop there helps him. I think if he's got it the other way, he might be on the line.
I think there's too much doubt here. I mean, when there's doubt, then they go on the umpire's initial conclusion. I actually think that's in for me. I think I'm not 100% that he's in, but I'm 90%.
Yeah, I think you got to go. I think the ball, before it hits the stumps, the bat is on the line. So the next frame, you got to say it's past it. I would say he only just by the skin of his teeth makes it in here. I'll be surprised if this is given out, because I think there's too much doubt. There's not enough evidence for me to say it's clearly out.
But here's the issue. If the umpire in the field gives it out, and sometimes you give it out because you see the puff of dust late, because the dust comes up, he's been given.
I don't agree with this one.
Yeah, I mean... The reason is, I'm sure with that one, the soft decision was out, and I'll tell you why it looks out from real time. Because look, you see it, and then you see the dust come up, so you think, oh well, the dust has come after. But the question is that conclusive enough to overturn the umpire's decision?
I think yes. That's just my opinion.
I'm leaning yes, but the umpires thought that that's not conclusive enough to say he's definitely in. So, yeah, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it. It's an opinion which you could say is valid, you know, even if you personally think that's conclusive. Other people might think that's not conclusive enough because we don't really see the bottom of the bat, for example. And, what I will say is you could not get a better replay of that, could you? You could not get a better replay of that. So, Spring Productions... take your hat off. And poor Manish Manwani, he's taking his pads off right now because he's out there. And look there, we've got another animal. It's some sort of... I thought they were zooming on the tree.
You just saw the tail, didn't you? It's not another animal. That's our friend. That's our hot dog. This has been played away. It's a good shot to start. And Kish Patel, he comes in a little bit later on and it gets put away. Well, I don't know what you're seeing, Vinny.
Look. I don't know if we get a replay of this tree. Look at the tree. There's a bug on it. I thought they were saying, look, it's a bug. Look, there.
What bug?
There.
Where?
There. They were even zooming in on it. And I thought they finally found another animal.
Bug
because I said nothing against the birds and the dogs, but it's been done, right?
A bug is not an animal.
I want other animals.
It's an insect.
No, well, it's not a... What's
Bug.
animal, mineral, or vegetable?
You're just
it ain't a
seeing
mineral.
things.
It ain't a vegetable.
So we're going to miss Patel. Well, he did hit the first one for the boundary. Well, look, it was when he came on the bowl, Viraj said, can that shirt, pata nahi keri pai hai, bahut baddi hai. Maine kaha, Hira di pai honi hai. Well, I mentioned Hira's name, and Hira popped up and knocked the stumps over. And it was a close call. Look, I can understand why it's given, but I just think on the evidence that we were seeing that maybe that Manish Mawani gets a little bit unlucky. And, well, things just not happening for him and any of the openers, really. But these two, the two Patels come together. They put a good little partnership on yesterday when they got the victory against the Yeda Tigers. Krishit Patel made 29 in that one, and Unat Kumar Patel made 18. So if they can recapture that form, they will try and get close to that 90 score. But they've got to be confident, got to believe. And I think the other thing is, play your shots. Don't get into a cage, because I still do maintain that even if these two leave 8 or whatever number of balls out there for somebody like Rizwan or maybe even Numan Ali to face, that those two can probably pick up a few boundaries as well. So don't go into a shell. The 50 comes up. See if Patel will hold up. No, he won't. He hits this down the ground, and that's a great shot. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Balle, balle, ginna sona, shaka lagya. Beautifully hit down the ground. And, yeah, starting to fight back. And I'm liking this. Not everything going their way, but a good finish to the over. 56 and 4 wickets down. 18 balls to go in the innings. Can they get to that 90 sort of score to make this, to make a battle of this match? This is where we are in the schedule at the moment.
I've given everyone a bit of a lurker schedule. First, there's hot dogs. We break the schedule to bring you hot dogs. And hot dogs in a good mood today. Why wouldn't you be? Having a trot around, having a bit of a sniff. Hot dogs, the unofficial mascot of the Barcelona Bash. Let's head to over number 8, and eventually I'll get around to these lurkers. There's a few of them. This is going to be 4, though, as Kish Patel gets a bit lucky, gets a low full toss. That one's a bit more pitched up, wasn't it? We've got Paramjeet and Paramveer in the lineup, but this is Kuldeep who's back, and unfortunately for him, that one goes to the boundary.
Yeah, good hit, and they go back to Trilachan. No, it's not Trilachan, sorry, they go back to Kuldeep.
Yeah, Kuldeep's back.
First delivery goes to the boundary. Yeah, it's interesting how they're holding Trilachan back here, but Kuldeep, this one is up in the air, and well, he's got to go back to basics, safe to cat. And Siramjit Singh says, yeah, I know I dropped one earlier, Rika. Come on, give us some love. Come on, give us some love. Where's the kiss? Where's the heart? Don't be shy. And he's saying, no, I'm not doing that again, because he knows the last. Oh, come on, give it to us.
There you go. Well, I mean,
there we go. That's better.
Normally gives us the full heart. Before it would have been a broken heart if you could have made that. But, yeah, rare drop from Simran. But, hey, normal service resumes. And yeah, Kish, unfortunately for him, he can't get going. He is the 5th wicket, 60 for 5. And, yeah, frustration. And, wow, Kuldeep. He's given it the old forward roll and then a little twist at the end. As Numan Ali comes out number 7. Okay, I'm finally going to get around to this. Hello to everyone that's been lurking. I like Randy Kelly from Trinidad and Tobago. Hello, Randy. What a name.
What a name that is. What? Randy Kelly.
Randy Kelly.
Okay.
Maybe not the real name. Who knows? Hello to Kai Bay as well, to Mandrake.
Got to be in the entertainment business.
Big thank you again for Mandrake for your support of the ECN. We really, really appreciate it. Here's Kuldeep to Numan. Pretty good looking drive. Finds the fielder. Fielder decides not to throw, even though he might have had a play on that. What else do we got here? Hello to Dark Sight, saying just huge, good person. Probably talking about you, Rico. When people say good person, it's funny how they're always talking about you. Anyway, also want to say hello to Graham Dool. I think I mentioned him already. Hanging full toss. Simran will handle this again. Good preparation before he gets to that ball. What else have I got? Got Jehan Zabaska. He's a hat-trick taker here in Barcelona, saying, how are you, Beth? Looking good? Well, thank you. I bet you're looking good today as well. Hello to Steve Talentire watching from Barcelona. Is that right, Steve? That's great to hear. And Brian Murphy, I think watching from Ireland, saying, Vinny, ever been to Ireland for cricket or to visit? I'll answer that in a second after this ball from Kuldeep.
Clipped away nicely, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. And Trilachan gets the throw in and then holds his head. I think he thinks this is close, you know.
Yeah, I'm not so sure it was that close. We'll check it on the replay. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But yeah, of course, you see, You know, it's not one of these ones.
Clips away.
Yeah, it's to do with the run here. So let's see. Yeah, I think maybe we're looking for an OEW there, but it's certainly off the bat. But at the end of the over, it's 64 for 5. Brian asking if I've been to Ireland. I have, but not for cricket. I went there. I've actually been to the Guinness factory. I've got to say, I've become a bit of a Guinness fan here in Barcelona. And I've watched hurling there. I'm a big fan of Irish sports. Hurling's like a cross between, I suppose, field hockey and, I don't know, something else. Lacrosse, maybe. This is going to be a single to start in the 9th. So hurling and Gaelic football, I'm a big fan of those sports, actually. And, yeah, big thank you to everyone. To Wayne, to Danush.
This actually was the end of the 8th over.
Oh.
There was a ball to go,
Was
so they
it?
got bowled. Getting another single, so they will finish 64 for 5.
Lost in my phone, checking all the lurkers. So hello to Sundori, to Chris Shinkle, saying morning to you, morning to Juvo Paul, to Samir, and yeah, for now, let's give that a wrap. Brian's saying lacrosse, hurling's like a cross of lacrosse, field hockey, and MMA. That's hurling. Yeah, those guys are crazy. I would have loved to have played it. I'd even be happy just to grab it with the hurling stick. I think they call it a hurley and a sliotar, and just hit to somebody without people chasing me and trying to hurt me.
Paramjit back into the attack. Bowled a pretty reasonable first day. We went through 11.
Let's play a game.
What game?
This is a guessing game. You just have to guess.
Okay.
What do you think? So right now, the temperature is 12 degrees in Barcelona. Okay, it's 11 o'clock a.m. just after. Here's the 9th with Paramjit. Going nowhere. What do you think temperature is in Dublin right now? And I'll tell you.
Okay, in Dublin right now,
it's 10
I'm going to
in the morning.
say it's 2 degrees.
Ooh, okay. The answer is 2 degrees.
Yeah.
Rico full. Ding, ding, ding.
I spoiled the party.
And it was too quick for you to look it up either. That's it. That's impressive. I'm going to give you another one.
Doug, okay.
All right, whoever comments next that I recognise, I'm going to ask you there. Okay? That's impressive.
Yeah, don't
Do you
forget, I
think
spend
you
a lot of time in the UK, so you know sort of UK and Ireland temperatures, what they're going to be.
You weren't
more
coming
or
up
less
with like 25, were you? Simran does it again. Wow, he is unbelievable. This is flat, different kind of catch. Well, no more broken hearts here.
There we go. Back to where we know him, giving us the hearts and the love again. This was wallop. We heard. I mean, I don't know if you heard this on the sound of where you're watching, but when that hits his hand, there's a big, as it hits him hard, but he holds on to him. He's back, baby. Yeah, he's back. That's his second catch. Could have had 3, but he did put one down earlier. It was Data. He put down on 7, but Data didn't go and hurt them. So another one goes down. Look, not minding that at all. So Patel had to go for it. And you've got to say, this is the other thing, you know. Some of these, against other teams, you're getting 6 runs there.
Yeah, 100%. And this is where, you know, we talk about having soft hands to catch a cricket ball, but sometimes you have to have harder hands. Because if you have soft hands there, then 2 soft hands, that it's just going to burst through. That was just hit so hard. So 66 for 6, all the 6s. And, wow, Simran, brilliant fielder. And look, even when people make mistakes, but it hasn't affected him at all. He's taken 2 good ones since.
Yeah. But it's like you said at the time when he dropped the catch. It's, you know, nobody, no matter what the catch, how easy, how hard, nobody drops them on purpose. And I think the thing about it is when it happens, is the way that your teammates and your captain go about things. If they get under your skin, you go under pressure. If they support you and say, hey, don't worry about it, you're going to perform and pick up the next opportunity you get. That's what Simranjit has done. Paramjit gets his first wicket, and it could be another. Hiro Mahey, and he makes no mistakes either. Right, it's his turn to give us some love. Come on, Hero. Well, he doesn't know where the camera is. That's the problem. Hero with this side. Wrong way.
Yeah.
There you go. That's better.
Simran, the first thing he does when he gets to the ground is he maps out exactly where all the cameras are. Hero doesn't do that kind of prep. He's too busy trying to run the team. But he does take that easy as you like. It's an attacking option from the batter. Numanali can't really blame him for that. But he'll depart 67 for 7 now at the end of 9 overs. All right, I want to say a big hello to Jeff Maguire. Said he's watching... I think probably from Northern Ireland, after spending a week in Benalmádena. Well, that sounds great, Jeff. I bet you enjoy your time in Spain. I know we're a big fan of seeing you again. All right, I've got one for you. Weather Chat Challenge with Rico Full, who's 100%. Graham Doolan's watching from Adelaide. Got the day-night test there tomorrow between Australia and West Indies. I will also give you a time. In Adelaide right now, it is 8:40 p.m.
8:40 p.m.
Take your time.
I know somebody surprised me the other day, said actually it gets pretty cold in Australia. I never realised. 8:40 p.m. in Adelaide.
On like a summer's evening, right?
Summer's evening. This is up in the air. After this one, Simranjit will take 3. Yes, he will. Thank you very much. And there he goes. No hay dos sin tres. Muchas gracias. Un beso por todo el mundo. And Simranjit Singh takes another. It's another wicket that goes down. So after a bit of a positive spell from Raval, they're starting to lose wickets. And Rizwan, we know he was going to have a go, but unfortunately, he finds the one man you don't want to give a chance to. Okay, Adelaide, I'm going to go for, say, 17 degrees.
17, okay. I feel that's a bit low, but we'll see. Simran's going to need the chapstick soon. He's blown so many kisses. But, okay, temperature in Adelaide. This is a fun game. It's 15 degrees.
Oh,
wow, that's close.
Not bad, is it?
I think if you're like within 2, that's pretty acceptable. That's a bit low. What's the temperatures been around there? I would have thought it'd be up in the 20s for sure. Shows what I know.
Jonathan Singh,
It warms
in
up
the
a bit for the test.
meantime, picks up his 3rd and then bowls a Gundy delivery. Well, first ball bowled to Gopi, and it's down the leg side. Not a good ball.
I see also that Wayne's watching from Queensland, but I'm going to skip the rest of Australian ones. There's one more, and I've got to go to another country.
Hey, listen, I'm going to get you focused on the match slightly as well.
All right.
Just to remind you, Gurung is out there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're back on boundary watch as well. Picked up in the air, and he will get a chance here. He gets to the well, watch the bounce, and Yadav, well, he does the Statue of Liberty-style fielding. Well, let's focus on this for a minute.
Yeah.
Yadav. But watch, here we go. This is how you do it. Statue of Liberty, or if you're Punjabi, you're changing the light bulb.
That's a dance move. All right, I'm going to go for one more. Well, Randy Kelly said he was watching from Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean. All right. And the time is... okay.
Okay, boundary first.
Never.
Has a swing,
Oh,
and he's going to get a single.
I will tell you that the time in Trinidad right now is 6:13 this morning.
6:13 in the morning?
It's first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Time in Trinidad and Tobago. It's tropical. Rico full for the whole showcase. What is the temperature right now?
6 in the morning. I'm going to go
After this ball.
Okay.
Build the tension. Wow, this is a boundary. And well, it's not Gorang.
It's not Gorang.
Gopi Warak. Well, these two are kind of they're little tail-end heroes because they were stuck together last time as Gopi's got a boundary. Gets another one here.
Well, they're trying to get close to the 80s. All right, I'm going to take a gamble and go for 18 degrees.
All right.
Because he said it was 6 in the morning, right?
6 in the morning.
Drum roll.
Drum roll. 22.
Oh, okay.
22. What did you say? 18.
18.
You're not miles off.
Nah, 4 degrees.
You could definitely be a weatherman.
Nice looking shot. Take the single. Get Gurang on strike. We won a boundary from the little maestro of Anchi.
Stay there, Gorang.
Well, what happens here from Yadav? I think he goes to roll it back and he gets it completely wrong.
So just boots it. I would like to see you be a weatherman, but instead of having an actual forecast, you just say what you think.
Have a look.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look.
it hits his foot when he goes to pick it up. And then he carries on.
He just continues with it. All right, Gorang, here's your moment. No, gets 1. I'll probably try for 2. Should be run out. There goes his average is what he's thinking about now. He's always getting run out off the last ball. But hey, it's unselfish. And these guys, they don't play for averages. It will be 1 and out. So Raval Sporting marginally better, but not heaps better really. They're going to finish 76 for 9 off their 10 overs. So they get, 17 extra runs. They still lose 9 wickets along the way. Really, Granthia, they've been ruthless in the field this morning.
Yeah, they've been very good. There was that little period, wasn't there, where we thought that maybe Raval Sporting, especially when Kish Patel came out there and he was hitting the ball pretty well, and Newman was also getting in the act. But they came back well. De Gracia picked up a number of wickets late on there and didn't let Raval get going at all. But once again, it all went wrong from the start. This time, batters were scoring boundaries and then getting out the very next ball.
Yeah, and so when it comes down to it, and they don't make too many mistakes. That was a rare one. It probably stuck out because of how rare it was. Apart from that, they caught with safe hands, and it was a tough one from Raval because, every time they tried to attack, they got out and just kind of compounded their problems. Manwani looked like he might get away. That was a nice shot straight down the ground. You saw, certainly had their moments. And Manwani, well, this is a tough one for me. He's given run out. I think they just didn't feel confident overturning the on-field decision that was out. And you can argue the toss both ways on that. But Ultimately, Manish had to go, and that didn't really help because he was one guy that looked like he might get going. Simran was back to normal service. Kuldeep, well, I don't know if we'll see him representing Spain in gymnastics, but I do think he's a very good cricketer. Simran takes 3 catches in the inning, and it's time for the Blonde Bros to have a bit more fun down the ground here. Mahe takes that one easily, and yeah, late kind of intent from Ravel Sporting. We saw Simran blowing so many kisses, I said he might need the lip balm. And simple run out for last ball. Gorang unselfishly trying for an impossible 2. And they scrape, I suppose is the word I would use, to 76 for 9 off their 10 overs. Vinat Kumar Patel, he top scores with 17. Manwani 14 before he got run out in unfortunate circumstances. Nobody else reaches double figures, and that was the story of the day really for Raval Sporting. Again, not too many given away. 4 wides, 2 no balls. Maybe par for the course for a team like Grathia. They'll come out and chase 77 to sweep the series against Raval Sporting in a moment. Speaking of the Grathia team, well, they used a couple of different bowling options compared to the first game because they did had a bit more spin-friendly conditions for Hiramahe and his leg spin. He takes none for 18. Trilachan once again comes to the party with 3 wickets, just like he did in the first game. Viwayada very tight, 1 for 9 off his 2 overs. Paramjit Singh chipping in with 2 wickets at the end. The other wicket went to Kuldeep Lal, who we may see or may not see, who knows, opening the batting in the second half of this game. The order will be interesting because then Grathia, again, they will want to make sure that every one of their top 6 gets a bat today, so maybe we'll see a slightly different opening combination given the size of the target. But I'll have all those answers and more when we return in a few minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you very, very shortly right here on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to our coverage of the FanCode European Cricket Series, the biggest cricket series and therefore the best cricket series on the entire planet. And right now we are into match number 106 of a 124 game series here in Barcelona. And it's Raval Sporting versus Gracia. Really hasn't been a great day at the office of Raval Sporting so far. Started the tournament in a blaze of glory and W's. And the only W's we've been seeing lately have been wickets. Well, there's Rico Fall. And you can just see he's just been shooting a bit of content around the ground. Looking magnificent today. And I might be wearing a kind of Indian-style outfit colour-wise and style-wise because it's Flag Day in India today. So I know that a lot of people are celebrating that. It's very significant for a lot of people. So, yeah, I say big hello to everyone that's watching from that part of the world. As it is, Gracia, they're chasing 77 because they restrict Raval Sporting to 76 in the first half of this game. Not quite the 59 that they restricted them to in the first game. But I will say they kind of got the wobbles after Yadav got out in the first game. So they've got the same opening combination, Yadav and Kuldeep Lal. Manish Manwani will bowl and almost gets a wicket first ball. Yadav prods, and if that was a little bit squarer, I think that gets caught. Kuldeep Lal just kind of batted through most of the innings. I think he got out with the scores tied at 59 last time. Kuldeep Lal, what's going to Kuldeep we see this time? Slip in place and it kind of quite fine leg you can see in the top right-hand corner of the screen. This is blocked away by Kuldeep first up. Manwani, yeah, he was given out the 50-50 call, really. He was run out in the first innings. Probably one of the best replays we've ever seen, technically, from our crew at Spring Productions. The referee felt there was nothing conclusive to say that he'd made his ground after I think the on-field official gave him out. But it will get off the mark this time. So look, if you're going to defend 76, we've seen it done before. You've got to have a good start. You don't want to get blown away in the power play. You want to win the battle of the spin versus the Gracia batters. So yeah, plenty of paths to victory for Raval Sporting, but they're going to have to play absolutely out of their skin. Yadav gets carried away with his own hype and tries to smack this across the road. Doesn't get near it. And Anish is saying, wow, that's a big swing, Vibor. Of course, these two played together for Gracia during the year at the FanCode T10 in Malaga. Yadav, he clicks, this could be a short innings. Manish just doesn't feel confident in his footing there. I don't think there's anything sinister to that. Anything intended from that from Manwani. I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. How did you like Rico's weather guesses? I think they were pretty good. Maybe there's something in that. Slower ball. Yadav gets thick. Kind of inside edge down to mid-wicket for one. There's Unat Patel. It's a very good fielder. Normally a wall of Patels down the ground when we're out of the power play. Normally have Chet Patel, Ishan Patel and Unat Patel in those positions side by side. The other Patel, Kish Patel, he won't be in the outfield too often because he's normally behind the stumps for Raval Sporting. Manish hiding the ball this time. Sneaky. And just over the fielder. That's going to be four. Well, that's just pure frustration for Manwani. And Kuldeep gets a bit lucky. How about this? The old hide the ball behind the back from Manish. Well, got plenty of room to hide it. And in the end, it goes for four. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full rejoins in the commentary box. And yeah, just a little bits of luck going for Gracia. 42 matches without a golden ball. I think I worked out that if we don't have another one till the end of the year, or the end of the week now, that we'd start next year on 60. But I feel that, especially with finals coming up, who knows, next golden ball could just be around the corner.
Yeah, that was a close one for Manwani. Well, I don't. Well, what do you think on that? Let's put that to. First of all, let's see. He's look. He's waiting for the sunshine. Normally, he's all snuggled up inside the jacket of the owner. The owner's having a rest. He has a rest. He has a bit of a nap. But while there's no sun out, he's going to just keep on walking to keep warm. Now, what do you reckon, folks? Should we carry on from whatever number we were on? Should we start on 0? New season. I reckon new season. We should start on 0. This one gets well, showing you the maker's name. There's Vibayadov. Plays this down and doesn't want to take the risk. As we see, look, I've been very impressed with this young man, Ranveer Singh. And you know me, when we see young juniors making their way up, and I like to see it. I like to see them in action. And well, Sam on his back, but Ranveer Singh, he's been good. Well, this time, he's done it again. We saw him do this in the first one, but watch the arm, the arm. See the stumps there move. Well, that's not nothing naughty you're seeing move in between the umpire's legs. It's the stumps, and that's because the bowler Ranveer's caught him again. He did this once before in the first match, and the ball actually ended up going off the pitch, and we didn't actually pick it up straight away. But this is all to do with him hitting the stumps. So in comes, this is the free hit, and he's going to get the full Monty. It goes all the way. Balle, 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 says Carreras. KY. So that is so sweet, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai as it goes for 6. Yeah, that was good. He's of the no ball, and that was when the bowler just caught the stumps on his follow through. That's what was given. The bowler's got knocked off. Well, that's how you get 7 of 1 ball, I suppose. Ranveer this time goes wide, but too wide. Good idea, and then he's been thrown away. Why don't we just take another one and make it 2 bites? And then, well, it's not my fault. Mera kite kasura, mere kate ball in the marde. Well, that's what the bowler Ranveer is saying. He's well, you can see he's thinking, what's going on here, guys? I mean, first of all, the wicketkeeper throws it, and nobody's there. And then, with a throw, I think it was Ishan, fires it back in towards Ranveer and nearly knocks him over. A bit untidy here, and Sporting. They could put it right here with this one, and they do. The catch is taken, and it is Vinod Kumar Patel takes the catch, and well done to the young bowler. Ranveer Singh, all things were happening. He was hitting the stumps with his hand, giving the no ball, free hit away, and then the fielder's throwing the ball away. Well, sometimes, I tell you, it's not good to be cheeky. Well, the batters were cheeky as they took the cheeky run. Kuldeep Lal got himself to the striker's end and then got himself out. Good catch taken. Kuldeep will go 5 off the 4 deliveries he's faced. And a nice catch taken there by Patel. And gives the wicket to Ranveer. So they get a break in this partnership, and they do it early. They used to remember the first match. Well, they put 50 on together before that partnership was broken. It's not to be this time. And this time, Hira Mahey is not going to shy away to coming out to have a bat. He shied away from having a bowl in the first. We didn't see him, and we didn't see him with the bat either. But he's going to come out here now, so they're sticking to what we think will be their normal top 3. So Kuldeep and Yadav to start. Hira then coming in at 3. Hira's been solid with the bat. 304 runs to his name so far. And well, he's by far the top scorer for his team. He comes in to take guard, and he'll have 3 balls to face here from Ranveer Singh. And he comes in after Kuldeep Lal was caught by Unit Patel for 5. And it's not a good delivery to start off with. Goes for the Yorker as the young bowler. Gets it wrong. One thing about Hira Mahey is you can always tell when you've got a class batter out there, because he gets scores, and you sort of have a look at the scoreboard and think, how did he get to there? He sort of does it silently, you know what I mean? He just plods along, plays some big shots, but he sort of does it under the radar. This is a little clip away. Fielder should have no issues. And that's a little maestro. Gurang Mayavanshi. He's taken some good catches out there, actually. And you see Yadav.
He's been on fire this morning, Gurang. I mean, looking straight into the sun a couple of times. Not an easy position to field when you're into the sun, because you're trying to judge the height, the speed off the bat. Tough enough as it is.
Or stopped. Well, he's having all sorts of issues with his fingers today. He's seeing, well, he's mashing them up by hitting the stumps, and then, well, the other hand's being mashed up by fielding the ball. But he's still going. He's a young man. Yeah, those stringers will get, well, like proper cricketer's fingers by the time he gets to in 10 years' time. Good delivery, good comeback. And, well, Yadav is saying, well, go on, if you want to have a go, have a go. I'll tell you what, I'll turn around and have a go. He's got two men backing up there. End of the over, finishes it well, goes for 11. And 18 for 1 after 2.
Looking at the table, certainly has become a case of the haves and have-nots. There's nobody tied at all on the table. And still won't be after this game. Count on your Tigers. 12 out of 12. And these two are in the next two positions. So if it was to stay that way, then these two would become the top 2 ranked teams on the finals day for Group B on Saturday. And yeah, if it stays how it stays, and other Young Stars and Ripper Warriors would be the other teams involved in that playoff day. Of course, the top team, they get straight through to Sunday. Here's Ishan.
Taking him on, and good turn, pick up and throw. But you get the feeling that Hero gets there pretty quickly. He can be quick when he has to, Hero.
Oh yeah, he's funny how he can really turn on when he needs to. Does just enough. Ishan, yeah, important bowler here in the third. The spinners are coming. Let's see how Gracia deal with them. Lucky hits that, but. You know, we certainly saw Gracia didn't have it all their own way with the bat last time. We were saying things, if they had 30 or 40 more runs last time. Okay, they've got a few more. They've got, 17 more. But yeah, they're going to have to bowl and field out of their skin here, Raval.
Yeah, he uses his feet and he goes down the ground, and it's going to be 6 runs. Nicely done.
There you go, Rico full.
There you go. Thank you. Who wants it? There you go. Yeah,
nice,
good shot.
I was worried that was going to hit the crossbar of the cube and come back and hit me squarely between the eyes. But Rico full. There you go. Good look at the new Kookaburra. It's kind of a funny angle of the wall there. Good shot though by Yadav. I mean, that's his play. I think he hits it perfectly executed off drive and just contacts it in a way that is elevated. And that left the ground quickly.
You got to use your feet to the spin, and Yadav, he saw that in the first match, was prepared to take on Ishan. Short, 4 runs. Yeah, he sort of tricks him into this, does Yadav. He gets the early movement in. Ishan Patel then decides, well, okay, if you're looking to come after me, I'm going to get the quicker one in. But it's a little bit too short. And I think Yadav, he was expecting this to be short. And he plays a good shot.
Okay, Rico.
Yeah.
You've set the chat on fire again.
What's happened now?
Not the beard this time, although also the beard.
It's 4 more. Maybe it was half a chance. Everybody screams catch. I don't know if this is catchable. I don't even know if it was stoppable. It was hit so hard. Fielder does well. Guffey calls you get the field in there, but Jokka, 4 more.
It's kind of threw him before he reacts, to be honest. Again, dealing with the sun in that position. Yeah, so you set the chat on fire with your amazing weather prediction. Okay. So there is one more that we didn't get to that I know Raja would really like you to have a guess at. Okay. I kind of like this one too. This is going off the inside edge. I'll get 1. Yadav looks very happy to keep the strike at the end of the power play. Gracia, 34 for 1. What was their power play earlier? It was similar to that, I'm going to say. Earlier in their first 3 overs, they
tell you, 31. Yeah.
31 for no loss. So, yeah, man, pretty much the same. So, he's in Vancouver. And in Vancouver now, it's 2:37 a.m. Vancouver.
2:37 a.m.
in Canada, British Columbia. Canada. Love it. Been to Vancouver. It's very nice.
Okay.
You know, you can ski really close to the city there, North Vancouver.
Right, I'm going to take a real shot. It's going to have to be cold for sure.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to contribute something as well, because whatever you say, I will give you the Fahrenheit of that for our American viewers. So I'm also bringing something to the table here.
Fair enough. I'm going to take a stab at minus 11.
Minus 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why. That's the number.
Just what you're feeling.
It's what I'm feeling. It's got to be cold, sure.
Let's go. Good old Google to the rescue.
Thumped and 4 runs in the gap. And well hit, well struck. It's a good shot. Just a little bit too short. And absolutely clobbers.
All right. You're way off.
I'm way off?
3 degrees. Positive
Really?
3.
Okay, yeah,
So
okay.
3 would be 37 Fahrenheit.
Really? So what's the daytime temperature there then at the moment? What would it get in the
Like
day?
6.
Really? That surprises me.
I'd go sunbathing.
That
Although
surprises
this
me.
forecast is rain. Hello to everyone for watching from Canada. Well, there you go. Yeah. Here
That
it said 2
surprises
degrees.
me.
Well, what my information was 3 degrees, but it wasn't minus 11.
Okay.
You're definitely wearing too many layers if you go there. Anyway, here's Gorang. Wicket-taking machine. I like that from Gorang, though. I mean, he doesn't always slow it down. He uses those variations of pace well and kind of, he plays on the batter's ego a little bit, but he's very clever at upsetting batters' timing.
Goes after him and we'll get 4 runs. A lovely shot. This is delightful. It's good batting. It's classy. This is a top shot. Uses his feet, gets to the pitch of it. And then also it's about not just the placement, but the execution.
Yeah.
Such a lovely shot.
Because he gets to the pitch of it, he's not so worried it's going to spin past the bat. So he's confident he's playing down the right line. Plays at the offside. That's just very, very good batting technically from Yadav.
This time he's floated up and Yadav trying to find the gap on the offside. And this was all about Gorang trying to entice Yadav to come down the track again. Yadav says, no, I'm not taking the bait. This time he does, and he misses it, and he gets bowled. So Gorang, well, oh, he's the little man. He may be little, he may be small, but he's mighty, and he's fired up as well. I tell you what, there's no smiles on the face this time from Little Maestro. And this one, oh, this is such a good delivery. Have a look at this again. I thought he just missed a straight one, but this is really looping and swinging in the air. He's really wrapped his fingers around this. And you can see Yadav, though he's come straight down the ground, he's not expecting this to swing round him, and it does. Good delivery.
And look, he just kind of loses his shape as well, doesn't he, there, Vibo Yadav? So Mayavanchi, Little Maestro, ends up playing a tune that Yadav doesn't know the words to. And I think Yadav be kicking himself. Sometimes when you think it's a full toss, then you start trying to overhit it, going, all right, here we go, we're on. Yeah. But he just, for the first time, really lost his shape there. So 42 for 2. And last time when Yadav departed, the game kind of took a turn, didn't it? And they were able to stifle a lot of the other batters. Having said that, Hiramahe, the captain, pretty good performer, is coming to the crease, strolling to the crease at number 4.
Well, yeah, here we go.
No, sorry, Simran is coming in at number 4. Hira's facing, of course, because he's facing a new over from Ishan Patel.
Oh, this one was pretty close to being a foul shot as well. He just gets a little bit something on this. So, yeah, interesting times. He's still got to negotiate this over from Patel, and then Gorang will come back, but that's lucky. That doesn't use his feet at all, just goes for brute force. This time he just flicks this away. Oh, man who can use his feet pretty well, especially hitting straight down the ground, is Simranjit Singh. We've seen plenty of him in the field, haven't we? Taken 6 catches today. Yeah. We won't focus on the one that he dropped. 6 catches today.
6 out of 7.
He was not out in the last match. Didn't have to do too much, though, by the time he got in. But now he's got a little bit to do here. Yeah,
I think it's good to get him out there. He's one guy we haven't quite seen the best of with the bat yet, but he's very, very destructive on his day. Well, bowled though by Ishan. As I talked about this earlier, he actually spins the ball. He actually spins the ball, doesn't just bowl slow. He asks questions of the batter because of that turn that he gets.
Yeah, he really gets the ball to grip and rip. This one would have been a wide, but, well, no ball has been called here. As well, it's 4 runs as well, so no ball. So this is off the pitch.
I think it is off the pitch. Let's have a look at it. So Ishan really lost this one if this is the case. Where does this bounce? Yeah, it does. It bounces off the pitch. And because he's off-spinning it, it actually turns back in and becomes quite hittable. So that's basically a free hit before a free hit for Simran.
Bit of a disaster. So that's 5 of that one ball. And, well, whatever comes on this will be added to it. Simran has the license to go the full Monty. And he rocks back, hits this pretty hard. And the fielder, the Little Maestro. Well, that's not the Little Maestro. That's Ali. Numan Ali, who's replaced him out there. Makes a really good stop.
Fake Little Maestro. Well, actually, Little Maestro's little brother, Mayavanchi, has played a game in this series. And you say little brother, he kind of towers over Gorang.
It's
it's a wide because it hits the pitch that time. But, yeah, he's just certainly taking the offside approach to extremes, isn't he, Ishan Patel?
He wants to get Mahey coming after him and believes he can get him stumped. That's all I'm thinking here.
Meanwhile, 50's up and things ain't looking great for Raval Sporting. This is a real kind of, I suppose, a low point for them in this tournament because they're trying to mount something, try and get something going towards the finals, but it'll be a deflating couple of losses.
Goes for the big hit, and is he going to get it? Yes, he is. Well, he's got plenty of power about him, and he muscles this over the boundary. Well, Housey says, hey, you're knocking my house over. Well, he just sat there minding his own business, and this one will bounce. It hits the top of the marquee, and this almost drops in his head. Well, if he had caught that one-handed, that would have been something.
Awareness is everything.
Yeah, Andy House, one of the European Cricket Network crew here. Andy House, and also Medadalb, Max Bai, Samir Naik, and of course our tournament referee, Rob Kevin, and also Diana Oros, the ECM photographer, doing a fantastic job, everybody, and all looking forward to this ECL 23.
I've got a Malta update. Are you ready?
Go on, tell me.
Have no
Ah,
further Malta
that's
news.
not an update.
Come on, Malta. Tell us what's going on. I will highlight Group E there because Gracia are in Group E. They'll have to fight for their place in Championship Week with some very good clubs. Paco Care, who we saw earlier in this tournament, actually not make it to the top 4 of this ECS. They will be defending their European Cricket crown as the winners of last year's ECL. Join us for the European Cricket League, the Champions League European Cricket from the 27th of February, coming to you from Cartama, just out of Malaga in Spain.
Yeah, let's talk about Gracia. We're talking about ECL 23 Gracia. This team out here now. Now, look, I'm not going to 100% say this is confirmed, but I get the feeling that Kulit Lal probably won't be there for their first encounters. If they get through to Championship Week, he may be available.
They're not that far apart. So Group E play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of Week 3.
Yeah.
And then Championship Week starts the next Monday. It's the first Monday of Week 4. So Kuldeep, put it on ice. Get some cold feet. There's nothing cold about this from Mahe. That's a rocket off the bat for 6. Maximo. Well, with him there hitting like this might be a quick finish.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just why he's so strong. He's so quick to latch onto these. Slightly short. He's onto it like a flash. But look, let's have a look at this team. So no Kuldeep in the frame, say, for example.
Okay.
They've got Simranjit in. What do you think they need to be real contenders? I mean, they're probably good contenders at the moment. What do they need to add to their game, do you think, so they can be a team that will be contesting for the crown?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. I mean, firstly, you'd say, well, obviously they're mixing it here in Barcelona and doing pretty well. And you look at where the European cricket champions came from, Paco Care, same competition. I think maybe a couple more, like, kind of, Well, they get 2 wild cards, right?
Yeah.
So I think somebody that maybe another technical hitter, like a technically good hitter, because the question is, okay, when you get to the Championship Week, assuming you do, can you handle the bowling of it? So you can never have too many of those. And I would say it'd be handy if they could pick up like a left arm spinner or something like that. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and it's catchable for Chet Patel. It's coming down with snow on it, but he'll catch it. And Chet Patel's got a good pair of hands. He's part of the wall of Patel in that region. And here Mahe, he's a big man, hits a big ball, hits a high ball, but it falls into the hands of Chet Patel. 65 for 3.
Hey, let's do our thing when this goes up in the air count. This goes a long way up.
Wait up. Give us a
let's
real-time replay. Ready?
Here we go.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Once you get to 6 seconds, that's big. Once you get 6 seconds in the air, that's some serious hang time.
I tell you what, you said it's come down with snow on it. It probably has. That's gone a long way up. Chet Patel, he was not flustered at all. And just have a think of how quick this comes down as well. That is it looks like you're straight to him. That is a difficult catch. That was travelling.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I've got the stopwatch on now.
Right.
I'm not just free counting it. Ready? Yeah, it's like maybe not quite the full 6 seconds, but it's definitely in the 5s, which makes it's proper hang time. And without boring you with physics and the laws of the universe, the higher it is, the faster it is actually hitting your hands. So the faster it's coming down because of acceleration.
Yeah.
Here's Numan Ali. That's a good one first up. So, yeah, the higher it goes, then gravity, 9.8 meters per second. By the time it hits your hands, it's coming quick. And that means that if you misjudge it even slightly, you don't have too much time at the end to readjust yourself. So Chet Patel takes a fantastic catch there.
Really good catch. And you know what? A little maestro, 2 for 17, so he gets another wicket. And that takes his tally to 20. Remember last year, he was the MVP, took 22 wickets. It looks like he's going to surpass that. He's just bowled so well.
Yeah, I wonder how many matches he played last year. I was just thinking. So last year they played 5. No, they played 10 matches. No, they would have played. I'll have to go back to the thing.
You have a look. In the meantime, Rathod, I'm liking this from Hiro Mahey. He's just changed it up slightly rather than go for something like Vinod Kumar. He's got Rathod out there, so Rathod will get a chance. Plays it nicely. Nice looking shot. Handsomely played. Gets a single. Of course, we're talking about Gracia. Remember at the moment, I know he's been completely out of form. They've still got Gurwinder Singh Bajwa to come back in the side as well. The talented left-hander. So, he's somebody. But yeah, I'm with you. I would say what they're missing an out-and-out brutal hitter. I think that's the only thing. I think bowling-wise, batting-wise, if you see this one, I think that's going to be 4 runs. He's Chet Patel. We were bigging him up after he took a great catch. With this one, it's probably a little bit more routine. I know he's got a bit of work to do, but he tries to take it at an awkward height, and he ends up palming it over. So one man who doesn't make too many mistakes with the catching, Simranjit Singh, he gets a bit lucky. He should have been gone here. And that one really, well, it's at a stage when this match is almost done and dusted here now.
One more big hit will do it. Here's Nouman Ali. Good stop.
Wide, great stop. And this is a bit like the Moroccan goalkeeper last night. Bono making a good save, diving to his right and tips it round the post.
So Gorang last year, he took 22 wickets in 12 matches. And he was 4 ahead of the next best. So that's a pretty good strike rate. So he was taking a wicket every 6.5 balls. So pretty much a wicket every over on average, almost. So yeah, good effort from him. And I'll try and work out his strike rate heading into today. But yeah, it's pretty good.
Pretty good. And the thing I like about Gurung, I bet you there's so many people that are watching bowling that say, yeah, I'll have him.
Oh, yeah.
It's completely different when you're out there. And you can see that. I mean, Gracia, these batters are no muppets. These are good batters. And some of the other teams that he's destroyed, they all have the same thought. Just use your feet, come down, hit him down the ground. Nah, it's not that easy. He's a clever bowler.
In this series, he's taking a wicket every 6.9 balls. So it's pretty good. He's taking a wicket every 6 or 7 balls. This is what's coming up this afternoon. Well, 2 teams that would really love a win. It's Hawks versus Yeater Tigers. I'm not sure they'll make it through to Saturday, but I mean, sometimes when the pressure's off, you can play your best cricket. And like both these teams, okay, between them, they only have 3 wins and 19 losses. That tells you that they'll really want to get the points. They'll be putting it all on the line when we return in around about 35 minutes for the 3rd match of the day. Match 107, usually the toss. Hawks winning the toss, electing to bowl first. So the Tigers, they'll have to try and put something together with the bat. Hasn't always been easy for them. But Umar Mohammed, the one game they did win, he batted very well. Keepers for that. And Rizwan comes on. So this is going to be the end of the game.
Oh, dear. Well, that's not the way to do it. And I think that, a man who's been pretty good in the field up until this moment, that's Unat Kumar Patel, gets this completely wrong. I mean, on this surface, there's no way you should be letting the ball get past you. So the match comes to an end, and they do it pretty easily. Do it with 17 balls to go. So Gracia, they continue their impressive run. That's 8 wins on the spin for them now. And, well, once again, they make it look easy. Simranjit Patel, he will finish with a score of 4 more to add to his score. So he goes to 17 of 9.
Okay, waving to the fans. The other day you were in a car with like a ticker tape parade style. Now you're just sitting there waving freestyle. But Manish, he tried the old hide the ball trick and it almost worked. But yeah, frustration for Raval Sporting. I mean, these are highlights they won't really want to watch back. I think for the most part, it was a morning to forget for Raval, who just need to regroup and try and build some kind of momentum heading into the finals now.
Yeah, they certainly do. And the thing is, though, it's one of those things that we say that once you get yourself into a bit of a rut, it's difficult to come back out of it. Well, that's the ball that we had to take out of here. It made its way in. So how did they get out of this? I think we saw them with the batting this time around. They tried to go out and be a bit more positive, a bit more assertive. It looked like maybe it was going to be enough to get them to that sort of 90 score, but then Gracia came back well towards the end thanks to good bowling from Paramjit Singh this time, and Trilochan Singh again picking up 3 wickets. And, well, the batting just not clicking. And then with the ball, well, though they did try, they did cause a few concerns. They picked up 3 wickets, and little mistakes like that as well. We saw one catch put down by Chayat Patel, that misfield there. Well, that was right at the end of the match when the game is already done, and I suppose by then Brother Sporting knew they're already a beaten side. So they've got some work to do. They've got to really pick themselves up when we see them next again. But Gracia, they're a team that are flying high.
They certainly are. And there's the scorecard. 31 Yadav certainly had a good morning with the bats, and 16 for Mahe. Simran with 17 not out at the end, so a few runs for him. I think that's a good result as well. With the ball, well, they tried hard. I mean, can't criticise them too much. Manwani only 7 off his over. 2 for 17 for Mayavanshi, continues to take wickets. The other wicket went to the man called Sam Ranveer Singh. We will take a break. We'll be back in 30 minutes' time. When we do, 2 teams that are desperate for some points in this series. The Hawks and the Yada Tigers going head-to-head in match 107. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you very shortly after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, and thank you for joining me once more for match number 107. Is where we welcome back the Hawks and also the Jaeger Tigers. These are two teams that have found it difficult to get going. The Jaeger Tigers playing in the very first European Cricket Series. They found the going tough, but they did pick up the first and only victory, and that was against Fateh. So they've got a bit of confidence behind them. So have the Hawks. The last time we saw them, they got a good victory over the Young Stars. But look, both these two teams know that they won't be playing in Saturday's group finals day. They're not going to make it, but they still want to finish their series with a bang and see how many points they can get on the board. Let's join the captains, Mohammed Abu and Cameron Zia, and of course, the tournament referee, my good friend, Sir Rob Kemin, for the all-important coin toss.
Tails. It's your call. Your call. Tails is called. It is hits.
Play the ball first.
Cameron Zia, the captain of the Hawks, deciding he's going to have a field first. I think he'll be hoping that he can restrict the Jaeger Tigers to a low score, and then, well, with the batting he's got, go and knock them off. Let's have a look at their bowlers first. I think someone like Amir Hamza is going to be very key, and he'll get good support from the other all-rounder, Zain Mujadi, who has been very good in the tournament. Cameron Zia then himself with the bat, and somebody like Mohammed Sohail would look to go on and knock the runs off pretty quickly. The Jaeger Tigers, they'll be hoping that it's Umar Mohammed for them that performs well. He's somebody that we do know can go on and score good runs. 62 he scored against Fateh. That was a really good innings. I think somebody like Naveed Riaz, who we know is an outstanding bowler at the left armour, I think he's also shown that he can give a good contribution with the bat as well. Yesterday though, we saw a shining light for them. I think Harpreet Singh was sensational. The other left arm bowler bowled really, really well. I think those two bowlers together, Naveed and Harpreet, are going to be very key. But Harpreet showed that he can be pretty useful with the bat as well. Going to be an exciting contest. Remember, not playing to make it into finals day, but playing for a bit of pride, playing to see if they can get more points on the board for them. It's going to be a good match. It's going to be an exciting one. I think both two teams evenly matched. Let's go over to Mr. Maximo Binifandu for the start of this one.
Afternoon, everybody. Well done, Rico, out there with news from the toss that the Jaeger Tigers have won the toss. Thanks to the bat. Don't mind that at all. Hope you're having a great day. Let's just have a look at some aerial shots of this ground. There's a softball ground in the background. It's got a Little League baseball ground. You can see that. You've got football grounds around. You've got, obviously, Olympic Stadium in the very back of that. And just how about the landscape of Barcelona in general? It's very close to the city here, just halfway up Mount Jick. Let's have a look at the two teams then for match number 107. Jaeger Tigers, 1 win out of 12 matches. This is actually their last 2 matches in the series. So I believe they're the first team to complete their 14 matches. They'd love to go out with another win. You can see not a lot of green down the bottom there for these two teams. Hawks, though, they are 8-run favourites, according to the supercomputer. But both these teams averaging less than 100 with the bat. In the Tigers' case, dramatically so. So, look, two teams that are unlikely, or actually probably say now they're not going to be going into the finals, but a lot to play for because they definitely want the win. When you haven't had a lot of wins, you see a game like this and you think, okay, well, this is our time. Pressure's off. Go out there, just relax a bit, try and play our best cricket. Mohammed Sanaullah opening the bowling. Tigers have Umar Mohammed on strike, and he was a match winner in the match that they did win, and he starts well here with a boundary. Wasn't that short, to be honest, from Sunny, but picks it up quickly, stands and delivers. So Umar Mohammed had a bit of an issue with runouts after that good innings against Fateh, which was the Tigers' only win, their first win in ECN cricket. And he's out there with Junaid Afzal. He's yet to face. There's the old grunted slower ball. Oh, he's already reasonably slow, Sanaullah. Want to say hello to Marnus in the chat, saying it was a bit disappointed by the Raval Sporting batting performance. Yeah, that's true. And interesting comment that I'll come back to in a second, because this one gets away from Cameron Zia. Even though he's on the run, he starts very wide outside the off stump. Can't get there in time, 5 wides. And the Tigers, well, when you're a team that averages 75 per 10 overs, you need all the help you can get, and they get a bit of a gift here. And that will be 5 runs and re-bowled. Yeah, Mana said that Raval Sporting are currently playing like a team of garden gnomes. Which is a very creative way to put it. I'll put it this way, I'm sure they're not too happy with their performance this morning either, Patrick. Anyway, this is a dot ball. Coming back after the 5 wides. Much better comeback from Mohamed Sanaullah. Yeah, hello to Mandrake as well. Let us know if you're in the chat. I'd love to say hi. A few people just probably coming back from the midpoint break of the day. This is a cut and gets into gap as well. So remember, Mohamed's on so far. He gets 2 boundaries in the first over. Still a ball to go in it. And this is what the Tigers need. And we know they're probably not the deepest batting lineup. So if somebody gets a chance, they have to go on with it. That was always the question throughout this series. The thing with the Yader Tigers, their bowling and their fielding has actually been pretty good. They have shown that they're a bit of an awkward team to score runs against. But yeah, they've struggled even chasing targets of, for example, 81 against Ripple Warriors, fell well short. Last ball of the over. Comes back. It's a long chase for the outfield. He won't get there. So another boundary in the first. Mohamed goes 1, 2, 3, Calypso style as we get to the end of the first over. The Yader Tigers are 17 without loss. Welcome back into the commentary box. Rico full, 3 fours and a 5 wides in the first over.
Yeah, the perfect start for a team that, as you mentioned, have had their troubles with the bat. But one man who has been a shining light for them is Umar Mohamed, and he's made a good start. 12 on the board for him so far. Junaid Afzal is getting ready to face his first delivery. But yeah, it's all about trying to provide valuable support for that man out there. And well, if he can get a partnership going, maybe somebody like Afzal or even Mohamed Abu, the captain, stay with him. And of course, don't forget Harpreet Singh, who made a great introduction for them yesterday. And they've got every opportunity to get to a score around between 85 and 100. And as you highlighted, with the bowling they got every opportunity to defend it.
Yeah, exactly right. This is Umar Mohamed. So now we've got the battle potentially everyone wants to see, the Umar Mohamed battle.
Yep.
Because Umar Mohamed for the Hawks is bowling. Umar Mohamed and on strikers right now. But he won't get a strike just yet. There's enough confusion for everybody. But anyway, you've got Umar wearing number 1 for the Hawks. You've got Umar Mohamed wearing number 7 for the Tigers. Will also be the keeper. This is hit pretty well. What a pickup. Oh, that would have been an incredible run out. Now, they'll give away an overthrow, but I think it's certainly worth it. That was a chance to run out Umar Mohamed. Brilliant pick up and throw. Unfortunately, couldn't quite find the target.
Yeah, sensational. And Mohamed Usama, lovely pick up front. Yeah, you got to go for this. I mean, look, hit the stumps, you got a wicket. And yeah, a nice bit of cricket, good bit of action. It was well backed up as well. So they do get the run.
Flip side is, you get the form guy on strike, but not for long, as he'll just hack this one away in the leg side for a single. Hello to Zaid Aziz, who said he's watching from Trinidad and Tobago. Fantastic country. Home of Dwight York, former Premier League footballer.
Trinidad, Tobago, lovely, yeah.
Used to always play him on FIFA. He's one of my favourites. Worked away. I'm liking this start from Yader Tigers. Okay, they were helped by the 5 wide. I think maybe they just feel pressure's off. You know, cricket's a funny thing, especially when you go out there, you square with the other team. You're 0, they're 0. And sometimes, if you haven't been winning, you start to think, oh, the other team, you start to actually think they're better than they are sometimes. You start, and so something like a 5 wide shows, oh, hold on, maybe these guys aren't robots. You know, maybe these guys are human like me. And so this shows you that, you know, maybe the opposition is also a little bit unsettled and a little bit nervous about the result. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 20 without loss after 2.
Yeah, the Young Stars were the team that Hawks were able to dismantle last time. They played very well against them, especially in the second match, match number 98, when they knocked off the 118 required and did it really well. And they did it, remember that match, they did it 23 off the last over. So it's quite a sensational win. So we know the Hawks, when they click, they can go well. But you can see there that Mohamed Sohail has been the top run scorer for them. They need him to perform well. They also need, though, this man out there at the moment to get into form again. And so far, Umar Mohamed is looking to business.
Mandrake's asking, are they brothers? I don't believe so. It's a pretty common name. And if they are, I'll be the first to know once I find out. Anyway, this is played away by Afzal. Has to move, does move. It wasn't a great throw. So, yeah, hello to Bajendra Yadav as well. saying good evening to us. Yeah, thanks to everyone that's tuning in. I mean, there's only, I'm starting to lose track now. Today's Wednesday, so we've got today, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's it. 4.5 days left. Hit hard and 6. Well, only just over the fingertips, but it was over the fielder. Maximo. Umar Mohammed takes on the fielder and wins. I think he was nervous here, but yeah, look at the positioning though of Mohammed Sahel. I think he might have jumped in, but yeah, he had to hold his ground. That was hit very hard.
Yeah, Sahel, when we saw him, the leader for Hawks with the batting, he couldn't leap up high enough for this. This is another cracking shot. This time he goes through the covers, and that will be 4 in the extra cover area. He is such a, sometimes you see him play shots, and you think, well, has this guy batted much? Because he doesn't look all that. But once he gets going, and when he starts timing the ball like that, he looks a completely different kettle of fish, and that is a thumping shot down the ground for the 6, and then this one, well, he carves it through the offside.
Shot, and that shows me that he ain't no slogger. I mean, that's a cricket shot, going offside to ball outside the stump. Yeah, so he tries to slog this one, and we'll get a single, but that's fine. I mean, got to say, it's a bit of discussion about, most of the discussion in the chat when you're here is about how good a commentator you are, Rico, and that is certainly noted. What I will say, some people have some favourites, some people have others as favourites. We don't take it personally. I think the main thing is we appreciate everyone's efforts in the box, and so hopefully you do too. Not an easy job, I would have to say, because I suppose what people don't understand, they might tune in for an hour or two, but I mean you got here, what's that, 3 weeks ago now? Something like that?
Yeah.
2.5 weeks ago. I mean, it's a lot of hours, but we do it because we love it, and we do try and keep the standard and the energy pretty high, which is normally pretty easy with some of the cricket we do get to see here in the ECS. But yeah, keep it positive, and we're also hoping next year potentially a big year on the cards. We might discover 1 or 2 more that we can have bring you the action here on ECN. That's quite a remarkable pull shot from Afzal. It wasn't that short, but he finds the field. That's the end of the power play. And the Ada Tigers, I'll be very happy with that power play. They end up 35 without loss after 3.
Yeah, they're going along pretty good rate. I mean, this is what they need. It's one thing that I think all the newer teams, I think the early young stars were very much the same. If they can get a good power play and they don't lose too many wickets, it gives them the opportunity to get to a decent score. And all the new teams we find, though, they seem to be much stronger with the bowling and fielding. So you get that good start, you've got something you can defend. You can see that both these teams at the wrong end of the table. The Ada Tigers just the 1 win, that was against Fateh, and the Hawks just 2 wins to their name. And it's all about, I think here, these 2 teams, it's all about saying, well, who can finish higher up than the other, who can finish better. The Hawks would hope that it's them. They're a team with a little bit more experience than the Tigers, but the Tigers here, they're certainly making a fight for it.
Yeah, they are. So all up to continue. First over went for 17. That had 3 boundaries and 5 wides in there. That was the 17. I always think it's funny because, you ask your parents, I was 1 of 4. They'll say, who's your favourite? And they'll say no one, but everyone knows when people there's a favourite. I feel like when people say they don't have favourite commentators, what they say is they have to say that, but their favourite's Rico. But again, that's fine. We all know who the favourite one is. That's fine. And the beard just really sealing it.
Oh, I'll get rid of the beard. Don't worry.
No, it's okay. I'm actually one of your biggest fans, so you can definitely stay.
Zanula just having a few issues with...
I think it's Cameron Zia's hurt his back there.
Zia actually, I mean, this is the news I was going to share with you after this delivery.
Okay.
Yes, it's been swung and missed. Yeah, Zia does actually have a bad back because when I was talking about the coin toss, I was chatting to him about his batting and I said, if you can stick around just a little bit longer, he said, Rico, he said, my back has gone. He said, but he said, with the number of players unavailable, he's having to do a lot of work, not just as a batter, but behind the stumps as well. Look, the way he's positioning himself here, you can see he's not comfortable. He's feeling this. He's, I reckon, the thing is, though, if it is an issue, he's far better off than maybe just standing back and forget standing up to the stumps. I know he's a bit of a trooper. He wants to be involved in the stumping if he can. This one's been hit well, just to the left of us. And it will go all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras. Good shot.
Yeah, really good shot. Just didn't try to hit too hard, and that's the beauty of the the field not having a long off, basically, is that you're just trying to hit over the mid-off. And it's so funny, sometimes when you're not trying to hit a 6, you do, because you think, I just got to get it over the guy in the circle, but you time it so well that goes the distance.
Yeah, it was a really, really good shot. Yeah, it gets a bit of a full toss. That gets worked away.
We don't normally get in the habit of comparing commentators, because I agree, we all have our own styles, and I don't think people will have their own favourites or appreciate different things from different people. But I do like Bajendra Yadav's comment. This is in the air. This is the first chance, and it needs to be taken, and it is. So that looks like Ahmed Javed to me that takes it. And so Umar Mohammed gets to 26, but it'll go no further. And this is a kind of watershed moment in this innings, because Umar has been carrying their batting somewhat when they've been having success, but he has to go. The only partnership is broken. It's 44 for 1.
Yeah, and Sanuula, though he hasn't been at his best, he's gone for 26. He will finish his spell with a wicket, and it's a big wicket of Umar Mohammed. The good news, I suppose, for the Tigers is that Junaid Afzal has also shown that he can hit the ball pretty well. He was the last man to pick up the boundary. And also, I suppose the good news really for Hawks and their captain Cameron Zia is that at least Javed is back to catching the ball. He's put a few down, hasn't he, in this series, but he holds on to that one, and it was crucial.
He's normally really safe, but he's got a slightly unusual technique. Maybe not out of the textbook, but he holds on to most. He holds on to that one. That's the important one. So captain comes to the crease. Mohamed Abu won't be facing as it's the end of the over, 44 for 1. And now we've got Amir Hamza to bowl. It's a very good left-arm spin. A bit of cloud covers around. I don't think we'll get any rain, but yeah, it's kind of not too much blue sky around at the moment. Good bounce from Hamza first up. Yeah, so Bajendra's comment was all three have their own qualities. Rico explains the game well. Vinny chats with us well. Corey, he makes commentating spicy by taking sides. I love that. That's pretty, it's pretty accurate as well. Because now obviously as a commentator, you're normally neutral. Well, this would have been gone. It's not. They'll get an extra. Again, worth it to get a wicket. I think Tigers, you're feeling if you can get a few wickets, we know that things can fall apart pretty quickly for them. Yeah, so historically, commentators stay really neutral. But I don't mind if you're biased as long as you disclose it. It's only if you keep it secret. The good thing about Corey, he's a very good poker player, but in life, you can read him easy as you like. Oh, this is a little edge. It's going to run away. No luck for Hamza. Is the fielder going to get this? Oh, not quite. It's a good effort by Umar Mohammed, but it is a boundary for Afzal. So they turn the overthrow and parlay that into 4 more, and also brings up the 50 for the Ada Tigers.
He plays that pretty well, I think, and he knows exactly what he's doing here. Zia still holding his back, and the thing is, the worry here for the Hawks is, well, this is early in the first match. They'll need him big time with the bat, and they'll need him probably beyond the stumps for the second.
Length on this one, turned away. So something's happened in the chat, which I've been waiting for. Well, Mandrake, his name's actually Dave Smith. And there's been a David Smith that's been popping into the chat. And I know that Mandrake's been talking about maybe going back to his normal name. So I thought, is he straggling account to account? But a bit like Superman and Clark Kent, they're in the chat together, Mandrake and David Smith right now. So it does appear that they're not the same person. This goes to the straight fielder. So Hale, just the single. So there we go. And I've asked David Smith, as in not Mandrake, David Smith. Where is he watching from? So I'm looking forward to finding out. Hamza hasn't bowled a bad over. Could use a wicket though. Oh, well, this will be a wide because it actually gets some of the pitch. This is probably one of the better rules we've seen, the local rules we've seen employed in this series. Because this normally would be a no ball for off the pitch because it hits the side of the pitch. But because this pitch is so narrow, the local rule is that it will just be a wide. Otherwise, poor keeper has to cop a bye there, and he had no chance. Swing and a miss to finish the 5th over. Hamza goes for 8, and at the end of 5, it is 54 for 1. Welcoming you into the queue, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Yeah, just 4.5 days until the end of the season, Rico. And maybe let us know in the chat what you plan to do when we have 7 weeks off. We can let you know what we're going to get up to. But yeah, it's been a big year. We're excited to finish it here, and I'm excited to finish it with you too. And
huge.
The beard has to stay.
For the remainder of this series, yes. And, well, new year, fresh start, it's coming off. And I can't go home with his beard.
How long
the
you been? Is
daughter's
that,
already
is that
told me you
since
can't come home with a beard.
Since the start of November?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Since the start
So
of
you
November.
met my father in Malta, right? And
Yep.
he had a beard, and he's always had a beard. It used to be a lot longer. And my mum said, yeah, well, if he ever shaved it, I'd divorce him. And they've been married 44 years.
There you go.
So she said, yeah, it'd be like a stranger.
Yeah. So
I guess with you, we've seen you. We used to you without it, though.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so what's the secret to your relationship? The beard.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Up in the air. He struck it pretty well. Fielder should stop it. So hell, he does.
So Hal's got a nice silky way he gets around the boundary. You always feel like he's got it under control. Yeah, I mean, Murph Hughes, pretty famous facial hair. Have you ever seen a photo of him without it? It's weird.
No,
There's
I
certain
haven't.
people. Okay, here's a random question for the chat. Who's somebody that has facial hair that would look super strange without it? Whether you've seen him or whether you didn't. So,
Santa Claus.
yeah,
That's got to be
they're
number
the
one,
kind.
right?
They're the kind of answers. Who would look really strange without a beard or moustache and beard? That's the question. All right.
I suppose ZZ Top wouldn't be the same without beards, would they?
I'm trying to think of a good cricket one. There must be some. I mean, yeah. So, Alan Border, I always thought was one that would look weird because he always had facial hair when he was playing. But now I'm kind of used to it. Now since he stopped playing, it's been commentating.
What about
a
the
bit.
legend himself, WG?
WG Grace, yeah. What would he look like? Well, this is up and it's over. It's a pretty good shot from Afsar. Well, he's really starting to turn it on. And who knows in what could be a slightly low-scoring game. Yeah, the Tigers looking pretty good after winning the toss and batting here.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, isn't it? He plays it really well. He doesn't try to rush into it. And you see what he does different here to what we've seen a lot of batters do. He doesn't move too early. He waits at the point that the bowler's about to release. Then he gets himself in that position and doesn't give the bowler a chance to change his mind.
Yeah, this will be a dot ball back to Zafar Farhan. So, yeah, some people saying Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, that's a good one. That's Bajendri Yadav saying Abraham Lincoln would be a good one. All right, if it works once, it might work again. But guess what? I thought it was going to go straight to the fielder. In the end, I guess that's perfection. Perfectly judged, and it's 4 more. Now, tries the same trick and gets 4 more. Handy, because that could have gone badly wrong for the batter.
Yeah, Shiraz Ahmad, he's backpedaling, but he can't get there. And it's a perfect lob that's been executed. Well, you said you'd love to have dinner with Roger Federer. I tell you what, Roger Federer would have been very proud of that lob.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I thought it was just going to go straight to him. Have a look at one difference between, for example, the Hawks and teams like Gracia and Raval Sporting we saw this morning. I mean, already 10 wides in this innings, or 10 runs in wides at least. And so, yeah, the better teams, or the more successful teams, they just don't give those freebies. If they do give wides, they're normally because they just missed their spot. They're not uncontrolled wides down leg side, for example. It might be one that just gets a bit of the tram line on the offside. Anyway, here we go with the next over. Mohamed Usama is going to bowl, and it's going to be 4. So, yeah, Mohamed Abu, just cool as a cucumber there. Goes the attempted cut. It's a bit edgy, but it's effective. No third man in place. Quattro quedas mas, and the Tigers going along nicely here.
I'm liking that. Liking the flare of the wrist and the shot that's been played here. He knows what he's trying to do. Just not that wide from Usama, but a good shot. And look, you know, just goes to show teams like this, the Tigers, and you get a little bit of luck that goes your way, a bit of the rub of the green, and you get yourself to a good total here. And this is one that's going to challenge the Hawks.
Oh, Mandrake's got one, but I'm not reading that one out. That's controversial. So we see a single here, but, you know, get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Rico, you
read
just look like Sean Connery to me. Rico could be the next James Bond. How about that? Yeah, okay.
James Bond. Okay.
They want a bit of diversity in that franchise.
I'll get my agent onto it.
Get him in. Oh, that one doesn't miss the stump by much.
Big swing and a miss.
Rico full. Do you think you could be a movie star? What's your acting like?
Not very good.
My acting's bad.
Bad.
Like bad.
Mm.
I can't take it serious. I couldn't look someone in the eye during a scene. I feel like going, you know, I don't really mean this right. Did a little bit of acting when I was at school. I just don't think.
Well, we
I
tried
respect people that are good at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, not great. Well, there we go. Fake ramp. Yeah, because he showed early he was never going to go through with it. But he does go through with the cut and he gets 4. Afzal turning it on.
Yeah, I'm liking this from Junaid Afzal. Batting very well. And it's all about, look, he's doing the movement, but what he's doing is following it up by staying completely upright, keeping his head nice and still and his body position, and then, well, playing some really nice shots. He's, well, not only is he moving around and not only is he threatening, but he's executing it well as well.
Yeah, great work. Summer's been a bit short here. Here's again, but this time he gets away with it to an extent. Run for 1, but that's all they'll get. Yeah, acting. Yeah, music and those kind of arts, I guess I learned that from an early age. I guess like anything, it's practice, it's learning your craft, doing it from a young age and not being so self-conscious. I think I was not a self-conscious person, but yeah, when I'm not really a pretender, which is basically what acting is. Anyway, here's Isama last ball, the over. Well, maybe I don't have the voice to be an actor anyway. This will be 4 though. Abu, he goes leg side this time. Isama just needed to pitch it up there. Look at his pitch map. It was just way too short, that over. And it ends up going for 14. Tigers, certainly you see they've come a long way, haven't they? And now they are looking a bit better with about 78 for 1 after 7. They've already passed their average score in an innings. They've done it in just 7 overs. Well, unfortunately, these two teams I don't think will be featuring on the weekend. But if you have been following this tournament, then this will give you an idea of what's happening. We've got Barcelona Shaheen, who are straight through to Sunday, so have and Hero Sabdell, so have done that as well. Whoever tops Group B, looking like Caledonia Tigers, will get straight through. And whoever wins the Group B playoff, which is the next 4 highest ranked teams, they play on Saturday. Whoever wins the playoff for Saturday, they'll be there on Sunday as well. The final day of the season is coming up in only 4 days. What were you sniggering at? What's funny?
Just, you haven't looked at the chat.
Okay.
Read Wayne's comment.
All right. Well, I didn't think I said anything that funny. Edged and gone. So it's all over for Afzal. Doesn't really move his feet here. It was a wide one. He throws the bat at it. He just gets the little corner of the bat on it. Cameron Ziat, bad back or no bad back. He finishes the job. It's 78 for 2. And a pretty promising partnership is broken. But I guess 2 good partnerships so far for the Tigers. That's something they haven't done too often. 44 for the first wicket, 34 for the second. And now 78 for 2.
Yeah, that's a very good knock. I think Junaid Afzal, he played the perfect role when Umar Mohammed was out there, and once he went for 26, it was time for him to press the turbo button, and he did pretty well. He's disappointed he's got a bit onto that. I think that's a soft way for him to go, the way he's been batting, but I like what he did. And I'm liking this as well, because it's time to see a left-hander come out there as well, which has just changed things slightly. And Harpreet, well, he was a revolution yesterday.
Yeah,
watch out for him. And Naveed Riyaz with the opening bowling. I tell you what, those 4 overs will challenge any team.
Eyes to the leg side. I often say the eyes never lie. You see a batter looking at a gap. They're at least looking for something there. They get something that's way down the leg side. And so it was a really loose one. Yeah, left-handers have the ability just to throw the bowlers off their rhythm a little bit. Yeah, very funny, Wayne. Wayne seems like he's having a great night. Oh, same again. Cameron Zia, that won't be good for his back either. He leaves someone else to get it.
Zia, he's ended up, well, I don't know how many metres he's run past to stop it, but Keys, this is all about nursing an injury as well.
But I will say that with Cameron Zia's technique, and look, everyone's got reasons they do things. He starts very wide and runs towards the middle of the wicket. He does a lot of unnecessary running or movement even in 10 overs. It does get him on the run. Anyway, he's struggling here. I reckon he might be going down here. Well, he can't get to the stumps anyway. This will be 2-leg buys, I think, with the overthrow. Yeah, Cameron Z is really, really struggling with that back. Yeah,
he's struggling, and the question that comes to mind is will he be able to go through this sort of pain second time round when they do it again? And also, how's it going to affect his batting? Because the last 2 times that Hawks have batted, I mean, he's been key to giving them a big start. This one's been clubbed away. It's not a good delivery, and it will go to the boundary. Cuatro Carreras. So Harpreet Singh, he opens his account. Finally, he gets one he can reach, and he puts it to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, asking for trouble, really. Farhan has not bowled well left-hander. This is where it's one thing to have a plan, another thing to be able to execute a plan, rather than just hope you get lucky. That just comes with time and control. Better ball, better angle. And this is right on the middle stump, but it's played away by Harpreet. Looks certainly like he can hold the bat. Now they'll get 2 against the lack of hesitation. And now they might get 3. They will. For any advances, please throw it. No, after 3 throws, people stop throwing. I wish they could be braver because that was a double overthrow situation. And I don't mean 2 overthrows. I mean like in 1 throw. I mean, here's the first overthrow coming up. 1. And then there's nobody home at the stumps. Bowler's just dozing. Hey,
Yeah.
any chance I could get this ball back anytime soon?
I don't know what Zafar Farhan was doing there. It was like he was looking at his fingers and just daydreaming, and had his back to the game. And 3 runs came from nothing. This one should be nothing.
But it was the lack of hesitation which allowed the overthrow. And yeah, hesitation kills on those ones. It's a bit like, so an overthrow, if you decide to go straight away, it's a bit like hitting at the infield and running. If you do it straight away, you'll probably get away with it. Depends how far away the guy is from the stumps though, backing up. Farhan, last ball of his spell, is in the air and good away. Chase for Ali Hassan. He will get there, but they will get a couple. And so yeah, the Tigers, like I said, certainly above par, based to some of their previous batting performances. With 2 overs remaining, they're 91 for 2.
Yeah, going really well. And okay, look, I mean, even if they'll be eyeing up that 120 for sure. They'll be looking to see if they can bring the 100 up, 100 plus up in the 9th. I mean, the 9th over sometimes goes magical, but look, you have a look at that. Apart from that 2nd over, it's been very consistent, hasn't it? And that's why they've got themselves in this very good position. And well, the Hawks probably would have gone into these matches probably as favourites. But I tell you what, with those runs on the board and knowing you got 4 overs of, well, proper fast seam bowling from Naveed Riaz and Harpreet Singh to come, it ain't going to be easy.
Here's Hamza. The ball to bring back. The first ball to the left-hander disappears over the wall. Maximo! Well, Harpreet continues to impress. And this is a good matchup, I always think, against someone like Hamza, who's now turning into the left-hander, into the wheelhouse, and that one disappears.
Well, he puts that away into the allotments when everything's in there, including the heavy roller. Well, forget the heavy roller, it's the heavy hitting from Harpreet Singh at the moment. And that was a good and boom, Shakka Lagia. Well, another young man who's probably had a few alu put on us this afternoon. He's hitting well, he's hitting big, and he ain't finished yet. This one cuts into him. And well, will they come for 2? I think they should. Javid gets the throw in, and it's going to be a difficult one for the bowler. He does well. But, see again, very slow. The fielders on the leg side backing that up. I mean, leg side, of course, to the left-hander. You've got to be coming in and backing up. They're not. And if that was a wild throw, or if the Hamza doesn't take it, they would have been in trouble. Hamza. Oh, well, this for me is all about the keeper.
Yeah.
Cameron's here. You know he's not 100%. And, first of all, is his positioning a little bit wide, but you've got to be taking these.
Yeah, he just hopes. Well, he does get a hand on it, I guess. But yeah, there's no sort of sideways that time. This is good for the Tigers. But I mean, the Hawks, they have shown they can chase down some decent sized scores as well, even though their average is 95. There's some bad ones in there, but there's some pretty good ones in there as well. Hamza, you see his different proposition to the right-hander. He just has to chop down this. Gets 1 though.
Nice, he played. It'll bring the 100 up as well. So they're into territory that they don't venture too much into the Tigers. So they've gone out of their zone.
Binge watcher, hello to you. He just stole my thunder. I was about to say that the Tigers have reached a milestone that they haven't reached before. First, watch another ball sailing out of the ground. Harpreet does it again. Maximo! 6 more. And Hamza, again, struggling to left hand. I mean, it's a challenge delivery. He says, look, go after it if you think you can do it again. And Harpreet says, yes, I will.
Shaba es un golpe muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de Navidad. Adios, pelota. Well, while you're finding one, go and find the other as well. Good hit. Well, Harpreet Singh certainly has changed the fortunes of the Tigers, it would seem. And he queues up another one, doesn't quite get it. It's thinking about maybe taking a cheeky second. And Harpreet says no, because, well, he wants to be on strike for the last over.
So what I was going to say is they've reached 100. And look, they have actually scored 100 once. No, don't think that was correct. No, I think you're right. They haven't scored 100 before in the series. I think their previous highest was 91. actually in their win when they beat Fateh.
Yeah. Well, you keep looking at that. I'll go back to the game, and if you give up, I'll go back to my notes.
No.
You know, handwritten notes are better than your computer notes, you know.
No,
I think they did. They scored 108 against the Catalonia Tigers. So
yeah,
notes
that's
are
what
better than
I
your
looked
computer.
at that. Okay, let me
Whipped away, and this will be, I think, 1 bounce, 4 runs. They're just not bowling well to Harpreet Singh. And Singh is saying, bring it on. Well, he is singing, and he's singing in boundaries at the moment. Harpreet Puronde Kakihaya. And Choke the Shakka Marda. Harpreet Singh liking this. I tell you what, wouldn't they have wished they had had Harpreet Singh with them right from the beginning of this campaign? Things could have been different, you know.
Do you know why that threw me? Because I had
Go on.
108 runs in one column, but then the description of that game in my notes. And by the way, this is going for 6. It's a flat bat smash from Harpreet. He's going out of here. Maximal, what an innings. 32 off 10. I think we're hitting like this. I'd be tempted to get him right up the top. Maybe I'd partner him with Umar Mohammed, but he's got to get some balls faced because he's got some power.
Oh, this is a exceptional shot. I mean, this was the one before, which he plays down the leg side, went for 4. He said, forget the 4. He said, I like it when Rico goes, bulle, because that's what that was. Straight down the ground. And he's looking to do more here, more damage. This one's not a bad idea from the bowler. Tries to go a little bit wider, Usama. But he goes too wide, so you can't hide it there. You'll have to bowl it again.
Yeah, match 76, they scored 108. But I had the description as 77. And by the way, everyone behind the scenes does a great job. But I believe that just might be one time that the wrong number got added in. Anyway, all good.
Just say you made a goof up. Don't keep dwelling on it. You goofed up.
Reading it in front of
Computer
me.
technology is not as good as a bit of paper and notes. You can't go wrong with paper and notes.
If you say so. Anyway, while I go and fix this, why don't you tell me what happens here? It looks like a thick edge. And I suppose when you're hot, you're hot. Harpreet doing it again.
Yeah, well, this is just an amazing bit of hitting. This partnership is worth 45 in just 14 deliveries. That's quite extraordinary. And, well, Mohamed Abu, the captain, he came out before Harpreet Singh. He's faced 3 deliveries. Well, run a ball 3. But all he's been concentrating doing is giving Harpreet the strike. You can see just why he didn't want to take the second at the end of the ninth.
All right, I worked out who to blame now.
Oh, here we go.
All right, after this ball.
Be another wide.
I don't know. Where does this pass the crease? Does this pass the crease inside? Just eyeballing it. My instinct was it was good.
No. I think he catches it on the way through.
Maybe. So it was the end of a day, and I believe I may have scribbled the score in as 77, but that's actually where they scored him at 75. So let's just say, let's not blame anyone in particular. Anyway, this is up, and there's going to be a 1 bouncer. That's the thing with this much cricket. If you get 99.9 things right, then, I mean, how many balls have we got in a day? I mean, you're still making errors. But anyway. Yeah.
But listen, you saying that, and that's what I think, I mean, that's what we need to remember when a lot of people are giving the umpires a hard time, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Think of how many deliveries they have to face. So if they might get one wrong once or twice, give them a break. Well, talk about giving them a break. Give the captain a break here. Cameron Zia, it's not the first time this has happened. It's 5 wides, and this over, well, is turning out to be something, well, more than magical. This is a terrible, terrible delivery. Way down the leg side. 5 more to be added. So the 50 partnership between these two comes up, and it comes up pretty rapido.
Sure does. Wow, yeah, the Tigers, with their bowling and fielding, they'd be favourites. They have to be favourites here. Sama's gone for 36 now. Still has 2 to go. Sanjay saying this looks like a completely different Tigers compared to previous games. Where's Harpreet Singh been? Well, he's here now, and he's certainly making an impact. 52 partnership and 15 balls. And this is on the hardest working wicket-keeping pads in world cricket. Cameron Zia. This is off one pad to another, so it'll be a leg by. And last ball coming up, we had the Tigers. They're well past their top score now, up to 131.
Are we going to finish with a bang? Harpreet Singh style. As that partnership moves to 53 here now. Singh on 37 off just 12 deliveries. We're into the 130s. I said they'd be disappointed if they didn't get the 120. Well, forget the 120. The Tigers posting the highest score in their history in the European Cricket Series, and looking to make it 2 wins as well. Well, let's see how it finishes. Singh does go big, and he does look to finish with a bang, and he will. balle, brrrr, Shakalagia. Superb hitting from Harpreet Singh. He'll finish with 43 of 13 deliveries. And just like that, they put 137 on the board. And you got to say, if you're following the Hawks or one of the Hawks players, it was not pretty.
No, that's true. And, well, I don't really know what to say with the Hawks. A bit shell-shocked, but, I mean, they've got the batting to be able to do this. But it was Umar Mohammed who got them off to a good start. From there, they never really looked back, Rico. And look, we saw just how important one or two players clicking can be. The addition of Harpreet, obviously. Umar Mohammed gets them off to a good start. I think that Afzal gets them off to a good start. And really, a decent team performance, I've got to say, from the batting unit.
Sensational. Tell me what, how many did the last over go for? Because, well, did it go supersonic? There were a lot of runs from it. But the hitting all the way through it. Now, this is the difference. It's all about partnership. And the partnerships were key. And they had partnerships all the way through that innings.
Yeah, so yeah, if you want to look at the last over, it did go for a few. In fact, it went for 29, so almost went supersonic. Well, there was the wicket of Junaid Afzal. But this is where, I mean, I think when the first wicket fell at 44, I said it's a kind of fork in the road where things could get worse or they could get better, but they just kept on getting better, didn't they, for the Tigers? They kept scoring. I thought the addition of the left-hander just broke things up, and you saw some of the bowlers struggling to bowl to him. They score 54 off the first half of the innings, but they score a big 83 off the second half, assisted by some charity as well. I mean, there's no way around that. I think that the Hawks, they weren't particularly disciplined. In fact, we saw 25 runs in extras, including 19 runs in wides. Okay, take the 5 leg byes out, but that's 20 avoidables. So, yeah, certainly they bowled, 9 extra deliveries, and some of them went to the boundary. So it's not great. 4 batters used, 4 batters contribute. Umar Mohammed got things going with 26. Afzal batted well for his 29. Captain just kind of took a back seat and watched Harpreet go to town. 43 off 13 balls, and looks like a very good cricketer. And scoring at 330. 4 Maximo's 3/4 in that innings. Wickets for Sanaullah and Zafar Farhan, but not much to write home about. For me, Umar Mohammed bowls 1 over for 3, never gets used again. Bit surprising. And instead, you saw Osama come back for the last over. I didn't think he'd bowl particularly well, and he ended up going for 42. So maybe a couple of tactical things, but it's hard to captain with a bad back. We will be back in around about 10 minutes for the chase. It'll be 138 for the Hawks to win. They've already pulled off a chase that was more than this. So, well, you better stick around because there's plenty of action the other side of this break. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me in the last week of the year for ECN. We hope you're enjoying the action. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, mi familia. Y bienvenido. Welcome back. And welcome back to what promises to be an exciting conclusion to this match, match number 107. And yeah, the Tigers were certainly roaring as they got to 137. Good contributions all round from their batters. Good partnerships. Puts them in a strong position, but don't ride off the Hawks just yet. Their captain, Cameron Zia, starting off. I mean, he is struggling with his back. So the question for me is, A, how will it stand up when he's batting? And B, well, is he going to do himself more injury while he's being out there? And then how's that going to affect them in the second match? Anyway, for the moment, he just wants to focus on this one. And they go with Junaid Afzal to open up. Big swing and a miss. Doesn't really get his feet moving. Probably was the right shot. But got to get, like he's practicing there, got to get that foot right across and then get himself into play. Well, Afzal do the bowling. He was one of 3 batters that made good contributions. 29 of 22 he made. It's nicely played down the ground. We'll just take the single. So Hawks get off the mark. First runs for them and their captain, Cameron Zia. Yeah, Afzal, as I said, 29 of the 22 balls that he faced, and he put a good partnership together with Umar Mohammed. He himself made 26 of 14, but then, of course, the talk of the town is Harpreet Singh's 43 not out of just 13 deliveries. It was quite remarkable, and this one is not a good delivery, and Amir Javed just tickles this away to the boundary. 4 runs, just helps it along, really. It wasn't the best of deliveries. He rocks back pretty quickly to the first boundary. Well, Hawks, I'm a little surprised. I mean, look, got nothing against Afzal. I think he's a good bowler, but I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't go for the attack of Riaz and Harpreet Singh straight away. Singh, we only saw him yesterday for the first time, and I'll tell you what, he's looking like a real gun, isn't he? Well, that's not a good one, and it's going to be a wide, and Javed this time decides, well, I don't have to play at this, and doesn't. Yeah, Singh yesterday, the first time we saw him, the first time he bowled, as the left arm over the wicket, he was just getting his radar was wrong first 3 deliveries or so down the leg side. But when he got it right, oh, he was dangerous. Oh, this is unlucky. It's a ball which is into the pads, and somehow Javed has managed to, well, divert it onto the stumps. Now, after playing a nice shot to the boundary, well, I think the fielder there saying, unlucky, buddy. Yeah, it was a bit of bad luck about it. Look, you can see he's going to play the right shot. The only difference is maybe he just gets his footwork a little bit wrong. The ball hits his pads onto the stumps. And it is Afzal who continues his good afternoon as he gets a wicket. I mean, it would never be an LBW because the ball is going down the leg side, but hits him firmly on the pad, goes onto the stumps. The first wicket goes, and it's the unfortunate Javed who'll have to go for 4. And sometimes, you know, things maybe just don't go your way, and that could be the case here. Afzal gets the breakthrough. New batter comes in, Amir Hamza. Amir Hamza, he was telling me that he's not an out-and-out top-order batter. No, he's had to do a fair bit of batting in here. He's saying that with a number of players missing, of course, there's no Bilal as well. Bilal, we've seen Bilal at least. I was told he's back tomorrow, but there's a lot of other top-order batters that haven't been able to play for the absolute beauty. Oh, yeah. This is pure genius. What a jaffa this is. And that's an absolute blinder of a delivery. Just watch the shape on this. And if you're a batter going out there to face your first ball and you get this, you got no chance here. Well, we're just talking about Amir Hamza saying he's not a top-order batter. Normally bats a lot lower, but because of availability issues, he's up there. Well, I don't care who the batters are. If you're getting this one, you got no chance. It's the perfect delivery to a left-hander. I'm going to go as far to say, well, in the time that I've been here, this is the best ball that I have seen. That is sensational. It really is. What a ball that is. I tell you what, if you disagree with me, well, tell me on the chat, is that the best ball we've seen so far or not? That is a beaut, and I tell you what, there's no shame for Mir Hamza to get out to that. No, that is A fantastic finish. And just keep a note of that as well, folks. And that was the 2-in-2 at the end of the over. So when he comes on the bowl, his next over, the first ball will be a hat-trick delivery. Well, Amir Hamza gets absolutely done by a beaut. And it's Afzal who gives the Tigers the perfect start. And it will be, well, this man now, the man I was talking about, Harpreet Singh, to bowl the second 6 for 2. It's a tragic start for the Hawks. Singh, well, this is where he was yesterday when he started off. Took him a little while to get it right. Wide ball first up from Harpreet Singh. Well, what a revolution he's been for the Hawks. Or I should say for the Tigers. He's been a nightmare for the Hawks. Down the leg side once more, can never be out. But yeah, just needs to get this one going across. And once he does, well, we'll see that one swinging like a good one as well. Cameron Zia is trying to make things happen. He's got Ali Hassan has joined him, who's at the non-strikers end, courtesy of that unbelievable peach of a delivery from Singh. That's more like it. That's where he has to be. Gets it on the money. Singh. Yeah, I mean, I was talking to the captain, to Mohamed Abu, and said, where's he been? And like all of you, probably been asking. And Abu said, been at work, unfortunately. And you just know that when you get players like that in the side, how they sort of unite the team and make things happen. And he's certainly one that could. Oh, there's that swing, but this is being well dealt with. Well, that's a brave shot to play. A great bit of cricket all round. The delivery is good. Look at this. It's in swinging, but he keeps and holds his shape, does Ali Hassan. And what a way to get off the mark. Well, Harpreet Singh won't like that. He gets the ball on the money and gets hit straight back past him to the boundary. Hassan, 4, but can he keep it going? Well, he tries, and it's 4 and 6. Shaba, Shaba, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Que guay, que golpe. Kinna sona shot, Maria Shakka lag gaya. And Harpreet Singh, well, I tell you what, he's falling to bits. What his number is, leave it be, umps. It ain't going to work. I can tell you now, I've seen this before. It ain't going to work. He's lost his number. Well, we know who you are, don't worry, Harpreet Singh. But he's got to try and do something different. And maybe he says, hey, umps, put a different number on there. Make it, I don't know, make it 11 instead of 77. Well, let's have a look. Well, that's not a bad effort from the umpire. So, good work there from Asif. Go back to the action. And he says, oh, by the way, that was 7. Can we have 7? Cameron Zia says. What are you talking about, says the umpire. Well, he said, well, look, it goes for 7. Well, we see the 7 come off. There we go. There goes the 7. Well, if you never seen a 7 before, well, that was a 7. And the umpire has another go. Ain't going to work, umps. It is not going to work. Harpreet Singh. They're already flapping about. There he goes. He's lost it already. They're throwing in the towel. Good delivery in swinging. And this time it just gets played out. So it was a good over, I suppose. If you're the batting side, you get 12 from Singh. 18 on the board. 18 for 2. So they negotiate him. Well, there you go. He's numberless now. Is Harpreet Singh. But we know we know who he is. Interesting enough that they never came on when he was batting. He did a lot of moving and swinging then. The Tigers looking to get off the bottom. And surely they're going to get the 2 points here. Hey, somebody's got to pick up the numbers off the floor. They're just there like 2 blobs. Come and show us the numbers once more. Come on, somebody. Look, no littering, guys. No littering. We're better than that. Pick up the numbers. Fine time to welcome back Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. And this is pretty interesting as well as the bat of Zia. Oh, he's a guy that's has a bad back, but it's not a bad result here. 4 runs. Yeah, I was wondering, is Harpreet Was it going to be a full Incredible Hulk situation, like the numbers spring off, then he's wearing green.
There we go. That's what we're all about. Thank you, umps. No littering, please. You know we're good for the environment, the European Cricket Network. Yeah,
So
we do our bit.
Guessing they're giving up on sticking them back on now.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to work. Hey, there's that number again. All the twos once more. 22 for 2.
If this is a dot, it'll be 22 for 2 off 2.2. But not too many dots out here. This is hit to the leg side. It won't be a dot. It'll be at least 1 run. Holds up. Don't knock it over. Yeah, Hussey Buller does the fielding. Strange weather here. I don't think we're up for any rain, but the clouds have certainly kind of taken hold at the moment. Not seeing any blue sky. I can check my forecast, but yeah, I think it's just overcast conditions, but at least the fielders don't have to deal with the sun in the eyes.
Yeah, by the way, that first delivery that got pounded was a hat-trick ball.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course, the 2 bolts. Yeah,
so
you're right.
He didn't quite get it. He got thumped.
Rough style. This one was probably hitting the top of the stumps as well.
Did you see the ball that got the unlucky Amir Hamza? I don't know. Watch out for it in the high. It's the best ball of this group so far.
I mean, I was watching it from
juicy.
I was watching it from an angle, so it just seemed like a kind of a regulation miss, but it did a bit, didn't it?
Did a bit. It was a super delivery.
Tiger's not letting us down. The Hawks. This thing is, they are one team that can chase these high totals because when their batters get in, they can just pound it, and so I think they're a really consistent unit with the bat Hawks. But we saw them chase down 140 against the Ripple Warriors. We've seen them doing some pretty special things, batting second in particular. Also, we've seen the flip side. They needed 12 off 12 after a rain break and ended up losing in a golden ball. The only golden ball of this tournament. This one's called a wide.
Yeah, it's a tight call, but I think the umpire's quite right on this. The umpire has been really good, I have to say. You've got umpire Jamil Khan and Asif Zia Mughal out there. Been well supported by the third umpire, Safuran and Sir Rob Kemin. Tight one,
That
but
was borderline.
they've been consistent, though, haven't they? You've got to say. Consistency is everything.
At least, it's a judgment call. You use your best judgment. Well, this is smacked, and it is out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Kamran Zia, beware the injured batter. We saw it with Manwani earlier in the series for Raval Sporting. He just clears the front leg, picks this one up off the up, and says Carreras.
Yeah, he sends that to the boundary, no problems. Well, this over's not quite going as planned. He went for 6 in the first and picked up 2 wickets. He's gone for 13 in this one already, and a ball to go. Can he finish with a bang, or will he get smacked? Well, let's wait and see.
Zia, he likes to smack. It's a slower ball, and he kind of acts a bit more sensibly. It's good leadership. He gets to 14. 3 overs down, the score's 32 for 2, so already a fair bit behind the required rate, despite some big hitting, but a couple of good blows in the power play for the Ada Tigers as well. Just looking at the forecast while I've got it up, looks like the warmest day this week is 18 degrees. And you know what day it is? Peacock Friday.
I like that.
Peacock Friday, last day of Group B matches. Have a look at that innings. How the Tigers really built it after a mediocre middle over period.
Yeah, but just
that's all Harpreet.
One bad over. Other than that, they were consistent all the way through. And then, of course, Harpreet, well, he just went ballistic, didn't he? He scored 43 of just 13 deliveries.
Great batting.
Okay, here we go. Go on, what are the odds? I'm saying none.
Okay, this is Naveed's first ball, right?
Yeah, I'm saying none.
Are we going a clean day for Naveed? He'll be chaired off. If he can bowl 12 balls without overstepping, he'll be carried off. If he bowls too many, he might be carried off in a different way. Anyway, here we go. Over number 4. It's Naveed Riaz, hat-trick taker from earlier in the tournament. First one's all right, and almost hits stumps.
Dandy footwork from the captain, Zia.
Now, this is basically like hitting the ball twice, but you're allowed to do this if you are defending your stumps. But to be honest, it wasn't that close, but just being extra careful. Yeah, it's 1 out of 1 for Naveed.
Yeah, watch it again. Yeah, I think it's the right thing to do. Play safe.
Saw from side on that there was no real chance that ball was going to come back on the stumps. Swing and a miss. Naveed, once again, gets his foot behind the line. I know that it annoys him as well. Like everyone else is annoyed, but obviously he doesn't want to be overstepping. It's just a bit of a habit. Sometimes his run is a bit inconsistent sometimes with the length of the steps. Notice lunch is here. Any ideas what we're in for today? early food chat?
I think it's a bit of sag chicken. Yeah, a bit of spinach and chicken and curry with maybe some bit of naan bread.
Hit to the onside. It'll just be one.
I tell you what, I'll do better than find out. I'm going to go tuck into it.
You want to go?
I'm going to go. I'm going to
Go
tuck
on.
into it.
There
How
you
hungry
go.
are you?
Don't get in your beard. Yeah, no, you can leave me. It's fine.
Okay.
You
I'll
covered
leave
me
you.
yesterday a lot of the time. We're busy multitasking. Will you keep me company in the chat while Rico has some lunch? Just keep that beard clean, okay?
Look, that's the good thing about the beard. You can always hide things away.
You
for
should
later.
insure that beard for
You
like 2 million.
Hide things for later when you get the munchies. You know. Well, so far, I tell you what, I'm going to go while the going is good because he's bowled 4 deliveries, no ball.
Okay, well, Rico's going to leave me with Naveed, and now I'm nervous because I'd forgotten about it for a second. But not just the lack of no balls, there's a lack of runs full stop at the moment in this over. And that rate's crept up to around 16.5. It's going to have to be a big second half for the Hawks to get close. And they're a team that can do it. They've done it before. This may be before, you know. It's running away into the gap, and it gets there. So Hasibullah couldn't quite track that one down. A boundary to Cameron Zia, moves to 19. Riaz, he goes to the rope for the first time. So these two trying to put something together. Zia's had a lot of the strike here. Hassan, not so much, but he's also shown that he can find the boundary or go over. He has a 4 and a 6 in his 12. Last ball of what's been a pretty good over from Riaz, but he needs to finish it off. He won't. This is into the gap, and I think this will be 4 as well. It is back-to-back boundaries as Zia pulls something out of the fire in the 4th, and at the end of 4, it's 42 for 2. So just looking at what they needed originally, it's about 14 and over. So right now, they would have liked to have been about 56. Now they're 42. So 14 behind, being on track. But we know a couple of swings of the bat, you can be right back on target. Junaid Afzal with a double strike of Javed, and then Amy Harms at first ball. I'm looking forward to seeing those from the perfect angle. I want to say hello to Steve Cook. He's saying afternoon everyone from a sunny but chilly South Yorkshire. Hello. And, well, Tat Mandrake, as he's now known in the chat, saying 6 legal balls. Thanks for reminding me. See, sometimes my attention span goes. I started watching every ball in the over. That was a very Corey thing to do. Watch his foot every ball for the first 3 and then kind of forgot about it. As we get ready for the next over, Sajjad Ahmed is going to bowl it. Hassan on strike. Yeah, let's rock. Hawks. Can they put something together? What's that run rate required? Gone up to now. They're 16 even. 16 and over. Steps away and makes it hard to reach this one. Bit of a way movement for Sajjad Ahmed. See, it's actually really well bowled because it's a little skip step away before the release. And Sajjad couldn't have put it more perfectly, really. It sticks to that offside line. And they'll run for a single here and they'll get away with it. And I wonder how close this might have been. You can see that he was pretty keen to get down the business end, but I know he's labouring with that back. This comes in. Yeah, direct hit, I think probably had him cooked. Sajjad. Skied. Anyone there? Not really. Third man's back, so I don't mind that as a fielding position either, even though that might have been a catching opportunity if he was up, but it's more of a run-saving position. So those kind of shots, they can go for 4. They're not really earned. They're just lucky shots. But, yeah, the Tigers, I mean, look how far they've come. There's plenty to play for, even if you are out of the running. Oh, good luck to the keeper of this one. This is exactly why I like this being called a wide as a wicket keeper. Because Imran Mohammed is a pretty decent keeper. There's no way he's reaching that. It'll be 2 wides. So Tat Mandrake, but you haven't got the Tat yet. Is it true you're getting on the 20th, Mandrake? Tell us. Sorry, Tat Mandrake. Oh, this is an interesting one. Called a wide, and I think it's because it bounces after the wickets. Let's try and work out where this ball bounces. Bounces, yeah, it bounces after the wickets. So that's why that's a wide, not a no ball for off the pitch. Good umpiring. Around the corner. Bit of work for the outfielder. Gets there. Oh, now he throws it to nobody. Now they will get to. Even someone that looks like they might need the services of a wheelchair before the end of the game is going to get back for 2 there. Well, it's not the greatest pass. Put it this way. And look, I'm a fan of the European handball, but I don't know how tall he thought Tala Mahmood was. Maybe Shaquille O'Neal might have been able to rein that one in. Unselfish, though. I guess it cost him the 1 run, gets the back on strike. Yeah, and you see it here on the European Cricket Network. I can't remember a relay going quite that wrong before. Goes after this off a length. And that's well handled by Usman Mohammed. So it will be a long single. Brings up the 50 now for the Hawks. Is that Mandrake? Asking, do we have a name? Do I think we'll have a name Maltese team by the end of the week? He said, yes, it is the 20th. He's getting his tat. Well, I'm making more inquiries. Not so sure, Mandrake, but promise that the viewers will be first to know once we do have a qualifier. This takes us to the end of 5 overs, so they're on about that 100 pace, aren't they? But they need to ramp it up in the second half. That rate required has ballooned out past 17 now. It's 51 for 2 after 5. Let's have a look at the ECL at the bottom there. You can see it starts on the 27th of February, but we will start right here in Barcelona. Some people say, well, why are we coming back? That's understandable, but I just think it makes logistical sense to go somewhere that we shouldn't have too many weather problems. Okay, it'll be a bit chilly, but there's a lot of places you can't go in February. And so that'll be at the end of our 7-week break at the end of the season. Last week, I think there was a question about how long was our break last year. It was an 8-week break. So the reason it's 7 is because we're going 1 week later into the year this year. That's due to popular demand, and there could be some interesting things happening in the 2023 schedule due to popular demand as well, which is really quite encouraging for us here at the European Cricket Network. This is a dot ball. Harpreet comes back. He's now numberless, and I've got a feeling he might stay that way for the rest of the afternoon. So, yeah, Steve's saying, can't believe we're into December and there's cricket being played in Europe. Is there scope for a professional European league in Southern Europe? I mean, it's an interesting one. Pitch dumps were bowled by Harpreet, attacking the stumps. Yeah, potentially. I mean, I know there was some talk of a European T20 international kind of franchise type tournament a while ago. I mean, some issues with some of the financials with, I think, the group that were planning that. I suppose what we hope on ECN is that if we keep heading the right direction, that cricket being professional in Europe may not be as far off as we once imagined. And I know that our founder, Dan Weston, in recent conversations, he's saying, you know, originally we thought maybe we're 30, 40, 50 years away from cricket being a professional pursuit in Europe, but perhaps, you know, it's a bit closer. Maybe it's 10 years away. And we're talking about, you know, European-based players playing, having these competitions running internally and having support. So who knows? Yeah, it's an exciting time to be involved in it, that's for sure. It goes leg side, it goes pretty well. Maximo! This is what's required from Zia as the rate required spirals towards 20. Gets something pretty much on his knees. It wasn't the worst ball from Harpreet, maybe a little bit drifting to the pads, but just good timing from Cameron Zia. So I do have some information. That's how quick the guys are in the office these days. A big thank you to James, our head of operations, who's giving me an update. Wow, this is interesting. Look at this. I think he's in, but where's his bat here? Ali Hassan. I think, wow. Close. Because you might say, yeah, he puts his bat in, but then he takes it out and he's not running or diving for the crease. So if he was out there, he was out. But I think players thinking at this stage of the game, it's not going to go for that. It would have been a really interesting one if that had gone to an appeal, though. Yeah, so here's the news, the Malta news. 59 for 2 after 6 here in Barcelona. But apparently the playoffs for the ECL championships, or the ECL playoffs for the Maltese region will be on the 12th and 19th of December. So we should know by the night of the 19th. So that is just over a week away, or just after a week after the end of our season here. But yeah, keep your eye on the website and you'll know exactly what happens, or send me a message. I'll let you know once I know. This will be 7th over now. Starts with a single. Because we finish on the 11th here, which is a Sunday, which means the 18th is a Sunday. So if we know on the 19th at night time, then we'll know that Monday night. Good to know. Naveed on a hot streak. Oh, and he's going to keep it up here. He's so good at hitting the timber in the second half of the innings. He gets full, he gets straight, and he knocks over Hassan, who'd stuck around, made 15. Yeah, but the Tigers, looking like winners. It really shows you how far they've come. And all they needed was their bats to click a little bit, because I think their bowling, for the most part, hasn't been an issue. And a nice moment for Naveed Riaz. Hassan goes for 15. He's the third wicket to fall. It's 60 for 3. Eastern D1 asking Corey's coaching which team? Well, he's coaching Spain, assuming he can hold on to that job. It's, yeah, Corey sends his best regards to everyone. We are still in contact, even though he's gone back to the Netherlands, where he's been enjoying the World Cup. And even though Australia are out, Netherlands in, so he'll be jumping on that bandwagon. So yeah, Corey is the current national coach of Spain. So going back to what Steve said, yeah, it's great that we're into December. And actually, you know, we have had, one or two no results in this tournament. When you consider it's 107 matches in, I think we've pretty much got at least a ball in every game so far. Oh, another one for Riaz. Well, is history repeating here? Farhan goes first ball, little chop on her for Yorker. And Riaz, who already has hat-trick number 40 of the season, could he be hat-trick taker number 41 as well? And this is history repeating, because those two went bowled. Then he got a left-hander LBW. Well, if a left-hander comes out now, then I'll think maybe it is history repeating. Into a time machine here. Riaz, he is having a really good time with the ball. And once again, there's no ball worry. Seem to be behind him today. You'll enjoy this. Enjoy this board if you're a Gator Tigers supporter. Okay, just have a look at the next page. Number 40, Naveed Riaz. One thing we don't have there, we don't have anybody that is back-to-back on the list. In fact, I don't even think we have anyone that's taken 2 in the year. So this would be great. Oh, bad news. It's not a left-hander. It's Mohamed Zahail, who's actually a pretty decent batter, but he likes to go for it. Here's Riaz chasing his second hat-trick in the series. Oh, that's a really good ball. And Zahail just has to take his medicine. That is brilliant. That was angling into middle and off. Riaz has a wry smile on his face. I mean, Zahail, he's batting after the horses bolted here. He's probably one of their best, if not the best hitter when he's on. And he comes out with the rate required at pretty much 4 a ball. Just whacked out the leg side for 1. Yeah, Wayne's saying Corey will coach whatever team has the best drinking bar and nightlife. Well, maybe. Well, I know that Corey's been a coaching consultant in the Portugal setup, the Czech Republic setup. He's coached Belgium, he's coached Spain. I remember one of the groups last year. I think almost all the groups had some Corey involvement. But yeah, he seems to be pretty comfortable in this Spain job. I think he really likes the potential to unearth new talent as well. Well, bowled Naveed, brilliant spell, 2 for 13 for him. And really, it's all over bar the shouting, even with these two at the crease, who are both big hitters. But when you need north of 4 a ball, just feel it ain't going to happen. It's 62 for 4 after 7. Well, one good bit of news for the Hawks is that we'll reset the scores after this game and take you into the last game of the day. Match 108 is on the way. 101 to 98, the expected scores. Hawks 3-run favourites. That's certainly narrowed. And like I say, these two teams haven't had a lot of success, which you can tell from the bottom. But that match is coming up. Last game of the day, 40 minutes from now. And I know that the Tigers might be keen to double down. They've never won both games of a doubleheader. An opportunity for them to do that in the last game of the day. Here's Hasibullah getting a ball over number 8. And as far as the format for the rest of the week, if you're not aware, we're finishing Group B round robin matches today, tomorrow, Friday. Then we head into Group B finals day on Saturday, and the finals day for the whole tournament on Sunday. So you get an extra day this week. Well, that's a shot, isn't it? And that's what Sahel can do, just third ball. And yeah, you got to say it's a waste. He's way too good to be coming out at number 6. And he just punches this one out of the ground. Maximo time. So, got more Malta news. This is why it's really good to have multitasking capabilities. Well, there's another 6, and heads up, it's coming your way. Maximo, ground rule double over the wall. Well, maybe it's still on. I mean, if you need for a ball, and 6s is the only way you can bring the rate down. I suppose extras as well. And 25 and over required, so Hale goes bang, bang. Maybe he's wondering why he's batting so low. So, I think they actually, instead of it's not so much a playoff, I think they're just trying to finish their league a bit quicker. There's another one. Well, this one is absolutely pure from Sahel. He goes 6-6-6. Well, let me work this out. 10 more 6s, they win. There's 14 balls left. That's one way to look at it. Yeah, and Hasibullah, he's wondering what he's done wrong. He's just run into Hurricane Sahel. So, next one won't be 6. It will be 1. Now I think Zia has 1 ball to just go for it. Because I think even though Zia's the established bat, I mean, he's scoring at 1.5 a ball. Sahel is shown he is in a 6-hitting mood. Zia has 2 6s in 25 balls. Sahel has 3 6s in 5 balls. So I think, again, I've got to ask why it took so long for him to get out there. Wide, it'll help a little bit. So, yeah, I think that they were trying to finish the whole Malta League a bit quicker than they normally would, so squeeze all the matches in rather than have it drag out to February. Also, Tat Mandrake, yes, thanks for reminding me, Naveed bowls 12 legal deliveries here in match 107. And a couple of really good ones in there as well. Yeah, see, Sahel says no. Yeah, this is, I think Sahel's right here, I got to say, because he's on a heater. And with so few balls remaining, I would have liked to have seen Sahel on strike. As it is, Zia will be on strike. It's 84 for 4 after 8, leaving the run very late here. So, welcoming Rico fullback, and hope you had a good lunch, Rico. We just talked about Malta, and I did find out that Malta are expediting the finish of their league. So, it's rather than finishing in February, they're trying to finish by the 19th of December, so that we should know on the 19th of December, that night, who is the champion club from Malta. But obviously, that's after the end of the season. So, we'll keep you up to date via our social media channels and those things like that, and you can message me around then if you really want to know.
Yeah, look, this is looking interesting. So what are we, 54-12? So,
9 6s out of 12.
So hell, why is he coming in so late?
You're asking
What's
the wrong
going
guy.
on there? Hey, listen, I told you there would be no balls. I was right. And maybe a bit of coaching on my part here for Riaz. We had a bit of a chat.
What's curious about this innings is how quick the set batter or the preferred batter has changed. So Zia's been there the whole time, and he hasn't had a bad time. I mean, he's scoring at 1.5 a ball roughly. So Howell's come out, whacked him, tried to keep the strike, but Zia basically overruled and said, hey, no, we're going to run. And now I'm on strike. But can run. He's going to get knocked over here. Well, that sums it up. The chase just hasn't gone to plan. So Cameron took the responsibility of being on strike, but he goes dot wicket. He's the 5th man to fall, 84 for 5. Well bowled, though, by Sajjad Ahmed. Hits the top of off.
Yeah, Sajid Ahmed getting this right where it needs to be. I think a little bit of contact there from Kamanzi as well, and he dejectedly walks back as he sees his stumps knocked over. So, wicket to Ahmed. It's going to be a happy chappy, but no happiness from the Hawks. And we know, as you said before, that we know they have the ability to get runs on the board quickly, and some of those batters have got a pretty good strike rate. But I think maybe here just the wrong batting order for me.
Yes, yeah. Chasing score like 138. You certainly want to gamble at getting your hitters higher. I just don't see how Sahale's not in the top 3 or 4. 4 lowest for me. Anyway, Sajjad always gets 2 in a row. You might get 2 in a row here, hanging for a long time. Fielder gets under it and drops it. So we had another opportunity. Watala comes up with a wry grin. And tell you who's not smiling is Sajjad, who would have been on a hat-trick.
Yeah, Tyler Mahmood. Well, he gets himself in the right position, not able to take it. Actually, he tries to take it away from his body, which doesn't help. And then, well, he gets up smiling. Sajjad was not smiling, was he?
He was not. I want to say a big welcome as well to Terence Williams Ajuba. Hello to you, and let us know where you're watching from. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico in the commentary cube. Banging him. Look at that. Even that shot. Sahale, he might only get 1 for it. He might go for 2. There's been some pretty weird passes in this innings. There's one pass on the boundary where the fielder took a couple of steps, threw it to the guy next to him, and it went straight over his head. But, yeah, Sahale, even just the way he's hitting the ball.
But the look from, from the bowler, Sajjad, was not amused.
You want your easy drop catches. That was a pretty easy one, the Harpreet drops. Sahale gets tied up in a bit of a knot here. Yeah, so got viewers from all around the world. Terence Williams of Juba saying it's his first full day on the ECN. So really happy to have you. Hopefully you stick around.
Yeah, I hope you've had a good time watching. I hope we're giving you some good cricket, good entertainment. And, well, some action, entertainment and excitement. That's what we're all about. And a little bit of fun and humour as well.
And a few people saying it's nice to see cricket in December in Europe. And it's true. I mean, we've been blessed with the weather, to be honest. At the end of 9 overs here, it's 87 for 5. So now it does fall into the realm of the impossible. So how was the lunch? Give us the review.
It was very good. A bit of sargalu. And I like a good bit of spinach, fresh spinach. And some chicken thighs in there as well. It was very nice with some nice chapatis. So yours is kept, and that's nice from Roberto. He's keeping yours in a nice little box there, nice and hot. So whenever you're ready, you can tuck in, my friend.
Very thoughtful. Very, very thoughtful.
Okay, it's going to be our man, Usman Mohammed, who's going to come a bowl here now. Yeah.
Well, whatever the tape he's using, I think Harpreet needs to go get that roll. Of course, I mean, obviously we're there.
Did he get his numbers back or not?
No, I believe his number. He's
numberless.
He's nude. He's a nude number at the moment. Yeah, horned to the leg side. Gonna get 1.
Yeah, I can see him there. He's that long on. Maybe, listen, do you reckon? I know why you got to have numbers, of course. We didn't know who the players are, the scorers do. But when we have a number fail, should we just have some canisters of different colour sprays? And if the number don't work, we just spray in pink or something. A little pink circle, and then we just, on the scores.
We've seen some creative ones before. Zabi Zahid wearing a lion on his back, for example. Yeah. Or just you have one player that doesn't get to wear a shirt.
No shirt.
A bit cool. Cool.
No we have seen that before, where there literally is no number, so it's a blank. So you know who it is. As long as there's only one blank.
You can have one blank, that's right. Yeah. And that's just so we make sure that all the data we get and all the data points, we're not really making any errors, as few as possible. Hit to the leg side. It should be handled. And like I say, Riaz, I think it might be the best he's bowled so far. His good balls were good, even his other balls were pretty good. And I really enjoyed watching him go about his work. Took 2 for 13 of his 2 overs. Wickets in consecutive deliveries, both bowled. And we thought we were going to see an instant replay of his hat-trick. Swing and a miss from Sahale. Well, Sam Mohammed, pardon me, because Sahale got 1 the last ball. But yeah, it's a tough one for the Hawks. And I suppose also the question will be, how will they structure their order with them batting first in the last game. This one comes back, and this will be the end of the game. They'll make 89. And, yeah, unfortunately, it hasn't really panned out for the Hawks. These are the lineups, and, yeah, I wonder what their batting order will be. I've got no idea, to be honest. I don't think Zia will open. I think they might throw Sahel out there just to mix things up and try and make something happen. That game is coming up in around about half an hour, but for now, congratulations to the Tigers. They have their second win in ECN cricket, and, well, they certainly were on target early, even though that one wasn't the best effort, but a couple of early strikes that really made the difference and put the Hawks on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, this one was a bit unlucky, but you're seeing one of the best balls that I've seen in this series so far. That was an absolute beauty for Absal. It really was. And poor Hamza, Mir Hamza, gets no luck at all. But then we did see a little bit of weird card action when we saw some nice shots being played down the ground. It was a 4 and a 6. And we thought, well, hello. Maybe we're going to see some fireworks in the end. Kamazia, the captain, he did bat well. But then, well, there came the man with the Yorkers. Isn't he good? He is so good. Getting them on the money.
Look, what's more impressive, the 2 wickets, or the fact he bowled 12 legal deliveries? I don't even think he bowled a wide. He didn't bowl a wide either. Yeah, well, so I tell you what, what's going on here with Naveed Riaz?
I told you when 4 balls in when I left you, there won't be any, and I was right. Maybe just had a little word with him, a bit of coaching, and it did the treat. But I tell you what, I need to do a bit more coaching. Maybe let's speak to Taha Mahmood about some of the catching. But look, we know this about the Tigers. They're always going to impress us with the bowling. The fielding sometimes lets the bowlers down a bit, but when you get runs on the board, it doesn't matter too much. And they win their second match. So historic moment for them. And they now are on level on points with the Hawks. So this next match really is all about which team will finish above who at the end of this day.
That's true. And, of course, a lot of pride to play for with these 2 teams. 2 wickets each for Junaid Afzal and Naveed Riaz. 1 to Sajid Ahmed. But for me, I really liked the work of Naveed Riaz, and it shows he's improving a lot. Already got all the tools, but just a bit more consistent in that innings. We'll have a break. We'll be back in 25 minutes, take you into the last game of the day. It's match 108. Once again, these 2 teams will do battle. This time the Hawks, they'll be batting first after winning the toss. Until then, you're watching ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Form. We'll see you just around the corner for some random questions and some fun, I'm sure, in the last game of the day. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, welcome back, cricket lovers, for the final match of the day, day number 27 here in Barcelona, match number 108. And it's going to be the second helping of where the Hawks take on the Jaeger Tigers. Let's join the two captains, Mohamed Abu and Cameron Zia, and Rob Kemin for the all-important coin toss.
Your call.
Okay. Bad.
Heads is called. It is heads.
We play bad first.
The captain of the Hawks, you can see that he's struggling because even when he says he's going to bat first, he does it a little gingerly. I think that's going to be the key for me in this match. How will he cope with his back? And also, how will his bowlers cope with the batting of some of the Jaeger Tigers? The Tigers certainly did turn on the style. We always knew about Umar Mohammed. Well, he showed what he could do. Junaid Afzal, well, he stuck around well and hit the ball pretty well when Mohammed was gone. But then what about Harpreet Singh? I said about Harpreet Singh, watch out for him with the ball and with the bat, that he's going to make some healthy contributions. Well, didn't he make a very good contribution in that last match? So the Hawks, they've got to perform a little bit better and let's see if they can tame the Tigers this time around. Maybe the key for the Hawks will be somebody like Amir Hamza. Well, I'm ready for this one. I know Vinny Sandhu is. So for the final time for today, let's go over to the commentary box. And Vinny, well, the news from the middle is that the Hawks this time, they are going to have a bat.
Yes, they will have a bat, and they'll be hoping that they can score a few more than they did last time. It wasn't that long ago. They were out there with the bat. They had a strong finish, but just fell well behind, chasing 138 victory. They finished on 89 for 5. So, yeah, the Tigers and Hawks find themselves down the wrong end of the ladder, but plenty to play for. Again, you go out there, they want to come away with the W, and the Tigers, potentially, they could win both games this afternoon. The first time they would have won both double headers. Both teams now actually with 2 wins, because after that last win, the Jaeger Tigers are now 2-11. Hawks are 2-9. But what I will say is that the Jaeger Tigers, this is their last chance to impress us, because it's their last match for the series. We know they won't make it through to the weekend on account of just having the 4 points at the moment. 3-run favourites, the Hawks, though. So I don't remember what it said in the first game. I think it was more like 8-run favourites. So just on the basis of that last game, maybe coming together a little bit. But we are almost ready to get going. So I do hear a bit of injury news. Naveed Riaz has a slight injury, so I'm not sure we'll see him at the bowling crease in this innings. And that's a shame, because he bowled really well. I mean, I still think he is in the side, and they're hoping that he can produce something. But yeah, I can see he's just kind of wandering around at the short third man, which tells me that he's hiding and doesn't really want to do too much. So hopefully it's not too serious. Thing is, the Tigers, there are no tomorrows for them. It's their last game. So let's see if he ends up trying to bowl through it or not. Junaid Afzal then will open the attack. And for the Hawks, they've gone with the same opening combination of Cameron Zia and Amir Javed. Here we go with the first ball of match number 108. And it's one that bites back from Afzal. There's no run. Zia, well, he himself has some injury issues. He was struggling with a bad back. So he has retained the gloves, though, for this game. So, yeah, I think he's obviously decided he's going to just keep his spot at the top of the order. But again, they need to try and score a bit quicker earlier, or allow people to come in and face more balls like Mohamed Sahel, who batted really well in that last game. But yeah, just by the time he got there, it was pretty much done. He scored 23 off 11. But that was batting at number 6. Okay, there were a couple of golden ducks in there, so it's not like the guys were mucking around. But I think Sahel's one of those guys that you've got to have in your top 4. Oh, how, I mean, that's hit him on the pad. I mean, it may be a bit high. It's actually pretty close to the stumps. Look at this. He wants to leave it for a wide. But it's actually worth a shout. I don't know if you can have confidence to give it, but it was worth an inquiry. It was a weird one. Late movement from Afzal. Yeah, 2 types of leave, as they say. Pitches up. This time he gets the same kind of movement, but it's outside the off stump. It's a good start from Afzal. The Jaeger Tigers, I mean, really illustrating what this series is all about, I think. It's about exposing more and more teams, more and more players to this type of competition, this level of competition, this kind of scrutiny. Ultimately, we like to professionalise the game on the continent. Another good outswinger. Oh, guess who? He's moving pretty well there. Now he remembers he's injured and just kind of staggers away. But, yeah, it's really what it's all about. We've had something like almost 7,000 players take part in ECN cricket over the last couple of years, or 2 or 3 years. And the fact that none of these Yader Tigers had ever played an ECN match before. In fact, most of them probably have never played a T10. And so, you see how far they've come. And they've been very good this afternoon. Again, well bowled by Afzal. Push and run. Zia gets off the mark. But yeah, I really think that's what it's all about. Now, Patrick's got a question, and it's a pretty good one. It is random question time. So you can throw your random questions in. Bit of food chat as well. Got to say I enjoyed my lunch in the break as well. It was very nice. Rico was correct. He said, will the ECN YouTube be streaming the ECN Christmas party? Well, this is an interesting one because, we'll come back to that in a second, after the last ball, the over from Afzal. Pitched up, goes straight, and it's going to go all the way into the post of the cube. Maximo, 6 runs. That was a teaser for Harpreet. He has found a shirt with a number on it, so that's something. But, yeah, unfortunately, it is going to disappear to the boundary. And so, in the end, it is 8 for no loss after 1. Reminder, you can get in touch with us on our social media. Get me at Mr. Maximo, Rico at Rico4, and our at European Cricket pages. Certainly worth checking them out because there's lots of little highlights from the series. Speaking of which, here comes Rico4 back in the commentary box. And the question from Patrick was, will we be streaming the ECN Christmas party?
No.
Well, this is something that is worth a look, and it's going to be whacked square of the wicket. It's going to be 6, a roofer, fielded by potential incoming batter, who cannot be identified because he has no head. But Maximo and the Hawks, we know they do have some firepower. They just got to find a way to utilise it.
Well, Harpreet Singh probably not too pleased that he's going to have to wear a shirt with Ali on the back of it. And he's probably thinking, well, if I don't bowl well, call me Ali. When I bowl well, I'm Harpreet Singh. I'll take the single here after being launched.
Now, why I brought up the Christmas parties, I realised we haven't really planned a Christmas party, have we? Because we're deep in the tour here.
Mm.
But I mean, potentially, we've got Saturday night, maybe, but then Sunday could be a bit rough. We got last day of the year. So we'll have to have a think about that. Oh, this is blasted out of the ground. Forget it. Maximo. Javed is a guy who can really smack the ball around. We haven't really seen the best of him this series, but they persisted with him at the top of the order. And with shots like this, Rico, you can see why.
Yeah, look, what's the difference here at the moment? I mean, it's not a bad delivery from Harpreet Singh. I mean, it's right up there, sort of more or less the right areas. Okay, he could go a little bit wider, so he's not bowling into the arc, but he's not getting the swing. Not getting the swing back into the batter. He's going to try a different angle. Going to come round now. And this has been flat batted. Work to be done by the fielder. That's really well. Gets down and makes a stop.
Well fielded. Yeah, I remember last year we had a kind of impromptu Christmas party because we're in Malta, if you remember. We had a drive to, it was like a seafood restaurant. Oh, geez, I ate so much that night. When Johnny Grimmer had the guitar out, was playing tunes. Oh, how's that missed? This will be a bye. But what I remember thinking is Malta's it's meant to be a tiny island. Wow, it took a long time to drive to that restaurant. I reckon it took an hour. You remember how long it took?
It was a long one.
I was hungry as well.
It was worth it, though, wasn't it?
It was
because
brilliant.
The food was great. The company was great. And some of the Federation guys there were with us. And well, Johnny G, he bought his guitar as well, which I almost broke. But that's another story.
It was a pretty festive evening.
It was indeed. Got him. And Harpreet Singh. It is Harpreet Singh, never mind the name on the back. Gets the breakthrough. Well, it wasn't going right for him coming over. It came round and gets this one full and pitched up. Does get a little bit of movement here. And after being hit for a few, well, Javed, he goes for unlucky 13. He's 13 off 4. And it's Harpreet Singh that gets the wicket. And he was pumped up about it as well.
Yeah. Well, now he's got a number. And he's got Javed's number. Again, disappointment for Javed because he gets a couple out of the screws, but he just can't do it for long enough. But, I suppose that's the approach. They do have some good hitters to come, but it is the first wicket of match 108. It's 23 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, Nicely done. Hey, listen, talking of Christmas, I think we do need to try and get a little bit more Christmassy. I know we can't pin anything.
Yeah.
into our
You
cube
cannot pin things to an
because
inflatable
I
cube.
think
Very good.
If we went down that route, the cube would be no more. So
True.
I'll tell you what, we're gonna thinking cap, or maybe, I mean, it is Peacock Friday coming up. Maybe Peacock Friday, sort of we go peacockish Christmas theme. How about that?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, we're trying to. We'll go. I mean, we've got the shopping centre nearby. Maybe we wander there and get a few Christmassy bits,
Yeah, we can.
and maybe store them away for next year. We'll never see them again, you know that. But
Well, someone talked
worth a
about
try.
borrowing some from the hotel. That'd be an easy
yeah, I
option.
had that idea, and we got to.
And if you look at the thesaurus, borrow means steal in the sense that we're talking. Anyway, this is in the air, and it's a long chase for the long on. Eventually, Hazabula will get there. It's just going to be a long single. And so I wanted to say hello to Andrew Smith. Looks like he's got a spanner now. Oh, congratulations, Andrew. Well deserved. He had a early random question. What were Vinny and Rico's nicknames at school? So have a think about that. Matt's watching from Australia. Hello, Matt. Good to have you with us. And Matt's just looking into what the spanner means. He wants to know, is it some sort of power he can abuse? Brackets like Corey. Yeah, Corey was a one-day spanner. Do you have a nickname at school?
I don't know. I'm thinking about this now. I didn't really. No. I had a nickname at home and around family and close friends. Bitu was the name. I mean, it's a generic name, but in school, no. You?
Not really. Nothing really stuck. Sometimes people would call me Sandshoe. But it's not that good, is it? Probably a nickname when I was playing cricket that I got the most was Cenzo or Vincenzo, because I had an Italian coach, and that's why it's nice. I'm in Europe now. And Tony Loiacono was a brilliant man. He coached me when I was young. It really made me believe that I could be a good player. And I was playing with guys a lot older at that stage. But yeah, he just called me Vincenzo, and everyone started calling me Vincenzo, and then eventually Cenzo or Cens.
Yeah.
People still call me that on occasion. It's funny because then they think I'm Italian, but I'm actually not. This is up, and it's straight down the throat of the fielder. He catches it, and it was dipping on him, wasn't it? That we have seen Usman Mohammed in some pretty interesting situations on the boundary. That time, the ball sticks to his palms, and the Hawks lose the second, 25 for 2.
Yeah, that's a good wicket to get. Cameron Zia will go early this time. He doesn't quite get to double figures. He'll go for 9 off the 10th delivery. Good catch, but really, he picked him out, didn't he? And that's disappointing because I think Cameron Zia does the right thing in this match. He gets Mohammed Sohail higher up the order. So the two of them together, if they click, could certainly get them to a big score. But he hits this pretty well, but it just placed it straight into the hands of the fielder.
He gets him in the first base cutout there in the clay. So Cameron Zia has a bit of a sore back. He's got time to kind of give that a bit of a stretch as he'll watch the rest of this innings from the sideline. 25 for 2. What else have we got in here? So we also got asked, question, Rico, and answer honestly, by the way. Messi, Neymar, or Ronaldo, who is your favourite? I think I've answered this one before. I normally say Messi, despite Argentina knocking out.
I thought you went for Ronaldo last time.
That's only because Australia were playing Argentina that night. No, remember? I actually said that at the time.
You did, actually.
And I've actually been asked that question around 8 times. But anyway, don't mind it. Don't mind answering again. But yeah, come up with the question we haven't been asked. There's a challenge for you guys.
Yeah, with me, it's Messi. I'm going to stick to what I said before. Yeah, I think Messi, just class. And, well, with Spain out of the World Cup here now, well, I've got to decide who I'm going for now. But I will say this, purely because I'm a big Messi fan, and we know that it's going to be, well, definitely it's going to be his last World Cup. Maybe he's going to turn on the style and do something special. And maybe Argentina are going to go all the way. Who knows? This one has been worked away and gets a second bite at it and takes it. Well, he's taken 2 catches. This one was slightly more spicy than the other one. Well, this is the advantage of eating some of those Indian sweets. You get sticky fingers. And if you get sticky fingers, you take the catches like this. So this is nicely done. Well, maybe this is a jalebi catch. Well, he does so well, Usman Mohammed, to get to it first time around. But it's all about keeping the ball up in the air, and he does. Look, hit hard. And he says, hang on, reach it, up in the air it goes. And he says, all right, I got you. You're going nowhere. Well, him and that Kookaburra have got a nice relationship going. And Mohammed Sohail, well, nothing worked for him. He does come higher up the order, and he's not going to last too long. He'll go for 1 of that, the third ball he faces.
Big wicket. And Sohail hit the ball better than anyone, really, in the first game for Hawks. And that actually, one thing you probably don't know about me, I actually played a fair bit of volleyball. It takes me back to my volleyball days, that kind of catch, because I was just waiting for the next person to hit it up, and I would have come and spiked it.
Yeah.
But it was well done by Usman Mohammed, and yeah, right now they're feeling confident. Yeah, so I know Andrew Smith, he's been around for a while, so I think I'm happy to see him with this manner. Again, the robot makes these calls. Mahmood White asked that question, and one of the answers, I think it might have been Wayne, said, well, not Messi, Neymar, or Ronaldo. He had another name. I don't know who he's talking about as well. This is a good ball. New batter out there is Hassan.
Yeah, well, 2 new batters, you could say.
Hassan and Hamza now out there. So he said Archie Thompson. Now, do you know who Archie Thompson is? Don't worry if saying no.
No, I don't.
So Archie Thompson holds the international record, I believe it still stands, for the most goals by one person in a football game. In an international football game.
Really?
And he plays for Australia. We played for Australia. And I want you to guess how many it was.
First, tell me who they played.
No.
Why? That's not fair.
One of our neighbours. But it is back when we used to have to qualify through the Oceania region, not Asia.
I'm going to say he scored 7. I'm going big. 7.
You're going big?
Yeah.
So you think that's big?
Oh, dear.
Oh, precious Rico. Anyway, wait for this ball.
We're talking football, right?
Yeah.
As this is smacked out of here. That goes big. Shaba, bully. Well, we know that Ali Hassan, he doesn't hold back. He did this last time. The thing is, though, can they get a partnership going? They desperately need one. 6 runs,
I'm
big
going to
hit.
give you a clue,
Go
right? How many come this over? Okay, take the 7 that you started with. Add on 6. We're at 13. I'm pretty sure the rest is over. If we add on a point for everyone, it won't be as many. And I'm even more sure.
Oh, my word.
So it was in a game against the Solomon Islands.
Yeah.
Real powerhouse. This isn't like the bad old days where Australia would have to try and qualify by beating all these minnows. And then they go, okay, well done. Now, we don't really have an automatic qualify from your group, so now you have to play like the 4th or 5th South American team, and one of you will get to go through. So then you play like a Uruguay that's been playing all these Brazil and Argentina and stuff, and they're like, well, we're better than you. And it was hard to get friendlies and stuff because, Australia's a long way to go. Occasionally we would play friendlies in England and stuff like that. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to double check this, but I think he scored 20 goals and the final score was 33-0.
No. So that's got to be, is that the highest like international score as well?
It is, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Never heard of it. Well, there you go.
See, you got to know your football. You think you're a football lover in this part of the world. Yeah, so that's a nice bit of trivia. So that's why Wayne picked him as his choice. Archie Thompson. Well, sorry, it was 31-0, not 33-0.
No ball called, and I get the
Field.
feeling this is field. Yeah, I only see 4 inside. Only 4 men inside.
I think that it's not so much that they didn't have enough that were trying to be inside. I think one of them just wasn't in the circle, which is a shame. Right. So we'll have a free hit coming up.
No, I just see 2 on the leg side here and 2 in the off. So who's?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. They had enough in the circle.
They still haven't got him in. Who's coming in now?
Well, you only need 4 in the circle,
They've actually pushed him out now. 2 are coming in from the other side. There you go. I suppose there's a new batter because it's an offside, so that's better.
Oh,
hang on.
Also,
no.
I'm way off.
Hang on.
My memory's terrible.
This might be another. How many?
They got 4 on the offside.
Yeah, but who's in on the leg side?
You only need 4 in the circle. Has it been a long day for you?
Oh, yeah. You got me now. You know what I'm doing? I'm confusing the 5 that allowed to outside to the inside. All right, good check.
This is the Mandela effect because I was sure he scored 20 goals. Turns out he only scored 13. All right, so it's the end of the 4th over.
There's a big difference between 20. Hey, oh, come on.
Still way more than you said. Actually, now we were equally. You're actually now closer to me because you're only 6 off and I was 7 off. 36 for 3 after 4. Do you want to know the minutes he scored them? Do you want to, here's the actual. Oh,
you're going to say he didn't even play the whole game now.
Here's the minutes he scored them.
Go on.
12, 23, 27, 29, 32, 37, 42, 45. So that's 7 in the first half, or 8 in the first half. 56, 60, 65, 85, 88. What was he doing between 65 and 85? Having a nap.
36 for 3. 4 overs gone. So a bit of a fight back here. Hassan leading the way. Hamza, the left-hander, he's got to play a big part in this.
I've got to stick aside to this. No ball off pitch. Rebowl that one and make it a free hit.
Go on.
So The large number of goals created confusion over the correct scoreline. It wasn't only us that was mixed up. The scoreboard at the stadium showed 32, and that Thompson was credited with 14 goals. But after a recount, a statistician determined the score was 31, and he only scored 13. Up in the air, this will be 6. It's well over the head of Harpreet Singh. Maximo, 6 runs. And yeah, the Hawks, funny kind of innings. It's been a bit of everything, but this is a nice shot over the offside.
Yes, and nicely played. And it just goes to show, look, you look at who's out already. Cameron Zia, Amir Javed, Mohamed Salah, all capable batters. They haven't clicked. And then you've got Ali Hassan leading the way. It just goes to show that if they can bat a little bit more responsibly, they're a team that should regularly be getting big runs.
Something else I got wrong. It wasn't against the Solomon Islands.
Oh,
it was against American Samoa. So I've got the name right, but I've got his goals wrong, the team goals wrong, and the country wrong.
You're meant to
I got the Australia bit right.
You're meant to do your research first.
You know what?
Yeah.
I guessed it. I could have Googled it, and you wouldn't have known. No one would have known. Okay, but I went out there. I think he wore number 20. I think that's why it's in my head. But yeah, 11th of April 2001, and that was a home game at Coffs Harbour, Australia.
Well, Wayne said he liked your version better anyway.
Yeah,
so,
fair enough.
Oh, that's good.
Based on a true story. I love random questions. It takes you in weird directions. Edged and straight to Naveed Riaz. And he's carrying a bit of an injury, but I don't know if it's affecting his hands because he didn't really have to move for that one.
No, he puts this one down. He's, to be fair, a little bit slow getting down to it. Doesn't really get his body into good position. So, look, a chance, some good fortune for the Hawks, and it's Hassan. He gets put down on 15. And Naveed, well, obviously, maybe he's not going to have a bowl because he would have bowled surely by now. Sajjad will continue. Having a few difficulties in the line. How will he cope with the left-hander? Not very well is the answer to that. Very good stop from the wicketkeeper because that was 5 otherwise, because there's no way that Naveed Riaz was chasing after it. Good work from the keeper. Good stop from Umar Mohammed.
So I'm going to also tell you something a bit weird, that I saw this article. I think it's fairly recent. Right? There might have been another similar incident. And it was about a high-scoring match. It wasn't an international match, though. And let's just say, we know footballers, our football cousins, they can be a bit emotional sometimes, right? And then a bit of their protests can be a bit interesting as well. Protesting the referee, protesting injustice, their perceived injustice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to give you a very interesting scoreline in a second. This is cracked. Good fielding. Got to say, yay to Tigers. They're bowling, they're fielding. It's been standing up all tournament. It's still coming. Anyway, A.S. Adema and S.O. Lemern played in the Madagascar League, and the final score was 149-0.
Did the other team not show up? Or?
And wait for it. I can't remember what it was, but it was either conspiring to make the competition to make their rival suffer or something, or I've also heard of 80-0 or something where they're so annoyed with it that they just keep kicking off and kicking it into their own net. They've had enough. So they just go, yeah, you know what? You want to give that offside goal instead of offside? Well, this is what we're going to do about it, which is an interesting approach. Anyway, it's the end of the 5th over. And right here in Barcelona, the score is, I want to say 47 for 3. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico is with me once again. Random questions. Yeah, who would have thought a question about Neymar or Ronaldo or Messi would turn into Archie Thompson and the highest scoring football matches of all time, and some curious ones in there. But that's the beauty of random questions, Rico. Keep them coming.
Yeah. Keep them coming. Yeah, certainly learn something new every day, don't you?
We learn that my memory maybe not as good as I thought it was.
Do your research first. And we're also learning that the Diego Tigers from this performance, well, when they get it together, we know their bowling's good. When they start catching the ball and the batters start scoring runs, they look like a decent team. And they are going with Naveed Riaz back again. So he's obviously not as injured as you said. But mind you, we can't believe anything you say these days.
So he's now been upgraded from injured to not injured. Just a bit of notice, everyone. I heard, we don't even know if if we'll be able to play him in the team. He certainly won't be bowling if he does. Next minute, he's dropping catches. He's bowling the 6th over. That's the beauty of European cricket. So when people want to ask me for inside information, like they're always asking,
Don't do it.
That's why I never answer because I'm wrong. Probably wrong half the time.
Okay.
I want to keep looking up weird football match scores. I'm on a, what do they call it? Like a
And listen, look
down
at,
a rabbit hole.
Let's move on from football. Look
Okay.
at weird cricket scores. Come on, let's change it a bit. Let's do some weird cricket scores. So come on,
Oh, yeah.
give us some historic record-breaking.
Top of my head, biggest first-class score, 1107. I think it's Victoria versus New South Wales. Biggest test score, I think it's at 953 or 956. I'm going to say 956 or 960 something. Sri Lanka versus India. For a long time, when I was growing up, it was always 903. It was England versus Australia when Len Hutton made 364, which was the world record. Then Sir Gary Sobers beat that. So some things I think I remember right.
Naveed Riaz. Let's come back to health. Short. And it misses out on it, the batter. It's right there in the slot for Hassan.
I don't know if I should keep going down this rabbit hole, but oh, interesting. But you know, this is the beauty about the internet, isn't it? You come up with all sorts of stuff. Yes. What else we got? Germany beat San Marino 13-0 once. That's pretty big.
Play down the ground, and they'll take a single. You know what I find interesting with football is all the teams that used to. I mean, you mentioned San Marino, but all the teams that used to get beat heavily, how they're performing well now. What have you found now?
Wait. I got the last. I'm going to come to more round of questions. I got to finish that. You know that 149-0 that I told you about?
Yeah.
Here's the best description of what happened in that game, and it's brilliant. All right. Now, they say possession's important in football, right? Possession, and not always everything, but possession's important.
Well, it wasn't for Spain yesterday, put it that way.
True.
But anyway,
All right.
This is pumped out of the ground. Well, hitting the ball big is important in cricket. Well, that is big. Boom. Shaka lagya manos arriba. We'll put them up in the air like you just don't care. That is 6 runs. What a good hit this is from Amir Hamza.
Really good shot. And bang, on top of the nets, 6 runs. Okay, listen to this. You know how they lost 149-0? Unbelievably, the team that was scoring didn't touch the ball even once between the first and 149th. The goals were all scored by the losing side, who sent the ball hurtly towards their own net time and again in protest at an earlier refereeing decision.
You were right.
So the other team, but I didn't think they literally never touched the ball, and that's commitment to a plan. Because you reckon, like when they brought up the 100, they're like, "Look, I think we've made our point." like no, more. And then do you think they were disappointed they didn't have time for 150th? So they had 1 goal, I'm guessing, and like 148 own goals. And is someone racking up the stats there?
Yeah.
Like that's probably the world record for most own goals in a lifetime.
Most own goals
All right.
and everything else.
Going back. Hey, Naveed has only no balls. Maybe this injury's helping him.
All to go. And yeah, none in the day so far. But now we mentioned it. Well, he's okay. This has been whipped away. It'll take a single. So Amir Hamza and Hassan. Partnership worth 31 now. This is exactly what they needed. That big Maximo did bring the 50 up as well. So end of the over, 57 for free after 6. So they're sort of on course here to carry at this rate to sort of get to the 100th score. But I think they're looking, as long as these two stay together, looking for a bit of acceleration and maybe get to around about that 110 mark.
All right. Question from Steve Cook. I wanted questions I haven't had before, and this is one. I think it's a pretty good one from Steve Cook. He's asking, what was the most lopsided game you ever played in, and did your team win? It's a good one. Let me have a think. I think I've mentioned the one before when I was at school, and we played a team. They weren't a bad team, but we bowled them out for 27. That was when I took none for 9 when I was bowling, and I got told, I'm going to take. The captain said, I'm going to take you off. If you take I'll give you one more over. If you don't take a wicket, you're off. You know how you often just say that?
Yeah.
And then I actually went on this run where I took 8 wickets without conceding another run, took 8 for 9. And I know it'll be my best figures forever. And the number 11 was actually sitting in an exam, had missed the first 2 hours of the game, and he was, well, not timed out. He was just out. Yeah, so and that was probably the most lopsided outdoor that I can think of. I know that I played in a game where my first grade team, we hit a record 510, which was reasonably big. But yeah, let me have a think about that. Here's Mohammed. It's going to bowl now, and it's going to cut away, and they'll take one on the...
Yeah, pull them up, Sunshine. Pull them up, pull them up.
Ejaz is a pretty entertaining fielder to have out there. Remember yesterday he got mixed up with the circle, the infield circle and the boundary, and then he gave up chasing a ball, but ended up going for 4 because he didn't chase it. Do you think of a lopsided game that you were played in, either on the good side or the other side?
Yeah, we were skittled out on a real park wicket once for 38 or something it was, and of course the other team were like, it was, they were the home team as well. But then we got them out for 29. Took 7 for 8 on that day, so I'll always remember that one.
Oh, there you go.
That's a lovely moment. And, I mean, there's been some good ones, so that's a good shot as well. Well, I'll tell you what, this partnership is looking pretty handsome at the moment for Hawks. Ali Hassan, and hitting it well straight down the ground, and they keep bowling it pitched up to him. Looks for Mohammed. He's got to bowl a different line. Got to try and get him cutting, I think, here. And that's the idea, and that's the reason. Oh, yeah, that is the commentator's kiss. And what a catch that is as well from Umar Mohammed. I called it, they got it.
Genuine webbing catch. And this is a rare keeper ice cream cone. He goes and it is literally never touches the palm of his hand. It sticks in that webbing between the thumb and the forefinger. You will see it kind of on this one, but you'll see it better from the other one. The front angle, just have a look. There's just a little pouch there that's permitted between the thumb and the next finger. And yeah, look at that. Just sticks in, easy as you like. Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't. As with Mohammed, well, you said he needed to get him cutting. That's exactly what he does. And Rico, once again, your crystal ball working perfectly. It's 64 for 4.
Hey, listen, watching that catch, where were we when the wicketkeeper dropped one and he dropped it because that part of the glove got ripped?
Oh, yeah, that's happened a few times, actually.
Where was that?
Yeah, it was a fairly well-known guy as well. But yeah, we have seen that. Was it Germany? Was it Krefeld this year, maybe?
I'm trying to think.
But yeah, we've seen the ball burst through a webbing, and basically it would have been caught. It wasn't. You know, funny enough, my favourite baseball team, Toronto Blue Jays, the first baseman whose job is to kind of like catch the ball so the runner's out. Same guy broke his glove twice in that exact thing. He takes the catch and the ball bursts through. Didn't hit him, but yeah, it was not out. He didn't catch it. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, 7 for 8. They're pretty good figures, Rico.
Yeah, new batter comes in, and big unit, isn't he? Question is though, can Ahmed also get going?
Most one-sided game we've ever had on ECN. Pretty easy one. It's got to be the Super Kings versus Gozo.
Yep.
200 to 6. Not 204-6. 200 runs to 6 runs. All out in Gozo's debut. But again, fan favourites now. In the air. Not going too far, but going safely. I'm trying to think. I've got a good indoor cricket one. So obviously playing indoor cricket, I played that at an elite level. But if we had a social team, and we're all pretty good. We've been playing for a while. I mean, you know, sometimes indoor cricket, the score can go backwards, right? Because when you're out, you lose 5 runs, but you bat for a set amount of time, 4 pairs times 4 overs. So, you know, an average score is maybe 20 a pair. This is cut away nicely. This will just be 1. But, of course, you can't go negative, because if you keep losing wickets and you go negative, remember the old scoreboards would flash, which means negative, and say, you didn't want to be flashing. So, come on, we're going to get him flashing here. Yeah. Anyway, so the worst partnership, I mean, you might occasionally see, like, minus is pretty rare, but it happens, minus 10. I mean, in social, though, sometimes you get real mismatches. So, yeah, we made, I can't remember how many, but you know, quite a lot with the bat. That's the other thing. The other team is they're batting second. Kind of know they're not going to win the game, but if you win a quarter, you still get some points. The first partnership is first partnership. Yeah. Just wait for the end of the over here. 66 for 4 after 7. And I'll come back to that in a second, but I will show you what's coming up tomorrow pretty shortly. And I will... Yeah, let's not talk about who didn't send
Elvira,
the tomorrow graphic
you
to
folks, can I just say to you folks, Vinny's having such a good day here. Well, Vinny just is trying to plug Elvira and say, don't forget to put it on. And Elvira on the headset saying, I won't put it on because you ain't sent it to me. Come on.
I didn't give Elvira any specific instructions there. But let's just say, I think we'll see it shortly. But it allows me...
You're not having a good time at the moment with your technology, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting lost in some weeds here. Random question time.
In some what?
In some weeds. You know, you get lost in the weeds.
Oh,
hello. There you go. I must have sent it, see? I know. I'm sure they couldn't have got it up that quickly. Let's see what's going on tomorrow. Fateh versus Ali Youngstars. And, yeah, Ali Youngstars trying to consolidate their spot in the finals race. Hawks versus Gracia. Well, that's going to be a tough one for the Hawks, but we know that they're capable of the Mercurial. knocked over, and it's say goodbye to Hamza. Naveed does it again. Well, what injury? He is looking fresh as a daisy, and he takes his first wicket here in match 108.
Yeah, and doesn't he like it as well? So Naveed Riaz gets the... I mean, Hamza, when he was stroking the ball around and not looking to play the big shots, was batting actually quite nicely. He played some nice cut shots, didn't get full value for money because he went to the fielders. But you see here, he loses his shape, takes his eye right off it. And, well, I tell you what, Naveed Riaz was pretty happy. We didn't quite see the full reaction. I'll wait for it. Well, we're not going to see it because we're just going to focus on the... Well, hang on. Here he goes. Wait for it. Uno, dos, tres. Come on, give it some.
I know we're going to miss this.
There we go. Juggling what Jesus.
That was definitely worth sticking with. Good fist bump. Okay, so what I was going to say in the indoor cricket. So the lowest score I think I'd ever heard of is about -40 or -50 for a whole team, maybe. Anyway, we had this team -95 with a ball to go, and I was bowling, right?
Yeah.
And the scoreboard, this scoreboard only went to 3 digits. So on the scoreboard it says minus first digit, 9-5.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, what happens if I get a wicket with this last ball? Because this is going to break the scoreboard.
Yeah, of course.
Because you can't have, there's no room for -100. It's the old digital, you know, the 7-segment thing. So, you know, I'm not proud of this next bit. Do you know what I did?
Go on.
Man-catted the guy.
Just so you can see what happened. Why are you laughing? He's laughing like a little kid here at the moment.
We scored 200 and a -95.
Is this why? This one goes for 4. It's a bit of luck, a bit of suerte for Hana. Is this why you are so pro-man-cat?
Well, I had to leave Australia. Well, I just thought, you'll never get this opportunity. I need to guarantee this is a wicket because you'll never get I'll never get another chance to see the scoreboard broken. And they've already lost by like 300 runs. So man-cat, you know what? After
happened?
that, you meant to re-bowl the ball. Everyone just walked off.
So they didn't even bother putting the...
Yeah.
So it didn't work. You never found out anyway.
Technically, it's probably a draw.
This is launched. Oh, what a hit this is. Balle was Zahafan. Well, we know he's got the ability to strike the ball and hit it hard. Well, he got lucky with the first. No luck about this one. Well, I tell you what, he was fist bumping with delight. Was Naveed Riaz getting his first wicket? Well, now, he needs to get his act together because he's gone for 2 boundaries. Here comes Riaz, and he goes short, and this has been launched into it could be another boundary. Chases on for the fielder, and he does ever so well. Well, how about this for a dash? That's a 50-metre dash there, and really good. He does so well to get there.
Yeah, great fielding.
I mean, look, I want to see the batter hit this again. Can we see it one more time? Look at he pulls his shoulder out here. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
But here's the dash. He does so well. Just gets in. Never gave up. And that's what I like about this. Good work. And that's the El Capitan.
Yeah, I always think if you can reach it with your foot, though, if you actually dived, then surely you can go further because you don't have to get the center of your body to it. Anyway, who am I to say? I'm not really a foot fielding expert because I never really used to do it. Naveed.
Oh, it's up in the air a long way.
Naveed.
Well, where's the injury? Where's the injury now?
Oh,
there's the injury. There's the injury. As he gets smacked in the face by the Kookaburra. Well,
I'm starting to think, have I travelled to the future where he got injured? Because I thought he was injured already. But maybe it's like a deja vu moment. And we know that these can spin back at you on a big bounce. And, well, Naveed eats it, I think.
Thappar lag gaya. There. Putte haath. Oh, well, that's hurt him.
Oh, boy. Well, if he wasn't injured already, you can bet he is now. And he's still going to bowl 1 ball. Or does he?
He hasn't.
No,
He's
is that
done.
over?
He said, I'm not bowling it. I'm done and dusted.
Well, how much protection does that beard give you against the kookaburra that's darting back off an artificial surface? Unbelievable.
Well, that was sensational. We see it all here on the European Cricket Network. Well, the man who was injured, well, I don't know where his injury was there, but you see what happens when bowlers are trying to take catches of their own bowling. They turn into superhumans. And it will be Harpreet Singh who comes to bowl this, the all-important 9th over, 80 for 5 at the end. So they're still on course to get the 100.
Look, there was a lot happening in that ball where it went high because Naveed, he took off like he was training for the 100-metre hurdles in the Olympics. For somebody that was carrying an injury, when the wicket was up the line, he was flying.
This is another one goes up in the air. Watch the spin on this, and yeah, it does okay.
Oh boy! So I think the technique here would be, even if you are approaching ball, you got to have your hands in front of your face, as a secondary form of defence. So we're learning new techniques all the time.
That was
Wayne's having a great time.
crazy.
He's just discovered the 200-6 scorecard, which I put in the chat. Yes, it was an interesting one. And I tell you what, Wayne, I'll go one better. I'll even find the highlights for you. You can watch after the game today. And it was an interesting one. Rico, I know that I left you on your own just that first game, I think, because I was off buying a scooter. Not buying, I was off renting a scooter, right?
Yeah. Oh, this has been hit pretty hard. The fielder comes in, gets himself in a really good position and takes a catch. Brilliantly done by Talha Mahmood. Well, he hasn't had everything go his way, but he's been on form today. He's a happy chappy. He's enjoying life at the moment. He says, come on, give me some love. He wants some love. And the captain, well, Mohammed Dabu, gives him some. He charges into this, and look how he takes his catch. I mean, he's a little bit away from his body, but look, they stick. And look at that. And once he realises the ball ends up in his hands, he says, yes, he says. Well, he's pumped. And well hit. I mean, they're going to say, I didn't mind that innings at all. But, well, you've got to feel a little bit for Shoraz Ahmed, because when he does finally smash one, he thinks he's going to get his first boundary and the catch to get taken. But he does spend a bit of time out there with Zafar Farhan, and it does get a little partnership going, but they're still looking to bring this 100 up here. Harpreet Singh, well, he picks up another wicket. He's taken 2 for 16. Well, what a revolution he's been for the side. And a little bit of bat on this, but it will go to the fielder. We'll keep it to the 1. Probably would have been a wide, actually.
That's 200-6 game. Yeah, I went out to rent a scooter, left you on your own. Just keep an eye on the game. When I first turned on, the first thing I saw was target 201. And I was like, all right, it's a bit rough.
Yeah.
And then I handed my paperwork, I signed the forms. I'm getting ready to get the scooter, which I like to do in Malta. Then I turn on to see how they're travelling, and all I see is next match 58 minutes.
Yeah.
Because they got bowled out in 4.3 overs.
It was, let's just put it this way, nobody expected it. But I mean, when the first ball was bowled and the batter just walked out the way of it and the ball hit the stumps, I knew it was going to be trouble. And there was trouble. And Bish and I think somebody's mentioned it on the chat.
Yeah,
Bish and I just
3.
was getting those Yorkers, in-swinging Yorkers going. And the Goza boys had no answer to them. And, you know, one thing we found out afterwards, and the reason why they were moving out the way of the ball, they never played with well, 7 of those guys who goes at the time had never played with a hard ball before.
Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah.
And they did have a couple of guys that could kind of hold it, but they just happened to get out early. And yeah, from there, it wasn't great.
You've got to be Luke running these. Oh, well, you can see disappointment from the non-striker. Farhan, I can sort of understand it. He's saying, hey, buddy, look at the figures. I'm on 16 of 6. You just come in, leave it to me. Okay. In comes Usman Mohammed.
He's had a good innings, hasn't he, Usman?
Okay, this is, watch the
Bounce.
spin, and he does well. Well plucked.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Well, you got to be careful both ways. If you rush it, the spin can spin past you. But if you stay off, then by the time it gets to you, it's spun so much that you can't reach it anymore. So anyway, I'm going to put that highlights the 6 innings in here, not A6, 6 all out.
Chance taken, well taken as well. Sajjad makes no mistakes, and no, Zaha Farhan was probably thinking, well, that's why I didn't want to take the single, and it will be Mohammed Usman who will go. He'll go for 1 off second ball that he faces. Has the right idea, and he does walk into this. But the thing is, that I think that bat spins in his hands, and in doing so, just skies up in the air. Sajjad makes no mistake.
Yeah, solid catch. So Mohammed Usman has to go. 85 for 7. Yeah, the Tigers not kind of out of this at all. Getting the left to bat well. They certainly did in the first game, but averaging. Before that last game, they're averaging 75, probably a few more now. I want to say hello to Emily Elizabeth. And yeah, I want to say thanks to everyone for the interaction. We really enjoyed it. This is just a very random innings. I'm enjoying it.
Sanaullah is going to be the next batter in. I think he's got to bowl a lot better in the next match. He's normally been pretty tidy. He was a little bit wayward in the last one. First of all, he's got to see if he can get a few more runs on the ball for his side. Plays and misses this one outside the off. Dot ball.
I think about a 90 chase, or even what it is now, 85 to 90, I think sets up a really interesting second half. I think the Hawks will have a point to prove. Tigers, okay, they've got target pressure now. They're not batting first. They know kind of what they need to do, but yeah, we haven't seen them.
This was pretty high.
Second for a while.
I wonder if we're going to see it when it goes to the boundary and a total blunder from the fielder. Well, they see the funny side of it. A bit of a smile on the face. Let's see the height on this first. I mean, I
think it's just okay.
But first, let's have a look at this. And he says, I got it. And blip. Oh, no.
I'm going to go, it's just, go back. Where's the contact point there?
I think it should be called, personally.
I'm going just okay because of where he hits it. I reckon that's what I'll go with. It's a tough one. It's borderline. Okay, if it's waist high, if they consider it waist high, it'll be a no ball. Is it waist high? Maybe. What's a waist anyway? They have called it. Well, I suppose what I'm saying, in basically what I'm saying right now, there's doubt. And if there's doubt, then they should be called. I don't disagree with the call.
Yeah, I think when you're bowling at this pace, if you bowl it anywhere near and near about, forget the millimetres, just call it because you shouldn't be bowling it.
Run.
So it won't be out. Got to run. Run, rabbit, run. Chal, mere hati. Mere sati. They'll take another. So, well, they're not in no hurry to get there because he wants to stay on strike, you see.
I think that's it.
Wants to stay on strike.
Weird innings.
And
so that'll make it, well, wait for it. Sorry, they hadn't rolled back the no ball yet. So we still got one more. Still got one more to come. So that'll make it 91 with the bye.
This is where the non-striker says to the striker, whatever happens, I'm running, and then he doesn't run.
Wayne's asking, is it a two-piece group ball they're using? No, they're using a four-piece. Wayne, here we go. Last ball. Strap yourselves in. Hawks on 91, plus this.
Hit hard, and they want to take two. And look at Sanahula go. Well, he was right. He gave the message to Hahn and said, whatever happens, I'm running. Oh, boy, did he run.
Tell you what, though. Look at how they went to the wrong end here. The throw side on, so it's pretty much an equal distance throw. But see, Sanahula, he was off to the races. He was not halfway there by the time he hit the ball. But they throw to the bowler's end here. And just have a look at Zafar. He's the most relieved guy in Barcelona. He didn't have to break out of a canter. So they will finish 93 for 7 off 10. 94 for the Tigers to win. Hey, sets up an interesting second half. The Hawks trying to take some points out of day 27.
Well, Hawks are a team that provided us a golden ball with the Ripper Warriors. I reckon this could be a sort of golden ball sort of score, couldn't it? Well, we'll have to wait and see as we have a look at the highlights. And, well, there was a sprightly start. But then it all came to an end because Harpreet Singh finally got his radar right. We know he's a dangerous player, and he'll probably have a say with the bat as well. He's been in sensational form since he started playing. Well, that was a good catch to be taken. It was straight into the hands of Usman. And this one was another catch taken by the same fielder, Usman Mohammed. He was on fire today. And that one was a proper jalebi one. But this one was out of the ground. In fact, there was quite a few. This was a lovely shot from Amir Hamza. Just showed what he can do if he sticks around and when he times the ball. And, well, I was saying at one point, the man who had the sticky fingers, Usman Mohammed, had to get the ball in the right places. And as soon as I said it, he did. But what a catch that was from Mohammed. And then Mr. Injury comes on, takes a wicket, and then we're going to see him go for an incredible catch as well.
Cannot wait for that to come up. When he almost dug into it like it was a Christmas mince pie, didn't he? But that's coming up. But got to say that, man, Naveed, keep your hands up, protect your face, bang. And that was a bit of November 1963 about that for me without going into more details. Tell you who was pumped, Tullah Mahmood, who's definitely dropped more than he's caught in this series. Holds on to that. And yeah, the Tigers, look, if you offered a 94 to chase, I think the way that they've been batting lately, they might fancy themselves. That was a leaky one though, so they probably shouldn't have got past the 90, but they did. And they'll be chasing 94. Yeah, the Tigers. Hawks, well, chance for them to take something away from the day's play. Again, these teams kind of playing for pride, but still a lot of pride on the line. 25 for Ali Hassan, top scores. Apart from that, Zafar Farhan, aided by a bit of charity at the end, 19, not out of 9. And Ahmed Javed Made a start, but couldn't go on with it. 13 off 4. Harms up with 12, but never hit his straps with the bat. Cameron Zia just, still hampered. He just scored 9 off 10. With the bowling, though, the Tigers, their team, with the ball, I mean, they've carried themselves very well in this series, Rico.
They've done very well indeed. And the other thing I like about this, remember when we saw them early on, not only were they leaking runs in the field and dropping catches, but they've improved on that. The other thing they've improved on is the extras. Only 7 off them. And once again, Naveed Riaz take a bow because, well, not only does he bowl well, picks up some wickets, but no football, no balls from him.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at the mid-match summary. The Hawks 93 for 7. Some good bowling there from Sajid Ahmed, 2 for 14, 2 for 17 from Usman Mohammed, and Harpreet Singh. He just continues to impress, but can he do it with the bat as well? 94 required for victory here. For the Tigers. What do you reckon?
Well, I think it could be golden ball tingle.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it straight away. But the other thing I'll say is Naveed bowls 4 overs today without a no ball and without a wide. Naveed, well, somebody get him the player of the match already. Anyway, we'll take a break. We'll be back very shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. The umpires Safwan and Jamil Khan have made their way out to the middle, and followed by the team in the field, the Hawks. Hawks had a bat, slightly better from them, I suppose. Once again, the top order didn't really click. It was only Ali Hassan, 25 of 17, and then later on, a good knock from Farhan towards the end. He was not out for 19. That got them to a score in the 90s. 93 it was, 94 required for the Jaeger Tigers. Now look, if we were watching the Jaeger Tigers of old, we would have thought they're going to struggle here because they've been averaging scores about 70. But all of a sudden, sparked by that victory they got over Fateh, and then, of course, their second victory in the very last match against the Hawks. They're up and about, and they're full of a bit of confidence here. So they'll be looking to knock these off. The Hawks, though, especially Sanaullah, will have something else to say about it. Didn't bowl at his best in the last match. Let's see if he can this time around. It is, of course, Umar Mohammed, who is opening up. And that is where he likes it. That is in his hitting zone. You can't be bowling there. That's sometimes, that's one lesson that some of these less experienced teams will learn. You've got to know your batters. You've got to know their strengths. And this guy, well, he likes to hit anything that's in the arc. And straight away, you'll be saying, well, get the ball outside the off stump. Try to eliminate that shot out of the book for him. Get him to be playing either straight, so pitch the ball right up, or get it outside the off. What's the reply going to be? He does try outside the off, but it ends up being a full toss. But if this is not called no ball, it'll be out, but it has been called. So no ball it is. And well, if the throw had come in harder from Mohammed Sohail, they would have got a run out. So this has been called. I'd like to see it again. Was it dipping or not? Based on that clip, I think it does dip, but not enough. I think this is the correct call. Keep an eye on it. Batter does go low, and, well, no, it's difficult. But I think based on that, you would have to call it. I think it's the correct call. Is that this one be worked away for, I think this will be leg bias. But, yeah, just looking at that again, I think a little bit of not good awareness there from Mohammed Sohail, who takes the catch, but he just needed to fire the throw in quickly. If he could have done, he could have been involved with a run out. So an exciting start to this one. It's Umar Mohammed. He gets lucky. Junaid Afzal batted very well in the last match as well. Both these batters did. Not a good delivery, and this is going to be trouble. Trouble is looming as that one goes past the boundary. It'll be 5 wide. There's another Kookaburra. Well, finds the escape route. And normally, they're going out of the ground. This one, well, he tries to sneak away through the back door. But only a bit of matting stops it. Not a good delivery. Cameron Zia, well, he must be wondering while he's lying there thinking, Yaar, tusi bowler aaj ki kar rahe hai? Siddhi ball karo ke nahi? Another one. That's a Gandhi ball. And that's 5. And when you haven't got too many runs on the board, he can't be bowling these. Well, this is a big, I don't know if he's frustrated with himself or he didn't have a very good lunch, but either way, it's a slower delivery. They worked that away for a single. Sanaullah, well, I've heard about trying to disguise a slower ball. That one was one of the biggest grunts you'll ever hear. Well, this is going to be a wide. And, well, one good thing about Cameron Zia is he stands pretty wide behind the stumps, the captain. So he's able to take that one pretty comfortably. Sanaullah not been at his best here today. Another grunted delivery. This one straight to the fielder, no run. 12 off the over so far, ball to come. And this one is so no. It's going to be more trouble. This one is going, and just stops with the batters. They keep running. It's going to be more wide. Sanaullah, what is going on? Only just manages to get a bit of the pitch this time round. And Cameron Zia this time decides, well, I'll just give it up. I reckon we've seen this before when a wicketkeeper gets so fed up he just takes the pads off the gloves and says, I'm out of here. Well, I think that must be going through the mind of Cameron Zia as we welcome back into the commentary box Mr. Maximo. Maximo, not a good start here for the Hawks.
To say the least. Yeah, well, I actually called a bit of a tingle at the end of the first inning, so 44 matches without a golden ball. Maybe we could have a chance here. And Tigers certainly ahead at the moment, but we know that can all change. It's only 1 over. So we're heading to the second over. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat. Keep the random questions coming. I've liked some of the kind of tangents we've gone off last innings.
Going with it, Amir Hamza. A bit risky because I think Cameron Zia is going with the bowler he thinks will bowl straight. Problem is, he's a spin bowler, and you're only allowed 2 outside the circle. Those 2 have been deployed mid-wicket and long on. So here we go. Can the spin of Hamza be the key telling point in this one? Trying to get an early wicket here.
Zia still out there keeping with the bad back.
Hamza darts one across, but it's on the leg side. And the fielder is not going to get there. They just moved him, actually. He was just about there. And Hamza was saying, no, go that way, go that way, go that way. Then he bowls a short ball into the pads of the batter, who just swivels MJ style. Oh, as he strokes his way for 4 runs. So that's 20, just for 7 deliveries.
Good shot when it wasn't that short, to be honest. But Matt's got an interesting question. Come back to that in a second. Here's Hamza.
Uppish chance, and well, it's I'm going to say not the best of efforts. He sticks out a hand, the hopes of the best, but I think this one, you get yourself in position and you get that little lunge forward, get 2 hands to it, and you got a chance.
Didn't organise his dive really. He just throws a hand hoping it might stick. Well, newsflash, it didn't. So that was well bowled, pitched up and lured the batter into the drive. Afzal gets away with it. Oh, such
What a peach. What a peach.
Watch this one. This was an absolute unplayable delivery. Perfect delivery. Too good.
Oh, watch this. He goes forward and goes back, and then the ball, well, it grips and it rips, and it's unplayable. It's a good comeback by Hamza. And he'll go for the same again, but this time the batter organises himself better. Then Josh drops the bat onto it. He'll take the single.
Tarek had a random question. Would you rather play an Australia versus England match or an Indian versus Pakistan match? I think Wayne gave the answer that I would have given. Give me the Boxing Day test in Melbourne MCG. And also, England normally are easier. But at the moment, maybe not. Well, could this be out? It could be, and it is. And so it's a little edge behind, and that's a big wicket in the context of this game because Umar Mohammed, he's the guy that can win a match off his own bat, but he has to go. Well taken behind the stumps. Well, that's something to talk about when Cameron Zia ends up at the chiropractor in a couple of days. Nice call behind it. 23 for 1.
Yeah, well, he's gambled with Amir Hamza, and Hamza has delivered, really. I mean, he's unlucky not to have got a wicket already, but this is so well bowled. A little bit of movement, gets the edge. I think the batter knows it as well. I don't know why they're appealing to square leg.
I love it that they're both looking at the square leg as well, as if he's the guy that's going to tell you that you're out. Cameron Zia feels a square leg. The batter looks a square leg looking concerned, and then he turns around and says, oh, you get me out. Okay, and he says, that's fair enough. So 23 for 1, and an important wicket really for the Hawks, because there's a couple of players they've got to get cheaply, I think, if they're going to defend this, and he was one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. They get him, and they did get him reasonably cheaply in the last one. Just looking back, I think he scored 26 of 14, so he can score runs quickly. But of course, to get him before he gets to double figures, well, that's the key, and they do. And it's the captain who comes in. Slightly surprised that he's come in before Harpreet Singh, but maybe he feels that in this situation they need a bit of a steadier. Short, down the leg side, not a good delivery. It's the way that he started, and he's going. Look, if he's the thing about this is, I think if there is a possibility of this ball going this way, I know you're in the power play, so you can't put another man out there, but you just deploy the mid-wicket much wider.
Yeah.
Have him sort of in between the standard mid-wicket and square leg, in the middle, where he's got a chance to go both ways.
I think I'd have him at square leg anyway, because I think it's a more difficult shot to hit it to mid-wicket. Something with this table, and you see the Tigers, if they're going to get off the bottom of the ladder, it's now or never really for them, because this is their last match that they will play, the Hawks. They still have some cricket to go. And if I just cast my eye over the schedule, I can tell you that the Hawks will play Grathia in their last 2 games, so that's going to be tough to get a win there. So this could be basically the battle for the wooden spoon we're watching right now, to be honest. It probably is. Tariq is saying bigger crowds in India and Pakistan, more intense nowadays between them than Australia and England, and maybe bigger TV audience. Yeah, but it depends why you're playing. And I'll tell you why that would bother me more than anything. As Sonny comes back in.
Launched, and once again in that space that we're talking about, they've got to get this field right. Come on, that's 3 times the ball has gone in that area. Move the fielder, because you can see where both these batters are hitting. He's got to be there, and each time the ball's gone there, it's been a catching opportunity. Still, he stays in the same spot.
Here's why I think I'd choose Australia, England over India, Pakistan when you're talking about the crowd. And let's just say, I love that the South Asian population, they're pretty emotional about their cricket. It can get out of hand sometimes. So, for example, let's say I've had a bad game. Just try and imagine that for a second. I like the idea of my house still having windows. Because, I mean, one of my friends, Jason Berendorf, was playing for the Australian team there. And he had a big rock land next to him and threw it through the team bus when he was playing for Australia in a T20 series there a couple of years ago.
Not good.
I mean, I'm sure it's the exception, but let's just say it's passionate. Whereas the Australians probably a bit worried about the length there, beer snakes. And speaking of length, that was a bit of length for Afzal to feast on. He does, and smokes it out of the ground. Maximal.
Yeah, for me, look, I don't like to sort of criticise, but Saniula has just been all over the place today. Him opening, well, I think that was a strange call from Cameron Zia, the way he bowled in the last match. But to get the second over here is even stranger. And he's just bowling runs at the moment. That's 4 more. I say no more. And I think the sooner this over has come to an end for, well, there's the captain there, Cameron Zia, and his side, the better. He could deploy somebody else, because Saniula is not helping their cause at all. 29 have come off the he spell so far with the ball to go.
You have to say for the Tigers, come back in a second, what keeps this one out into the power play.
What's he? He's appealing.
He thinks he's hit a foot. He thinks he's hit somebody's foot, but I don't think there are any feet in that area.
He thinks he's caught this. Look, he thinks it's a catch.
Because I'll tell you what he's thinking is he thinks it goes onto his foot and then bounces, which would have been out, but it didn't hit his foot, and also the umpire isn't on that side. So bad luck on a few counts there. As we get to the power play, it's 41 for 1. I want to say hello to Gangadeep Singh, who's in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Easton as well. Said he's not understanding the field. That's something you were talking about as well. But yeah, it's our last chance to get involved in random questions for the day. So fire them through to us. Where will we go on this random question adventure? I mean, obviously I grew up wanting to play for Australia. That's something that you want as a kid. And of course, most people, it doesn't pan out that way. I was really thankful then. I had a kind of perspective when I did represent Australia in indoor cricket to really be thankful for that, because I mean, most people wouldn't get that far. Also, to get the opportunity to play with and against international cricketers and first-class cricketers, I think, again, not many people get that opportunity, so I'm pretty thankful.
Interesting one. Javed. Did Javed bowl in the first match? I don't think he did.
Don't think so.
So, I mean, Javed is going to get a chance to turn his arm over. He doesn't start with a bad one, to be honest.
Yeah, he's in for his batting, but the batting hasn't really been clicking, so time to turn back to the ball. He's a bit of a leader of their side as well. He's a senior player. So yeah, turning to him here with a game where they're well behind. So I said, like, why not throw you the ball and see if you can make something happen for us?
Yeah, that's what they need. They need to pick up the wicket here of Afzal. Will be key. Again, it's a Gandhi ball. This time the fielder does. Well, I suppose we're outside the power play, so they can get another man out there. So they've got the man in the area that we've been calling for fielder to be. So though it's not a good delivery, it doesn't go to the boundary, so gets away with it.
Got one more of these from Tariq saying, would you rather have a season in the IPL or play in the Ashes? Depends how much you like money, I suppose. Let me have a think about that one.
4 runs, and the fielder begrudgingly walks through. This is going not good bowling. So Javed, though he started with a pretty decent delivery, which was pretty full and pitched up, the next 2 have been short and Gandhi. And this is just easy peasy at the moment. And the captain of the Tigers, Mohamed Abu, saying, yeah, you can bowl those to me all day long. I don't mind.
Yeah, IPL versus Ashes. I know, probably IPL because I'm more of a limited overs player, my only reason. All right, this is more runs, I think, and the fielder, it's a good effort, but this is picking the gap. It's going to send everyone scrambling. Abu getting to the party, sends everyone scrambling on and off the field.
Oh, look at the fielder here. Watch this. This is a proper... And he lands on his feet after. Oh, he just started the shot there, does the roll and ends up on his feet. Fantastic bit of
dismount.
Yeah, but the bowling is bad, isn't it?
It's a bit too short. It's a bit too short. I mean, that's the issue. Full at the stumps. I don't think I've seen too many of those deliveries. There haven't been too many balls in this innings that have actually been hitting the stumps, to be honest.
Cleverly played. That's better delivery, though, isn't it? It's fuller. It's outside the off stump. And though a nice shot's been played there by the captain, Abu, he just tries to guide this to the third man boundary. The field is set for it, so it's just a single. So you can see if you bowl in the right areas, you're going to get better value, better reward. Let's see if you can finish the over well. Javid. Yeah, he still goes for the short one. And this time around, the batter, Afzal. Oh, now the fielder's having all sorts of problems picking up the ball. It's a little bit like me in the shower in the morning, picking up the bar of soap, but not too much damage done. End of the over. So Javid gets an over. It doesn't quite go to plan. I'll get 12 from it.
So 53 for 1. Tigers really improved a lot during this series. And, you know, I actually said this, I think, 3 or 4 games ago, that what they need to do is find 1 or 2 batters. And I said you might do that by upskilling people that are already in there. You might try and bring someone else in that has the skills. And, yeah, I think someone like Harpreet's come on and he's bowled well, he's batted well. And, yeah, just one player making a big difference, I think. And, like I say, their bowling and their fielding has been kind of on par with other teams we've seen in this series. Just the batting's let them down. So now, when their batting seeming more assured, they look more assured. And Jonah Afzal's done a very good job today as well. Here's Ali Hassan in over number 5.
Well, tries to get a little bit funky here. That's Afzal. Tries to take this one from outside off. And looks to play it in the gap behind square. It's got to be a bit careful playing that shot. They do have a man deployed on the 40. Well, I wouldn't say he's quite on the 45. He is a bit like a short, fine leg. This time, well, he plays a beautiful shot down the ground, and well, this is going to take some stopping. Really good work there from Mohamed Sohail. Nicely done. What a cracking shot this was. Doesn't go to the boundary, but this was pure class.
Yeah, really good shot. So we know that the Tigers are prone to the odd collapse. So the Hawks got to tell themselves it's still on here.
Whips this one to the leg side. One batter seems to be running with a bit of intent to try and turn 1 into 2. Just takes the single.
Again, I think we may be looking at the battle for the wooden spoon. Based on how Gracia are playing, you expect them to be big favourites against the Hawks when they play. Tigers, we know they don't have any games after this. Zia gets across to this, but can't get the middle of the gloves on it. Just sneak away. It's going to be 2 wides.
He ends up almost side on this, doesn't he? He gets there so early, and then well, he pars it away, so it's going to be more extras.
Thing is, Zia, I think he's always trying to get there and block the ball. I'd like to see him do more catching. I know it sounds obvious. I'm not being silly about it. You know, so to treat a ball like that you're not just happy to block it, but you try and actually take it cleanly. I think that kind of feeds into the rest of your wicket keeping. Yeah. So, you know, some of the best fielders I've seen, they all have a game amongst themselves. They don't want to fumble, even if it's on the bounce. They'll treat it like a catch.
Well hit, and more work for Sohail. He does well.
So, like a ball like that, Sohail takes it cleanly. So, okay, it's going to bounce before it gets to you, but yeah, try and concentrate on watching into the hands. So, doing the things you do in a catch. So, yeah, with Zia, I think a lot of the time, if he was to freeze frame when the ball hits his hands, he's not really watching it. He's just saying, "I'm around here. Hopefully, it sticks." Or hopefully I stop it. Anyway, this is in the air, and it won't be a chance in the end. It bounces just away from the fielder. Cuatro carreras. And the Tigers continue to cruise through the first half of this innings.
Yeah, I don't think this was the best of options to try and stop this one. It's just a little jab. But look at the fielder. Tries to stop it with his foot there. And, yeah, that could have been nasty. So they do get a boundary off the over in the end. But that was quite an exceptional shot from the captain, Abu. Doesn't really try to hit it, just little. It was a little punch, little sucker punch to the boundary. Then he cleverly places away, chases on. Andre, Iva, and, well, pick up a throw. Oh, maybe a chance, but no, doesn't quite get the power in the throw. So Umair Mohammed does the chasing, gets the throw in. End of the over. It's another one that goes into double figures. 13 off this one. And the runs just keep on flowing here.
They do. Anyway, want to welcome you into the Cube as we've had a little bit of the old cloud cover today, haven't we, for a bit of it? But anyway, many sound to hear Mr. Max. I'm here with Rico Full. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. Stay with us because there's plenty more cricket to come. Well, I won't say plenty, but there's definitely more cricket to come. We've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, two more days of group matches. Then Saturday is Group B finals. Sunday's the finals, the whole series. Plenty to look forward to, Rico.
There's plenty to look forward to. I think, Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, that's a new one.
Sunday.
Saturday and Sunday. It's,
Yeah.
Don't mind doing the Sunday. It's the last day, isn't it? And,
Last day.
I think we're going to have to have a bit of a party, aren't we? Can we be, like in the last day of school?
I'm already having
you can
an
wear
idea.
rags day. Can it be a day that you bring a bottle, something like that?
I've got an idea.
Bring a bottle into work on a Sunday. That sounds good.
Ice cream Sunday.
It's too cold for ice cream. What's the matter with you?
Cream
No.
Sunday.
I like my idea better.
Hot
Bring a
chocolate on it.
bottle. Bring in a bottle.
All right.
And we crank them open at the halfway through the final. What do you reckon?
I mean, try and get that 1:08 sharp. I'm all in.
Shh, don't tell them. Keep it quiet.
I think they do watch sometimes. It's a shame.
Okay. Maybe we should put it to our computer then what we should do on the last day. Let the computer decide. Put some options together.
I know Priyanka's asking, how can you support the ECN? I'll put the link in, but I will say it depends where you are watching from around the world. So you may not be able to do that. Depends what country you're in. Again, we want to keep it free for anyone that wants it to be free. If you'd like to make a small monthly contribution, if you're enjoying the work of the European Cricket Network, then of course we'd be really appreciative. And we're trying to roll out some features for those people maybe next year at some point. Anyway, this is going to spring off the bat. It is going, and it's gone. It's good effort, actually, from Farhan, but he's wringing his hands. And right now, Tigers look like they might be sending us home early. Maximo, 6 runs.
Beautiful timing. It really is. I mean, there's one thing. I mean, Mohamed Abu, he seems to be getting better as his team is getting better. A lovely shot, 6 runs. I mean, they're all over this. I mean, that is all they need and over. Just one shot like that. They should do. I mean, it's theirs to lose here now. We know they've been in good positions before and ended up losing matches. But I tell you what, this is the last time we're going to see them. This one will be a wide, the Jaeger Tigers. And I like wildlife and I love tigers, and tigers are me animal. I'm already looking forward to seeing the Jaeger Tigers again when we return, because they're a team, a bit like some of the other teams that we've seen, that are going to improve immensely. And like you said, with a couple of players that they picked up, Harpreet Singh being one, and seeing some of their players, like the captain here, Mohamed Abu, finding their form, you just get the feeling that maybe this tournament was all about them getting over the early teething problems, getting over the fact that they're going to be on the worldwide screen, that we're being watched globally around the world. The cameras probably played a part in a few nerves. When we see them again, they'll be used to it. And you know what? I'm looking forward to it, because I reckon that they're going to cause a few problems.
Yeah, I like it. And, again, always got something to look forward to. It's in the air, but this will be a long, long chase for Hamza. He's not going to get there, so 4 more. Yeah, look, I know we are coming back in February. I mean, I don't know how they're going to do the selection of their teams. Also depends who's available, which teams can play, which teams aren't available. But I think it might be a 10-team format. So based, if it's done on this tournament, then maybe they just miss out. But if there is a slot, I'd love to see them again. And otherwise, yeah, at some point in the future.
Yeah, looking to make it 3 wins in this series, doing the double over the Hawks. And this one's a bit of a miscue. Again, he gets lucky. Looking just to play this one on the next up. But that's the other thing, luck. I mean, so much sometimes comes down to it. I mean, little bits of luck going your way or going against you. You'd have to say perhaps in the 2 fixtures here, that maybe the Jaeger Tigers have a bit more of the rub of the green than the Hawks have had, and they've made it count. But that's the other thing. It's about making it count. And sometimes a lot of people will say it's also about making your luck. And I think that's what the Tigers have done today. They've been the far more positive side. And it's shown. It's shown the way that they're playing. And they're looking to leapfrog the Hawks into the next knot, and leaving Hawks at the foot of the table. The Hawks do have an opportunity to bounce back tomorrow. But like we've already said, against Gracia, a team that are on form at the moment.
True.
Seems very unlikely.
Hey, I asked for some random questions that I hadn't been asked before. This is definitely pretty creative, the one I'm going to come at to in a minute from our working nightman. I see you in the chat, by the way. So we're working away for one. So he's got a question. And I've got to love a question that starts with Vinny. Weird question. Would you rather play cricket on the moon or Mars? Let me preface the answer with, I know that unless you were wearing some sort of suit, you would die on both. So that's a given. Let's say you've got the equipment, you've got the space suit, the Mars suit and the moon suit, you got the equipment. Where would you rather play? Ouch. Okay, what's your answer, Rico? Go.
I like cheese, so I'm going with Mars.
You're going with Mars. You know the moon? So you're saying you wouldn't go to the moon because it's made of cheese?
Yeah, it will be the people will lose the moon forever. So yeah, Mars. The red planet. Yeah, Mars. I like the idea of Mars.
Flicked away over the fine leg. Well, this game could be finishing quicker than you think. It's another 4 runs. And it's 86-1. Yeah, well, Elvira's in my ear. This is what I thought. I've picked the moon. And the moon only has 1.62 meters per second gravity, whereas Mars has 3.7. So the Earth is 9.8. So they're both lots less gravity. But I like the idea of the kind of catches I could take on the moon because you just float longer. And some of the bigger sixes, they wouldn't come down as quickly.
Would you even be able to hit the ball on them? I mean, you could swing and try to hit it, but it won't go anywhere, would it?
No, but I think there's no atmosphere on the moon. And so you could hit massive sixes. And there is gravity, but it's not as strong as our gravity. That's why, you know, when you see people on the moon walking, they're kind of, it's almost like they're floating.
They walk like when you've had a few.
Granted.
On the moon. Yeah, okay, good question. Yeah,
good question. Random question. I like random questions.
Yeah, I think the red planet is supposed to be the closest in terms of a planet to, planet in our solar system to the Earth, isn't it? They do reckon there is water there. And of course, it's all guessing at the moment. But anyway, yeah, nice question. Well, this one is a nice shot. He gets himself into a nice position and works his way. And the captain, Abu, certainly turning on the star in their last match. Very good shot. Gets into position early and plays it away. So Mohamed Sohail, he's over. Also finishes on a double figures. They're not that far away now, are they?
And so, do you know, we're talking weight, not mass. Do you know, going to the moon's great for losing weight because you're actually a sixth of your body weight. So if you're like 96 kilos on Earth, you're 16 kilos on the moon. So that's handy. Come back to that in a second. But first, before we go into the physics chat, Fateh versus Ali Young Stars in the first half of the day, Hawks versus Gracia in the second half of the day. Join us, day 28 coming up. Group B continues, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Europe,
might be
1
handy.
p.m. in India.
It might be handy, but there's not going to be any fast food restaurant. You're not going to get your carbonaras there, are you?
He says made of cheese, so you can just eat the moon.
Oh, mix up. It goes to the wrong end.
Safe.
And, well, that will be the score's tied
Score's
now.
tied. Okay, get through as many as we can. I think Steve said he's leaving. He might not cease by the end of next year. So big to start next year. Thank you, Steve. Really happy that you have enjoyed the season. We hope to hear from you over the break. Otherwise, we'll see you in the new year.
Yeah, thank you,
and
Steve.
Thanks, everybody else. And yes, they did hit golf balls on the moon. I knew that. And we'll get another ball to talk about it. Yeah, they hit golf balls on the moon. Do you know that?
Yeah.
And of course, and why do they do that? Because the atmosphere goes further.
I see. Looking at the moon, I think it's been peppered by some kookaburras as well. It's been pounded, hasn't
the
it?
thing is, because of the lack of an atmosphere, that's why these craters they stay there. So yeah, you'd have to repair your divots on the moon. Anyway, any score wins it now.
And they're going to go and do it in style. Balle, balle. Ginna Sona, Shaba, Shaba, Chakade Fatte style. That is it. Game, set, and match as the Ada Tigers, the Tigers roar as they do the double over the Hawks. And the Hawks, well, we're going to see them again tomorrow. It ain't going to be an easy one as they take on Gracia. But for the time being, it's the Jaeger Tigers that have now won 3 matches in this series. They do the double over the Hawks. Well played for them and well batted to their captain. Well, he stays and scores 30 off 12 deliveries. And then Junaid Afzal, he finishes it off with a almighty 6, a 6 that brings up his Well, I think it brings up his 50 as well. So he does get 50 of 27. So congratulations
well batted
to Junaid Afzal. It's really, you got to say, I mean, I know we've talked about new personnel. Harpreet Singh comes into their side. But look, Harpreet Singh wasn't batting there. This is just all about them getting used to the format, getting used to how the system works, getting used to the cameras, and then going out there and showing what they can do in a relaxed yet positive frame of mind. A really good performance as we see the highlights. It started with that one. That was a catch, but it was a no ball. They just kept on going, but you got to say, it didn't help themselves, did they? The Hawks just didn't bowl a good line. And when they did, well, this time, Hamza was able to pick up the wicket, but that is the only highlight that they had. It was the only wicket to fall as the Tigers do it in style. 99 for 1. They win by 9 wickets.
Yeah, and you got to congratulate the Tigers on coming back from adversity. And you can go two ways. When I think they were 0-10 at one point, they came back and they said, look, we're learning, we're getting better, we're just going to go out there, keep trying our best, and things started to click. We always knew that their bowling, their fielding was up to scratch. Their batting wasn't really, but, well, they showed today that they can mix it. And the Hawks, well, they had a bit of a horror start when they lost a golden ball. They still had a couple of matches to go against Gracia. Couple of wins along the way, but again, probably the tournament, they'll look back and know that they didn't quite play to their potential. Let's have a look at the highlights of the scorecard. And Junaid Afzal, 50 of 27, with 2 Maximos and 6 fours, carries his team to victory. Nice 30 in quick time from Muhammad Abu. Well, he showed he could score quickly as well. And when Umar Muhammad went early, you thought they might be in trouble, but at second wicket partnership, certainly got them to the line pretty quickly, a quarter of the innings to spare. 1 for 11 Hamza. I thought he bowled a good over, but have a look at all those economy rates. They're all pretty similar, aren't they? And they're just not able to keep it tight enough. And so the Tigers, a bit of a story here. They win both games on match 27. They end up with 3 wins. Look, 3 wins out of 14 doesn't sound great, I know, but they win 3 of their last 4, so you've got to give it credit to them. They learn a lot along the way, and I look forward to hopefully seeing them again on the European Cricket Network. Big thank you to Mohamed Abu and all his team. It was great to meet so many of you.
Yeah, well done,
and
guys.
hopefully enjoyed your ECN experience. And like I said, you've joined one of hundreds of teams that have played, thousands of players. We'd love to see you again, and hope you have a great end of your break as well.
You certainly do. And look, you've created some highlights for us, and I think they've won over a few fans as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
everybody
so.
likes Tigers, don't they? And the Jaeger Tigers, they started off the big underdogs in this one, but look, from where they started to where they finished, the improvement in just a short period of time is vast.
Well, I was sure we'd have Tigers at the top, Tigers at the bottom, but now I'm not so sure because the Gator Tigers have actually climbed above the Hawks now. The Hawks will have to upset Gracia if they want to have a chance of avoiding the wooden spoon. I want to say a big thank you to everyone once again. I love the random questions last game of the day. They're getting more and more creative. I like that. And I want to invite you all to come back tomorrow. We have just 4 days left in the season. Go to our social media at European Cricket. If you haven't already, there'll be some highlights of the day. Go to our website, europeancricket.com. Check the fixtures, the stats, the standings, all that kind of thing. And if you haven't already, give it a thumbs up and like the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECM because there's just a few days left. Now, we had a few new viewers today, which was great. Hopefully you miss us. We'll be back next year. Make sure you invite a few people along.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day. Thank you to everybody on the chat. You've been absolutely amazing. And of course, thank you to all that have been around the ground. Well, it's teamwork on the field of play. A lot of teamwork offered as well. Spring Productions, Alvera, Chris Taps and Valentine being brilliant as well. And also our Blue Crew have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Medadal,
Well said.
Samir Nayak has been there. Max By, Andy House, Rob Kemin, and of course, Dana Oro's taking all of those pictures. Yeah, look out for all those pictures and all the posts on the social media as well.
We have to go, but we will see you tomorrow. But we'll wish you good night. Hope you have a safe evening. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you can come back here tomorrow because day 29 is on the way. Day 28 first, and then day 29, then 30, then 31. Then we're out of here for 7 weeks. But well, I'll learn how to count. But in the meantime, check out these highlights today. Thanks to Elvira and the crew at Spring Production. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.